Hi, everyone, and welcome to the campus of Case Western Reserve University. You are looking at DeSanto Field, Bill Sudik track, surrounded by dormitory rooms and buildings here at Case Western Reserve University. It is Championship Sunday in the University Athletic Association 2026 Track and Field Championships. My name is Ron Yantz, my partner, Sam Guadagnino, and we are happy to welcome you inside the press box here at DeSanto Field for Sunday in the UAA Championship. Sam, if you look at how things went on Saturday, a day heavy in field events, and let's start specifically on the women's side. Emory right now, as we stand today, going into today, Championship Sunday, is in the lead over Washington University, the 8-time defending UAA championships. But today, things could change with all the running events.
Yeah, absolutely. Emory had a great day yesterday, especially in the field events. You saw their women's throws between what happened in hammer and shot put up really big days to kind of help give them a lot of points, up to 77 in the team standings right now. Um, the projected standings here as we look at the women's competition for what could happen today, based on what's projected, seed times and all. It's going to be a battle between WashU and Emory, both projected over 200 points right now. So I think we're going to see a pretty tight contested battle, and every place is going to matter, both in the running events and as well as in the field events today as well.
On the men's side, it's a three-team race, really. After yesterday and as it's projected to play out today, tell me about those three teams.
Yeah, so WashU is our leader after day one here. They're just about a point and a half ahead of Chicago, and Emory is projected to have a lot of points today as well, based on the amount of folks they had make finals. So that looks to be maybe where our three-team race is kind of shaping up to be, and I think it's going to come down to that 4x4. Every meet, it's more exciting and more fun when you have that 4x4 and there's something on the line there, and I think we'll be able to see that today, on the men's side, hopefully.
That 1600-meter relay is the final event of the day, and that is projected to be around 2 o'clock, a little after 2 o'clock. You see some of the men from that are in the high jump gathering around the field official right now here at Sudik track. And there is, of course, the long jump pit. The two events that are happening here in moments at Sudik track are the women's triple jump and the men's high jump. So they're getting the long jump pit ready for the women's triple jump, and the high jump is right next to it. So all of the activity in the shot that you see right now is happening in the center of your screen on the northern end of the stadium here at DeSanto Field. The triple jump will happen just on the other side of that field goal post, and the high jump just next to that. So it's set to be a cold start here in northeastern Ohio on Sunday morning. The temperatures changed yesterday. They were in the mid-40s. We expect that to remain today. I think it'll actually get better. Sun will come out, it'll get warmer, but not until we're all done here, and that won't happen until about 4 o'clock today when the temperature and the sky changes. It's a gray day in mid-April here in northeastern Ohio, and the wind again, Sam, is blowing out of the north. You can see it in the one flag shot that we showed you earlier. It's blowing directly into the stadium. You were a high jumper and a long jumper in your time here at Case Western Reserve University, so where that long jump, the triple jump pit, and the high jump pad is at, and the wind blowing, it through that opening, actually, right where all the activity is. Will that affect these athletes in any way, or is it not strong enough to?
I'll be interested to see some of the wind readings that pop up from the triple jump. I think one thing that could be interesting is when you look at high jump, you have jumpers that will approach from the left side and jumpers that will approach from the right side. And so for those jumpers that are coming on that left side there,
they're jumping into it.
They're jumping into it a little bit more. It's kind of maybe fighting against them a little bit more. So I'll be curious to see how many jumpers we have kind of in that split. For the triple jump, it'll be interesting to see just kind of a crosswind, right? It's not, it's basically perpendicular to you. So curious to see how that might affect things. Should be pretty fine. It would be pretty narrow into that opening right between those two buildings that we have there where the scoreboard is. So once they get to the actual jump piece, I think they probably should be pretty protected from any wind disruptions.
Sam, let's set up the viewers for the first two events here that we'll bring you on our live broadcast coverage. That's the women's triple jump and the men's high jump. Let's talk triple jump first. First of all, you were, as I said, a high jumper and a long jumper here at Case Western Reserve University. You dabbled a little bit in the triple jump. It's a unique event.
Mm-hmm.
So tell us about it. What exactly happens in the triple jump?
Yeah, you probably commonly hear it described as a hop, a skip, and a jump. Those basically just describe the three phases that happen, where you kind of hop off the board, you skip to your opposite leg, and then you basically have a long jump finish into the pit. Those three phases are all unique. They all have kind of a different purpose to them and a different kind of technique that you're teaching, coaching, trying to execute on as an athlete. It was my favorite event to watch. It is my favorite jumps event to watch because watching great triple jump is really fun. How they're able to execute, and we're certainly going to see some great triple jump here today.
The coordination of all of those things going at somewhat breakneck speed, down the runway, is difficult, easy. What is it?
Yeah, it's critical. Like how you maintain that speed and momentum that you build up through all three of the phases. In long jump, you just have to maintain it through your one takeoff off the board. In triple jump, you want to maintain it through all three of those phases. So how you transfer that energy you build up in that runway through phase one, where you want to, you don't want to get too high off the ground. We always talked about you don't want to go up to go out in triple jump. You want to kind of keep your center of mass relatively neutral until you get to that last phase and really explode like you would in long jump.
Sam, the field in the women's triple jump in this final 15 athletes, if you look at the numbers in meters and who's jumped the furthest so far going into today's final, it's Sarai Seeley from Brandeis, and she's a sophomore, and her longest jump so far is 11.73 meters. What do you know about Sarai?
Yeah, Sarai, like you said, sophomore from Brandeis. She's been at every national meet so far. Not just been at every national meet throughout her college career, but she's been an All-American in this event at each one of those meets. So she won indoors. She's the presumptive favorite here, but she's gonna have some stiff competition. You have Amaya Grant, the sophomore from Emory, who's ranked number 23 in the country right now in Division III with a jump of 11.65 right behind her. You have Alexa McMillan, the freshman from NYU, with a jump of 11.59, good for 25th in the nation right now. And then you have DJ Carpenter from Emory, who's also ranked within this top 50. So very good, strong group of nationally relevant jumpers here to kind of lead our top end. And then I think we're going to have a battle for the scoring positions as you look through kind of those 5 through 8 positions. A lot of girls that kind of have marks in a pretty similar territory to each other. And I think we're going to have a really good competition to see who's going to come away with those final scoring spots.
That's Niam O'Donovan from Chicago, the freshman out of Chicago who had her first triple jump. Emory's Amaya Grant, who my partner Sam mentioned, started off the competition. And we're underway here. And this is Deja Carpenter for Emory, about to jump right now. And Carpenter just landed in the pit. What is the distance between, the point where you have to start the triple jump and then the actual sand pit?
Yeah, so usually you have a couple different options. You can see there's those checkered boards. They'll put it next to whatever board folks are jumping from. Sometimes for women it's like 28 and 32 are those options of boards. For men it's typically 36, 40 feet. That is away from the pit. So that's usually a personal decision between you and your coach, and kind of where you'll be picking out there.
Sam, here's Sophia Rosenzweig from the Washington University Bears track and field team. Of course, they're the prohibitive favorite today overall as a team. They've won 8 straight UAA championships. So here's Sophia's first run at it.
Yeah, the only WashU triple jumper in the field today. Finished 4th indoors in this event. I'm sure they'll be looking for that kind of a repeat performance. Get some big team points.
How many jumps will they get?
3 jumps in the preliminary round, and then they'll take 9 to finals, and you'll get 3 more there. So because it's just the one flight of jumps, they'll take 9 of the 15 starters into that finals round.
And right to the top of the women's triple jump runway, or north is the men's high jump, and that event is going on right now as well. And if you look at the men's high jump and you look at the field of 9 in the finals today, you've got Arian Shrivastava from Chicago, the senior, who kind of jumps out at you.
Yeah, he was an indoor qualifier in this event. Has had a lot of success before. He's also the indoor UAA champion, the reigning indoor UAA champion. So that'll be certainly one to watch. Henry Brandstatter, who we saw win the long jump yesterday, has been a multi-time All UAA athlete in the high jump. Then you have excuse me. Then you have Imran Sarafovic from Chicago, who has also had an NCAA qualification on his resume in the high jump. So I think there's going to be a pretty good battle at this top end here. The high jump, we only have 9 competitors, right? So 8 of those 9 will score, and so the thing to pay attention to will be on misses here. And I see Sarai's on the runway here,
Yep,
so
here's
we'll
Sarai.
take a look at this first jump for her. Looks like she's getting a white flag there.
She was able to land forward. How important is that to have your landing and your body go forward instead of falling back?
Yeah, you want to keep your momentum going out, right? If you're falling back too much, you don't want to risk an arm dragging in the sand, kind of losing some distance there. So keeping everything going forward as you kind of collapse into that pit is just helping you keep a safe landing.
Case Western Reserve's own Samaria Bonocci will be up next in the women's triple jump. Field events early. As a matter of fact, the day started out at 9 o'clock with the javelin throw off-campus site, and then the discus throws coming up at 11 off-campus site. But right now, right here in the heart of it all, and here's the Spartan triple jumper, Samari Bonocci. Here on the on-campus site, in the heart of it all, the high jump and the triple jump going on right now. Running won't start until 11:30, and the first event in the running events will be the 4x100 meter relay finals. This is Emory's Anna Jennings.
And that'll be a foul there. Looks like so far the top jump is from Sarai Sealy. She put out an 11.82 meter jump. So best her seed time gets her up to 14th in the nation right now. The presumptive favorite starting out with a pretty big mark that people are going to have to try and top here.
Our 2 camera operators today, Kevin Gilbert and Andrew Majeski, doing a great job. They always do in whatever sport it is here at Case Western Reserve University that we cover. So they're working hard to bring you both the men's high jump and the women's triple jump, all in the same area, directed by Mike Becker, our overall broadcast director today. So thanks to Kevin and Andrew and Mike for all the great shots that you're seeing right now and we'll see throughout the rest of this day today. The day is going to go all the way until just about 2:30 with the 1,600 meter relay, and then we'll have the awards ceremony just after that. That is Chicago's Natalie Guevara with her triple jump, the sophomore maroon athlete.
Looked like a pretty good start for Natalie there. See what that mark comes in at.
How long's triple jump been around, Sam?
That's a great question. I'd have to do some Googling on that one. Whoever thought of it though was playing some games.
Well, you and I were just, as we sat here preparing for this morning's broadcast, we were talking to Mike Becker, our director, and we were talking specifically about the ability to bring you replay yesterday and today and how important that was, and key specifically in the steeplechase, the men's steeplechase final yesterday when the lead runner fell over the close to last obstacle and what a difference that made in the race. And then we were talking about ways to enhance the steeplechase, and there's the football blocking sleds that are on the field here at DeSanto Field, the football stadium for the Case Western Reserve University football team. And I thought, why not add a blocking sled into an element of the steeplechase? At one point, you've got to move a sled 5 or 10 yards, after a jump or a run or a hop through the water. That would be fun. That's Emory's junior Elsa Bildsten with her triple jump. The extension is really something.
Yeah, you can see that elongation of the second phase, really trying to stay long and lean there, but still be powerful when that foot comes down to get into that last phase. Elsa was a scorer in that indoor competition as well. I believe we have all 8 of our scorers from that indoor women's triple jump competing here today.
University of Chicago freshman is up next for the Maroons. Katrina Bauer will be the next competitor right there. She just landed her triple jump.
Looks like we maybe got a red flag foul there. Over at the high jump, the bar is now up to 1.82.
And just to give you some perspective on that number, the 1.82, if you look at the qualifying jumps for the 9 finalists today in the men's high jump, the 1.82 is on the lower end, obviously. 1.98 is the lead jump. 1.94, 1.91, 1.87, 1.85. So a long way to go in that high jump competition. This is Carnegie Mellon's Alexis Lowe.
White flag there from the official. So people around, it's hard to tell what board she's going off of. .1096, that'll put her in 4th right now. 3 more jumpers left in this first round of jumps.
We've got Ariana McCarthy from NYU next, and then 2 tartans to wrap it up, Sophia Richer and Enia Mohanraj. This is NYU's Ariana McCarthy. The Violets of NYU. Boy, the women's basketball program there at NYU the last 3 years.
Incredible, yeah. Really like that first phase, Mariana, an explosion onto that third to get into the pit.
Getting into the pit is not exactly easy. You saw Ariana, she's maybe a foot into that sand.
Yeah.
Sam, have you ever seen anybody not get to the pit?
Absolutely. I've done it myself too. It's just one of those things, if you have a misstep or you don't hit the right spot on your second phase, you're really reaching for it. It's one of the, not a comforting feeling to be in the air and realize you're probably not going to be getting in, but it's probably something that most of these athletes have experienced in one way or another before.
Sophia Richer from Carnegie Mellon just did her first attempt. And up next is Enia Mohanraj. This is Enia right here. Enia coming in one of the several jumpers in the 11-plus range. Looked like a good jump to me.
Yeah, it looks like a good start there for Enia. See when that mark comes through and looking at the replay here. Yeah, I like that extension in the air in that third phase. Giving herself space into that landing.
Back to the top. This is Amaya Grant from Emory, the sophomore. One of the top triple jumpers in this UAA.
She was sitting at second after that first round with an 11:22. Looks like she got a red flag foul there.
How much, in running they say, arm swing is important, to help propel you forward. How does it affect the triple jump?
Yeah, it definitely does. Once you get off that board, there's kind of you can either have kind of this one arm approach into it or a double arm blocking approach off the board, and that's kind of a personal thing. How the coordination of that being important, but your arms are additive to what you're doing onto the track. If you've ever tried to run and jump without using your arms, you're not going to get very far. But if you use your arms efficiently to help boost and give you that extra little bit of a jolt as you're taking off or as you come down on those landings, how you time those things out. It's a critical part of what you do in your training.
That's O'Donovan from Chicago, the freshman who ran through her second attempt. Up next for Emory is
And we have something interesting at high jump right now too. I believe it is Sam Golvaris. It was his last jump at 182. He actually, I noticed this indoors as well. Just does a scissor kick over the bar. Um, he's very talented at it to get be able to clear 177 doing that kind of technique. But it's super interesting to kind of see that at this competition.
that's the Jay Carpenter from Emory with her second attempt. How many scissor kicks are left, do you think, out there?
No, not many.
Not many.
My guess is this is one of those things that's like awesome about a team competition where you're trying to get as many points as possible. Clearly, he's a very good athlete. We'll see him later today in the triple jump as well. And so they're looking for ways to score extra points, and if he clearly has the ability to kind of get vertical, so he's just going out there and being an athlete basically, which is awesome to see him do like put his body on the line, do that to go out and score. Even if it's just 1 point for the team, that 1 point could be critical as we look to the what could be the team battle at the end of the day here with Chicago and WashU and Mellon as well.
Up next in the triple jump is NYU's Alexa McMillan. Everything happening on the northern end of DeSanto Field here this morning at Case Western Reserve University. Here's Alexa.
Alexa had a foul on her first jump, looking to get a mark out there. Looks like the finals cut line right now is around 10:27, so well within Alexa's capabilities here. Just put a safe jump out there. We have to fight another day. And that'll be more than just a safe jump. That's a really good first mark for her. We'll see when that comes through.
She does a really good job keeping her body moving forward in the landing area. There's no missed opportunity for extra distance falling back at all with her.
Yeah, really nice pacing there too, between when she's landing on that first phase, when she then lands on the second phase. You never wanted it to be like a super quick, bum bum type of a thing. You wanted it to have like a little bit more of a spacing and timing to it, and Alexa seems to do a really good job there of really like making those phases distinct. And you could see it in the mark. She jumped 11:51. That moves her up into second place here, just behind Sarai Sealy, who
And this is Sarai.
Yep, gets that white flag there. That looked to be a pretty big mark as well. We'll see if that bests her 11:82 that she started the day with.
Sarai, the sophomore for the Brandeis judges. She started with 11.82. Sam said her top jump coming in was 11.73, and that one may be even longer.
Yeah, that was a 12.19 there,
Wow.
Ron. I mean, really just launched on that third phase. Super explosive. Really, really strong performance. I think she's just knocking on the door of what this conference record is here too, which is a 12.26 set by Alina Zelazov back in 1992 from Brandeis. So,
1992.
Yep.
You weren't even born in
I was
1992.
not. I was not. No. A little 34-year-old record that could be going down today here at the Santo Field with the Bill Sudek track.
Samaria Bonocci for Case Western Reserve, walking back after her second attempt.
Yeah, she got red flag foul there on that second one.
All the activity in that end of the field right there in your shot. The men's high jump, the women's triple jump, all happening at the same time. This is Emory's Anna Jennings.
And looks like the bar over in high jump now is up to 187. Seems like we have 5 competitors remaining in this competition here, so we'll keep an eye on on what the misses and makes are looking like, and both of our Chicago athletes here, Aryan and Imran, have entered at this height as well.
Ariane came in with a high jump of 1.98 meters, and Imran came in with a high jump mark of 1.94. They were the two projected leaders, along with Eli Goldman from Washington University.
And that was a nice clear by Eli Goldman there on his first attempt. We have three athletes who have cleared their first attempt at 187 here. That would be Goldman from WashU, Henry Brandstatter from Emory, and Tanush Anand from Case Western Reserve University.
This is Chicago's Natalie Guevara. Six jumpers left in the second jump here in the women's triple jump. They'll go from 15 to 9.
It looks like Imran from Chicago here. He's got two misses at his opening bar at 187 here, so needs a clearance here in order to continue with the competition.
Elsa Bildsten for Emory. You know, you watch Elsa and others in this triple jump, and then the difficulty and the coordination and everything that's involved in successful triple jumps. And then you see somebody like Sarai, and she just makes it look so easy.
Yeah.
And I guess that's the mark of an athlete that has it all, working at the same time. It looks easy. You look at it and you go, I could do that.
Yeah. You can see why she's a three-time All-American in this event. Very talented. That mark that she hit on her last jump puts her at number 4 in the nation right now. So certainly tracking towards another big NCAA performance again. But she certainly makes it look very smooth, which, like you said, is the hallmark of a great athlete. They make the hard things look easy.
Here's Alexa Lowe from, check that, it's Katrina Bauer from Chicago. That's Katrina Bauer with her second jump.
Katrina had a foul on her first attempt, so it looks like she's getting the white flag here. They're marking the measurement now. And over at high jump, Imran did clear on his final attempt at 187 there, so he will be moving on into the competition.
And that'll bump up from 187, Sam, to?
Looks like it'll be going up to 192 here.
Okay.
And Katrina Bauer with a 10.6 on her last jump there, so that currently sits as the cut line to make finals here is 10.6 meters. So as we're getting into the last couple athletes of this second round here and going into the third round of jumps, that's going to be what some of these athletes are thinking about clearing in order to make this finals. Red flag there on Alexa Lowe's second jump.
The public address announcer just announced Sarai's last jump and got a couple of gasps from the crowd. The public address announcer today, Claude Holland, a Northeastern Ohio track and field Hall of Famer in many ways. Great athlete himself in track, and then extremely successful coach in the area at John Adams High School and then Cleveland Heights High School. And his mother was an Olympic athlete in 1948 in the London Games, and then went on and was a successful Masters track and field athlete as well. That's NYU's senior Ariana McCarthy with her second jump. Sam, I know you got a chance to talk to Claude a little bit. I've known him for a long time. It's been a long time since I've seen him. It's his voice right now, if you can hear it in the background. Fun guy to talk to. A lot of experience, a lot of history, not only with him but his mother as well.
Yeah, certainly a great conversation this morning with Claude. Always great to talk to people who have been around the sport for such a long time and have been able to do it at such a high level as well.
Here's the men's high jump. and a jumper from Emory right now.
Yeah, we just saw Tanush Anand clear his first attempt at 192. Looks like almost stayed up there for Henry Brandstatter, but looks like it just fell down on that first attempt there. So, um,
Let's talk about Henry for a little bit. I mean,
yeah,
he's one of the most talented athletes. I mean, being able to do a little bit of everything that we've seen this weekend.
for sure. Obviously, we talked about his long jump success yesterday of going 8 for 8 in his college career of winning the UAA gold medal in that long jump event. Also a multi-time All UAA in the high jump as well. We'll see him in finals today in both the 100 and 200, and then I'm sure he's going to be a spot on that 4x1 relay that he's also represented Emory at national meets as well. So very versatile athlete. You know, anytime you get an athlete that can score potentially 40 points on their own, that's a pretty rare thing in our sport. And so I'm sure Emory is super glad to have him, especially as they're fighting for a team title this year. Nice
There's
clearance there from
very,
Eli Goldman.
very successful jump. Back to the 40-point reference for a second. I mean, think of it in this way: 220 or something like that team points will win this thing, both on the men's and women's side. So if you got one athlete getting 40 of those 220, that's a huge contribution.
Oh, absolutely. And looks like we're just about to start our last round of jumps here for the women's triple jump in the preliminary round. Maya Grant kicking us off, getting the white flag here. She's sitting at third right now with an 11:22, so she'll be looking to move up that podium a little bit. As we just see a clearance there from Aryan in his first jump of the competition. He did come up and enter at 192, so nice first bar clearance there for him.
You know, there are only, if you look at the 9 men that are in the finals of the high jump, there are only 1, 2, 3 of them above 1.9 in their qualifying jumps.
Yeah, and it was a really smooth jump he just had there at the takeoff. Really nice mechanics of staying patient.
Niam O'Donovan from Chicago with her third and final jump.
Yeah, that's a big one too because she had a foul in her first one, second one kind of a misstep, but they still marked it. So she's looking to get past that 10.60. Looks like she's going to get a 10:39 on that jump. Henry with the clearance there at 192 on his second attempt.
Great back and forth here, camera work-wise, from Kevin Gilbert and Andrew Majeski in the men's high jump and the women's triple jump.
Yeah, that arm got real tight to the bar there. Maybe a little bit more patient going up, but clearing a bar is clearing a bar, as we always said. Bars is bars. So anytime that bar stays up on those stanchions, you're a happy person. Sophia Rosenweig on the runway here for Wash U, currently sitting in fourth with a mark of 11.21.
So Henry is getting ready for his next jump, and here's Alexa McMillan.
Sophia's going down the runway here. Feet got underneath her a little bit on that landing.
Got the white flag, though.
Yep.
McMillan is patiently waiting. It's Tim Phils with the camera right there behind Alexa. He is the staff photographer for athletics here at Case Western Reserve University. Anything you see athletic-wise, picture-wise, taken by that young man right there, Tim Phils, does a great job.
An 11.07 there on Sophia's last jump. Just beneath her best of the day so far of 11.21. So
she'll advance.
She's solidly in finals here, sitting in fourth place. Same fourth place that she got at the UA Indoor Championships as well.
McMillan will pull up. So does that count?
That counts. So since she broke the plane of the boards, you have to stop your run up prior to getting to the boards. So since she ran through, that's going to be a foul on her last attempt there. But she's in finals with a jump of 11.51, currently sitting in second. So she'll look to kind of regroup here as she'll get a little bit of a reprieve and break as we finish these last jumpers, and then they deliberate on the finals.
Tanush Anand, the Spartan jumper for Case Western Reserve University. Now, he's very excited about that. It looked like easy money for him, but
I believe
based
that
on
is
his
a personal
reaction,
best.
his reaction, that was a big jump.
Yeah, that is a new personal best for Tanush Anand in college at 197, a first bar clearance here. He's put up a clean sheet so far, so that's an awesome day. I think especially with the quality of this high jump field, it's going to come down to going to come down to misses, and we see Sarai's replay there.
She didn't look happy, but it's probably hard to make herself happy because she's so good at what she
Yeah,
does.
when you're disappointed with a jump that would still be leading the competition, you're probably pretty good at what you're doing.
Here's Henry.
Good clearance there on this first attempt.
Back to the triple jump pit.
It'd be Benochi. She needed a 10.6. See if she was able to get that there.
Brandstatter at 1.91, so he'll move up. Anna Jennings is next in the triple jump. Anna is running down the runway right now.
Looks like that got a red flag there, so that would be the end of Anna's day in triple jump.
A WashU high jumper.
Goldman with a nice clearance there.
Eli Goldman.
We are seeing some really good high jump right now.
The excitement at that end of the track has been fun to hear. There are a lot of athletes supporting their teammates down at that end. Boy, that replay shot's just fantastic.
Yeah, really, really great jump there out of Eli. He also has a clean sheet on the day here. And the clearance there from Aryan at 197, first bar clearance.
Here's Natalie Guevara's last jump.
Natalie currently sitting at 8th with a 10.61. With a few jumpers remaining, she wants maybe something a little bit further to feel a little more comfortable about that spot in the finals, but we'll see what she was able to do here.
Unsuccessful here at 1.97 in the men's high jump.
Yeah, it'll be Imran from Chicago. Natalie on that last jump put a 10.81, on the board, moving up to 7th place. So gets her spot a little bit more secure there as she looks to make that final round.
Elsa Bildsten for Emory.
Yep, and she's currently sitting in 8th with a 10.62, so similar to the position Natalie was just in, wants to put one out a little bit further there. Gets the white flag. Doesn't seem to love it too much as she was getting out of the pit there, so we'll see what this comes in at. 10.48, so her best so far, 10.62, puts her in 8th. There are still 3 jumpers behind her, including Katrina Bauer, who's on the runway now. Katrina's sitting in 9th place currently.
Now, I want to ask you about the start point for the high jump. Is it selective?
Yep, so that's another thing. You kind of choose where you want to start, both in terms of how far away you are from the pit, straight ahead, but also to the side as well, how tight you want that curve to be. Different athletes have tolerance levels of different tightnesses of curve, right? Some people need to run a tighter curve to get their body into the right position for takeoff. Some people like a little bit of a wider curve. Really just depends on how you're able to kind of handle that speed in the J-shaped motion that you'll be running to give your body the most kind of optimal takeoff point.
That's Katrina Bauer in your shot right there for Chicago with her last triple jump. Up next is Carnegie Mellon's Alexa Lowe.
And Katrina still sits at that cut line of 10.6 meters, so she's hoping that the 2 athletes who are sitting behind her on the leaderboard that have yet to do their final jumps don't best that mark.
So here's Tanush Anand for Case Western, and you can see in this shot Tanush is almost as far back as you can get.
Yeah, it looks like we have 4 athletes remaining as they move the bar up to 2 meters even here in this men's high jump.
Tanush celebrated after his last jump, obviously a personal best for him. So everything after this is just icing on the cake. Or as I said yesterday, gravy on the mashed potatoes.
Exactly.
What's happening right now in this moment for Tanush?
You're just trying to keep yourself calm and composed, right? You just hit a big PR, big emotional moment. You're on your home track with your team there. You probably got friends, hanging around as well. You just got to get yourself back focused, locked in, and kind of ready to go into this next bar where you maybe have not taken an attempt before in a meet scenario.
Here we go. Now he took a shorter approach from. Maybe that's his typical approach.
He seems watching him earlier today. It seems like he does have a little bit of a shorter approach there. Kind of uses his stride and his length and his height to kind of help generate that momentum he needs.
I noticed when they started that clap, it was not just Case Western Reserve athletes; it was University of Chicago athletes and others. Is there a brotherhood in the high jump?
Absolutely,
you all
I think
understand each other's
for
situations.
sure. It's definitely just like track and field culture thing as it relates to especially jumps. Jumps does it all the time. And everybody gets involved with it. Just because those athletes had a little extra boost there, as we watch Sophia Ricci, she needs a mark better than 10.6 here. We'll see what that comes in at as they're measuring now.
Henry Brandstatter was unsuccessful in his first attempt.
And big last attempt there for Sophia Ricci as she gets a 10.63 in that final triple jump. That is good enough for 8th place currently. And with no athletes behind her on the board that have yet to jump, it looks like she has just solidified her spot into that final competition.
This is Ania Mohanraj. And back to the men's high jump.
Really like that first jump out of Eli. The bar didn't stay up, but that was a very, very smooth takeoff. Looked to have the right amount of height. Let's see this replay here. Smooth off the ground. Gets those hips up. Just a little bit of a nick of the bar, maybe with his hamstrings as he was getting over top there. Really like that. That's a good first attempt at a 2-meter bar here in an intense competition.
So just to let you know, we're at the 2-meter mark, as Sam just said, and no one qualifying into this finals of the men's high jump has posted a 2-meter jump this year.
Yep. Ari in there on his first attempt just clicked it with his heels as he was kind of going over the top, trying to swing his legs over, through the rest of the jump there. So all of the athletes that are remaining in the high jump competition did miss on their first attempt. So we will see if anybody's able to clear it here on the second.
They're getting the sand ready for the final 9?
Final 9, yep. So the officials are deliberating now, making sure they have everything locked and loaded, and then we'll give some time for the athletes if they need a little bit of a warm-up time again or do a couple run-throughs, and then they'll get into those final jumps.
Here's Tanush Anand for Case Western Reserve. Got it! How about that?
Oh, what a great jump out of Tanush.
Look at him celebrate, young man.
And this is what track's all about, right? That passion of hitting something like a new PR. You work all year for moments like this. Let's see this takeoff here. Super great drive leg. Look at those great movement with his legs there to kind of get out of the way of the bar.
By the slimmest of margins.
Slimmest of margins. You saw a little bit of movement with that bar, but all it has to do is stay on those standards. So in the celebration there, you can just see that passion and excitement.
That was fun.
And especially as we look to what the rest of this board's looking like, putting pressure on the rest of the field to clear it on this attempt here, as he's currently the leader in the competition, having cleared it on the second attempt.
This is Henry Brandstatter for Emory.
Beautiful. You can't jump better than that. That is just an absolutely textbook jump.
Boy, that's how you answer, right?
That is how you answer. And this is a great way to start Championship Sunday, right? You have triple jump going with Sarai Seeley's new season best and a number 4 mark in the nation. You have the high jump right next to it. Henry was way over that bar.
Was.
Great extension of the hips as he's getting up over top there. Great block leg. He's getting in a takeoff. Eli Goldman's getting the clap going here.
Eli Goldman, senior for the Bears of Washington University. He is up and just missed.
Yeah,
so
that's another good attempt though, 2 meter. If you're Eli and his coaches, you'll take that right now. little tweaks that are going to have to happen for him to clear this bar, but he's putting together some really good reps at 2 meters here.
So just to update you, the women's triple jump, we are awaiting the final 9. And the men's high jump, we're down to the final 4 athletes that are jumping.
4 athletes, yep.
2 have cleared, 1 has missed. Here's the now, almost 3 of the 4 in.
And it looked to be a similar miss to his first one there, maybe just clicking it with the heels as he's trying to swing his legs through on that jump.
And Arian was the prohibitive favorite in a tight battle going in, so he'll get another look at that jump.
Yeah, certainly a tight battle. His personal best is a 2.06 meters, so this is a bar he's cleared before. Having been at the national meet indoors, he's familiar with this territory and big pressure jumps here. So as we get into these final attempts for both Eli and Arian, they've put together really good reps so far. Really, really excited to see what this last jump magic can be here. Eli getting the clap going. Amazing jump. He had put together 2 really, really good reps on those first 2 attempts at 2 meters there. Made those little tweaks that he needed to just to kind of get that extra bit of extension over top of that bar as we see this replay here on the screen. Smooth takeoff. Great hip extension over top. And great timing on swinging the legs through. Those ankles touched it a little bit there, but that bar stayed up. That's a really great attempt from Eli on that last jump. And now Arian has a chance to match it, and we could potentially have all 4 of these athletes moving up to what would be a 2.03 bar. Miss there for Arian, so that is going to be the end of his high jump competition. We'll see him later today in the men's triple jump as well. Looked like he had a lot of speed there. Maybe he didn't have the plant that he wanted to get up. But we will be moving on here with 3 final competitors in the high jump. Tanush Anand from Case Western, Henry Brandstatter from Emory, and Eli Goldman from Wash U. As they move that bar up, we can give you the finalists that will be competing in this women's triple jump here. So the 9th place finisher was Elsa Bildston from Emory with a mark of 10.62. You have Sophia Ricci from Carnegie Mellon, currently sitting in 8th. Natalie Guevara from Chicago, currently sitting in 7th. Alexa Lowe from Carnegie Mellon, currently in 6th. Inaya Moharaj, currently sitting in 5th from Carnegie Mellon. Sophia Rosenwig from Wash U in 4th. Amaya Grant from Emory in 3rd. Alexa McMillan from NYU in 2nd. And then our leader with a mark of 12.19 meters is Sarai Sealy from Brandeis. Tanush here, getting ready for his first attempt at 2.03 meters.
So he is in, rare air right now for his own individual career in high jump. And, you could say he's riding on the enthusiasm and the energy. He has cleared 2 jumps that were personal best, and here's his next challenge. Almost jumped early, it looked like. Just a hair early.
It didn't look as smooth as maybe some of his other takeoffs has been, especially as he's getting through the curve here, getting into takeoff maybe a little bit long, and just didn't have that pop to it that he had on maybe his 2-meter jump. So nothing to worry about there, right? He's put together a great series today, and so a bad jump's going to happen every now and then, or a jump that you want to have back. So he'll adjust and get back after it on this second attempt here, and we have Henry from Emory looking to get after it on his first attempt.
So Henry Brandstatter came into this final today without a registered jump. Because?
Probably just whether it was working through potential injury things throughout the season. Obviously, we've talked about how many events he does. That takes a wear and tear on the body as time goes on. So, wanting to keep him fresh potentially is maybe they were just focusing on a couple other areas. Obviously, he's certainly capable of doing it. So, sometimes he doesn't need that competition rep. So it could be a whole variety of things. But
right.
But he did do it at the indoor UAAs and was very successful there, having gotten I believe 2nd place at that meet. So this is familiar territory for him.
Sam Guadagnino, my partner on the broadcast yesterday and today, and this is Sam's specialty right here, the high jump. And Eli Goldman just ducks under that one.
Yep, so that's going to count as a foul there. We've kind of talked about it with some of the other jumps and with pole vault. With high jump, if you start your curve, if you break that plane of where the bar is at, that is going to count as a foul, even if you don't take off the ground. So right there, having the duck under, that's going to count as his first attempt there. Just didn't seem to have the right run up. Looks like we're getting started here with maybe just some run throughs from the athletes in the women's triple jump. You saw Alexa McMillan there getting down the runway, so looks like we'll probably get going there with those finals pretty soon.
Second jump at this height for Tanush Shanand of Case Western Reserve University.
A little bit better of a plant there. You can see him get a little bit more vertical with his body as he's getting up to that bar. So we have the replay popping up. More explosive pop there. Maybe wants to have a little bit more speed so he can carry it through a little bit more. He's landing a little bit tight to the pit right now. I don't think he has a ton of space. So we'll see how he's able to adjust, and this will be his final attempt at 2.03.
Here's Henry Brandstatter in his second attempt. So far, Tanush, Henry, and Eli, all three of them miss on their first jumps.
Yeah, that's just smooth.
Look at him. You can hear the crowd.
That's essentially picture-perfect high jump right there. You can see it in the replay. He's coming through here. Explosive, quick plant. Gives himself that time to rise up into the air. Allows his hips to rise. And then a really good timing on how he's getting his legs through on that jump. That's exactly what you want to see.
He almost, because of, watch at the end, he almost flips himself completely around at the end because he kicked those legs so well, that hip.
Yeah, that timing of when you're able to kind of get your legs through over top on that jump. Those past couple jumps that he's cleared have been textbook, and I like that attempt a lot out of Eli at 2:03 as well. Looked very similar to his first couple attempts at the 2-meter bar. He looks to have the height. Great plant here. Gets his hips over. He's just kind of clipping it with the back end of his hamstrings there as he's kind of getting down, working on that rotation. So he'll talk to his coaches here, kind of work on a game plan of some little tweaks just like he did at that 2-meter bar, and we'll see if he has some last bar magic here as well.
So this is Tanush Anand, last bar magic he is looking for. His third and final attempt at 2.3. Again, anything that happens at this point for Tanush is just icing on the cake. He has, on 2 occasions in this competition of the final today, set personal bests. Does he have one more jump in him? Well, give yourself a pat on the back, young man. He had a heck of a competition in today's final.
Yeah, that was a great day there from Tanush to start it out. We'll see him in the triple jump later as well. Hitting a couple personal best bars. Looks like he's gonna have a great takeoff there. But a couple personal best bars. His first all UAA honor of his career today. So he'll look to add another one in the triple jump later. But really great start as we look to Eli here to see if he can clear it on this last attempt. Oh, that was a really, really nice jump there from Eli. Didn't quite have it, but I mean, you can't be upset with the day that he had today as we watch this replay here. Really like how smooth he was through the curve. Great takeoff, great height. Just nicks it a little bit there as he's going over top with some of the back of his legs. So,
So Henry Brandstatter is your champion.
Henry Brandstatter is your champion. Collects another gold medal here at the UAA titles, his second of the weekend, and I'm sure he's hoping for a couple more later today. And we'll see if he continues to keep jumping here. Looks like they're moving the standards up. Be curious if he goes to this 206 mark or if they're targeting another bar. But it does seem like he's going to continue jumping today.
This is Goldman getting some congratulatory hand slaps from competitors and teammates. And High jump friends.
And while we have a little break in the action, can give you the results that happened in the men's javelin. That started at 9 a.m. this morning over on the throws fields at Case Western Reserve here. Your UAA champion would be Saeed Kadiri from the University of Chicago with a throw of 54.66 meters. That is a season's best for him. In second place, you have Sam Kraus from Brandeis with a mark of 54.27 meters. In third, you have Cal Newell from Wash U with a throw of 53.67 meters, a new personal best for him. Christopher Sumi from Emory, a junior with a throw of 53.51, was in fourth. Ishan Solanki from Case Western Reserve was fifth with a throw of 52.75, a new personal best there. Michael Nelson, a senior from Chicago, with a throw of 52.59, good enough for sixth place. Casey Petrabic from Carnegie Mellon, throw 52.19 for seventh place. And then you have Ryan Anderson from Chicago rounding out our scoring in the men's javelin with a throw of 49.26 for eighth place finish.
So, Sam, 7 of the 8 point scorers had personal bests in that men's javelin.
Yeah, personal best or season's best. You know, it's just like what we've seen here in the men's high jump, what we're seeing in triple jump. Championship Sunday is bringing out the best in these athletes so far, and I think that's only going to continue as we start to get some of these running races underway in just about 40 minutes here.
If we can go back to the men's high jump area, Henry Brandstatter is getting ready to add to his already gold medal performance here at the 2026 UAA Track and Field Championships.
Yeah, and it looks like they're putting that bar up at 2:07. I'm looking right now. I believe that's probably going to be from a national standpoint. One thing with high jump, because everybody kind of does similar progressions or similar bars at meets, it can get really crowded with ties as you think about the national landscape. And so 2.07, there's only one other athlete that's achieved that bar, but there's a lot that have done kind of this 205, 206. That's a really good first attempt there for Henry. So it looks like they're trying to create maybe a little bit of separation in what this national landscape could be if he's able to clear this bar.
So, Sam, let me ask you, what do you learn in a first attempt that you take into the second attempt at a height like this, a height that maybe you've never, experienced before?
I mean, I think the first thing is confidence, right? Like as that bar moves up and depending on how many times you've attempted it, whether it be in practice with a bungee or a bar or in a meet with a bar, if you've never cleared it before, you need to have that confidence that you're going to do it. And I'm sure these athletes are confident in themselves, but that first jump is like, okay, I had a really good takeoff. I know I had the height there. Maybe I tweaked it, hit it a little bit with my back or my back legs as I was coming through. But I know I can do it. I know I can get up that high. So I think that's what you look for a lot of times on that first bar. Second bar, kind of take a deep breath, focus on what you have to do. He's going to get a lot of time here by virtue of being the last jumper. You get I think it's 2 to 3 minutes of space when you're the final in the competition. So he's going to get some time in between these jumps here. Just kind of decompress. He knows he can get this now. He's had some really good jumps in this series today. If he does what he did at that 203 bar, I have no doubts that he has the height to clear this 207 right here.
How much time do you need? You're a high jumper. I mean, that's what you did here at Case Western Reserve University, that and the long jump. How much time is essential in between jumps, especially when you're thinking about all the energy that you're expending also with just the emotions of this moment?
Absolutely. I think it kind of depends on the situation. A championship moment like this, you may want to take a little bit more time just to kind of let yourself be still, get yourself in the right mindset as you approach this next jump. Sometimes athletes are really into just letting it rip again, not wanting to let themselves think in between, right? You had a miss. It was a good miss. You had a good rep with it. If you want to just kind of keep that momentum riding, maybe you're not taking too much time in between. So just kind of depends on the situation.
And he's ready to go. He is going through the motions of getting himself ready for the second attempt. Again, he's already the gold medal winner, the champion of the high jump here at the UAAs in 2026. This is just adding to his legacy of the day.
Looked like it was maybe a little bit flat on that takeoff there. Didn't get the height that we've seen him be able to produce today. So we'll have one more attempt here as we watch this replay. Yeah, it's a little bit flat on that takeoff. Wasn't able to kind of translate some of that speed he had in the curve into as powerful as a pop as we've seen. So he'll get one more attempt at this height. He'll take his time here before putting together a good rep. And I mean, like we've said, this is icing on the cake, right? You already have another UAA championship, a critical 10 points for your team. If you're able to put up a 207 today while you're feeling good to put together a nationals mark, that is just icing on the cake.
The finals, the final 9, we've already worked through the top 15 in the women's triple jump. It is down to 9, and that is scheduled to start here very shortly. Just about the time Henry's done with his third attempt, probably we'll move right back to that triple jump.
Yeah, it looks like the official is opening the runway now for Elsa Biltzen from Emory to kick us off here in this final. So Elsa is currently sitting in ninth with a mark of 10.62 meters. She is 1 centimeter currently behind a scoring opportunity.
So there's a good look at Elsa.
Passed his final attempt at 2.07 meters and will attempt 2.09 meters, 6 feet 10 and 1/4 inch.
And her first jump gets the white flag.
And our PA announcer here, Coach Harrell, from just announced that Henry will be passing his last attempt at 2.07 in favor of taking a jump at 2.09 meters. So he'll get one attempt there at 2.09.
So Claude Holland told us that. So that's 6 feet 10 and 3/4 inches. So Sam, let me ask you: you missed it 2.7. You're taking the final at 2.9, bumping it up because?
Why not send
Why
it?
not?
Why not send it?
Okay.
You know, you've had a good day so far, a good weekend, coming off a long jump win. Gonna have some races later. Send it with a big jump to end it. Sophia Ricci, that looks to be a pretty good start to her finals jumps there with her first attempt. She was sitting in 8th currently with a 10.63 meters.
Riche, the freshman out of Carnegie Mellon.
And here are your finalists. Alyssa Letson of Emory. Sophia Ritchie from Carnegie Mellon.
Looks like that was a 10.67 there for Sophia, so that is a best for her on the day. It does not move her up in the standings. She's still currently sitting in 8th.
Anaya Rising of Carnegie Mellon. Sophia Ozenby of Wisconsin.
Nemo Donovan from University of Chicago.
Mike Brown of Emory. Alexa McMillan.
Her first attempt.
And your leader after the first 3 rounds.
And it looks like potentially we may be done over there at high
Is that
jump.
Katrina Bauer or is that O'Donovan?
That is Natalie Rivera.
Natalie Rivera.
She was sitting in 7th. 10.81 is her best. That last mark was a 10.51, so she's still currently sitting in 7th right now in the competition.
Oh, Natalie Guevara.
Yeah.
I thought you said Rivera.
I was just keeping you on your toes there.
Gotcha.
Now on the runway is Alexa Lowe from Carnegie Mellon, currently sitting in 6th. Her best on the day is a 10.96 so far.
And that's pretty much her best on the season. 10.97 is her personal best this season.
Gets the white flag there from the official. We'll see if she's able to bump up. Currently in a tie with her teammate, Anaya, at 10.96.
So have they moved the high jump bar yet?
So I'm actually curious if this is going to happen over at high jump. It looks like maybe some of the women are starting to lay down the tape measures and get their marks lined up. I don't see the official over there or
And I don't
anybody
see
moving
Henry
up.
either.
So maybe
Yeah.
he just decided to pass overall on it. He does have a busy day, and I'm sure, conserving that energy a little bit is something that he's hoping to do. So great day, UAA title, has more on the table, makes sense.
Make sure that you do check in with the clerking area at least 40 minutes in advance of your ranking. Our winning events will begin at 11.
White flag there for Anaya from Carnegie Mellon.
We will begin with our 4x100-meter relays, followed by the 1500 100-meter.
Well, Hunraj, a senior for the Tartans, she really gets that leg leap right there.
Yeah, that's some pretty crazy extension. A great mark there too. 11.10, her best of the day so far. Still keeps her in fifth place, but that's a really good start to your final round. Builds up that confidence, gets you a little bit of momentum as you head into your next two jumps.
Sophia Rosenzweig for Washington University.
Yeah, currently sitting in fourth, had a season's best today of 11.21 meters with her first jump. See what she's able to do there.
At 11 o'clock, which it has just struck 11 here in northeastern Ohio, the women's discus throw is now underway at an off-site location here on the campus of Case Western Reserve. Amaya Grant.
White flag there from Amaya. Looked to be a pretty good jump there. Be curious to see if that bests her 11.28 mark on the day so far.
Amaya has gone as long as 11.65 in her season this season.
Yeah, it looks like that last mark was just right around that. She got 11.27, so right around where her best on the day is. But still a good start to kind of keep that momentum, make a little bit of a tweak, and see if you can't move up that leaderboard.
This is first-year triple jumper Alexa McMillan from NYU.
Came into the competition ranked 25th in the nation. Really like that jump. White flag from the official. Just the pacing of the different phases that she has. It's just so smooth off the board here. Great second phase extension. Explosive into that final. 11.49, so just 2 centimeters shy of her best on the day. Now we have Sarai Seeley from Brandeis, our leader in the competition. Her best on the day is 12.19. She did that on her second jump of the competition.
Seeley, just a sophomore. We will say her name a lot over the next 2 years.
The men's javelin throw is being contested on another location.
Sarai, more than anybody, just has so much momentum going forward.
Yeah, it's a critical thing. If you're able to kind of maintain that speed, she doesn't get too high on one, so she's able to take all of that speed. Little toe foul there. But we're going to see her later today in the 100-meter final for the women. So she's able to translate that speed that she's building up on the runway from her skill set, get it through that first phase, and continue it into that second phase. It's critical in kind of having those big jumps that she's able to accomplish.
This is Emory's Elsa Bildsten.
Yep, kicking off round 5 here of jumps. White flag there.
Sam, these are obviously athletes in the prime of their life, physical shape-wise, but you said 5th jump. How many jumps do you have in you in a short period of time?
Yeah, that's a really good question, especially at this point in the year. You've been practicing and competing, for most of these teams since October or September even, right? So that starts to weigh on you, especially when you factor in all of the school stress. All these UAA schools are very, very high academic achieving individuals, and so all of that stress and fatigue kind of builds up. And so at this point in the season, you're looking to really have quality of reps, not necessarily quantity during the week. Really building up, focusing on little technique things. And then during a meet setting, you have the strength built up from all of your work kind of cumulatively to this point, right? So you can handle kind of the amount of jumps it takes. And when you're in that competition setting and that adrenaline's rushing and you're in at the conference championship meet, there's no limit on the amount of jumps. You're willing to do whatever it takes to kind of help your team score as many points as possible.
This is Natalie Guevara from Chicago. So how many jumps could it take to finish this off today? Could it take 10?
Well, you only get 6 in if you make the finals of triple jump, and the fact that they split triple jump and long jump. So with long jump being yesterday, you have some athletes that will have done 6 there, like Aryan from Chicago, for example. He had his 6 yesterday in long jump. He had however many he took today in high jump, probably somewhere in that 8 to 10 range. And then he's going to have potentially 6 later today in triple jump, right? So you're looking at upwards of 20 competition reps.
Right.
That you'll have done, across those 3 jumps. I'm certain, that ride or plane ride back to Chicago he's going to be maybe a little bit sore and look forward to getting some, getting some ice on his legs and everything. But this is kind of the moments that you do it for, that you train for, is to be able to come out here against all this great competition and perform at your best.
This is Ania Mohanraj with her second attempt.
I believe that, yeah, I think that was Alexa Lowe. He's currently sitting in 6th. 1096 mark for her on her best today. .67 there as well. So she's currently still locked into that sixth place positioning.
It's that kind of day. Warm jackets, warm coffee, even a hoodie that or a stocking cap. It's mid 40s here in Cleveland today. It was nearly 80 on Friday. That is a real good jump.
That is a white flag there too. I thought that might have been a little bit of a toe foul, but we don't have the greatest point of view from up here and seeing that board. I don't have a great angle on it, so I'm looking at this replay here, see what she was able to do. She had an 11.10, which was the best on the day so far with her last jump. That looks to be another good one. 10.96, so just about 15 centimeters shy of her best on the day. Sophia from Wash U up currently. And that is a nice jump there. Coach looks to be pretty happy with that.
She did not look happy with her last jump.
Yeah, anytime you see a coach have a little bit of pep in his step as he's getting over to look at that official marking, feeling like it could be a good one. It was 11.06, so a little bit shy of her best on the day, but still, another good rep, getting over 11 meters. Build a little bit of momentum going into what will be her final jump.
Athletes starting to warm up for the relays that will start at 11:30. The 4x100 meter relay will be the first one. This is Amaya Grant.
Really like that jump from Amaya Grant. That pacing of those phases, how she spread them out there while still having that explosion into that last phase into the pit. Great extension on the 2. 11.05 on the mark, but I think that's one you can build on there. Right? I think that have that pacing to it. She can let it rip in that final jump.
So Sarai's got the best so far, 12.19. This is the freshman from NYU, Alexa McMillan.
Oh, that's one she'd want to have back. A bit of a toe foul there. Yeah. Bit of a toe foul. So but that was an awesome jump. As we see the replay here.
So Alexa's style, I've noticed the first, 5 to 6 strides, she's looking directly down at her plant feet as she's running.
Yep.
And then she brings her eyes up. And you talked yesterday about the eyes and how important those are to looking forward. Is that a typical style?
Yeah, so you're trying to build that acceleration up in those first few steps there. A lot of athletes, they'll have their starting mark, and then they might have a target mark, like I want my 4th step to be here. At that point, like that's a key for them in accelerating, right? You don't want to have your steps too short. You don't want to have them too long. So athletes will kind of have a target mark that they might aim for there, and then that's just part of the progression as you go from your acceleration phase into your kind of getting tall kind of a phase. You'll see those eyes start to rise, the runs start to get a little bit taller as you approach that board.
Sarai Seeley.
Pretty good jump there from Sarai.
She's all business. Confidence in a triple jumper comes with what, do you think, Sam?
That's a really good question. Everybody kind of has their own superpower when it comes to triple jump. Some people, it is their speed, and so they're able to, they rely on that pretty heavily. Some people, it's their control, their body control in the air. So if you have, that allows you to kind of control that pacing that you see between each of the phases and how you're kind of coming down. Some people, it's the explosion on that last phase. So you see it with some long jumpers sometimes who have a really good long jump. They'll have this super violent and explosive last phase that carries them super far into the pit. As we see Elsa's last jump here, white flag. We'll see what that mark is. She is currently sitting in 8th with 10.72 meters. So looking to maybe move up the table here and get a couple extra points for her team, especially as we look to this potential team battle that's brewing between Emory and WashU, both looking to get over 200 points today.
We talked about that team battle yesterday. Emory, with the strength of their field events, took the lead after day one in the team competition. And Sam's got a tool in his computer program that projects how today will go, and Washington University is projected. Everything's got to happen, obviously, but projected to be strong again in the actual track events and end up edging out Emory today. But there's a lot left to be decided for certain.
Yeah, those live result projections that they have up on our live results, which you can access online. They're just basing that off of the heat sheets for the finals today and everything. So those projections and everything are great, but at the end of the day, win your heat, win the meet, and that's especially true today when everything's a final. So we'll see how the execution piece of it plays out as we see Sophia Richer there with a big jump of 11.04 meters. That moves her up into 6th place, so getting a little bit of last jump magic there to help move her up the table. And as Natalie Guevara getting the white flag here on her 6th and final jump, currently sitting in 8th place with a mark of 10.81 meters.
Warm-ups continue around the track as the 4x100 meter relays will start at 11:30, and that's about 18 minutes away. The women will lead us off, and then the men will follow. We'll go from the 4x100 meter relay into the 1500 meter relay. All championship finals today on Championship Sunday.
And Natalie there from Chicago ended with a 10.68, so she is locked into 8th place position, getting a point for her team.
Alexa Lowe
gets that white flag there. They're getting the mark going. She needs about 8 centimeters to pass up her teammate. And she seems to be happy there in that reaction too with her coach. So we'll see what that mark comes through as. 11.10 meters, so that is going to move her up into 6th place. She's currently in a tie with her other teammate, Anaya Mohanraj. Anaya has the tiebreaker because her second best mark is actually they're both in a dead heat right now. Their second best marks are identical as well, so Anaya has a chance to kind of move ahead here.
And this is her right now.
Red flag there from the official. Looked to be a pretty good jump though. Their coach looks to be a little bit disappointed that one's not going to count, but an embrace there and excitement on the day. Good day for Carnegie Mellon in this women's triple jump, getting 5, 6, 7. That's some good team point result there. So see Sophia on the track here from WashU trying to squeak up a little bit. She needs 8 centimeters to kind of pass Amaya Grant for 3rd place. Looking to get on the podium here.
Yeah, 3 in the top 9 for Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah. Anytime you're able to stack points like that, that's a big deal.
Rosenzweig.
White flag. See what it is. Don't know if that's going to best her top mark on the day. 11.16, so just shy of it. She's going to finish in 4th place here for WashU, get some good team points. That will be much needed on the day.
Here's Amaya Grant from Emory.
Yep, Maya locked into, at minimum, an all UAA position on the podium. She's looking to get into that 2nd or 1st place position here with a big jump. That looked to be a pretty good one. Really like what she did on that last jump there. 11:35, not going to be enough to move her up, but ending with a best on the day. We'll be seeing her later in this competition as well. I believe that'll be in the 400 meter. Yep, we'll see her in that 400 meter final later today. So good result for her to be on the podium to start, and I'm sure she's looking to do that later today as well.
Here's Alexa McMillan in her first ever University Athletic Association championship final. Just a first-year athlete at NYU.
Yeah, she got 2nd indoors, looking to beat Sarai here. That looks to be a pretty darn good jump. Gets the white flag from the official.
She got a fist bump from her coach.
Yeah. I don't know if it's going to be quite, 11:86. So that's a new personal best, D3 number 13 for Alexa to end the day here. Really great result for her as a freshman coming in. Moves her up that national table a little bit more. That's exactly what you want to see in a championship setting. And it looks like looks like Sarai might be passing
Just
on her final
up,
jump.
yeah.
I'm sure we'll expect to see her in the 4x1s that are kicking off here just in a few minutes. So looking to conserve her energy for that, as well as the 100 final later today. So it looks like Sarai Seeley will be your champion with a mark of 12.19 meters.
Sam, we got about a 13-minute break until the 4x100 meter relay final start with the women. So we'll stay with you visually to continue to tell the story through the great camera work of Kevin Gilbert and Andrew Majeski in the direction of Mike Becker. But Sam and I are going to step away for a moment, take a short break. We'll be back probably a couple of minutes before that 4x100 meter relay starts to set the stage for that championship final.
The official track time is 11:25. We are 5 minutes away from the start time of our women's 4 by 100-meter relay. please see the umpire's flag as the same sustains on the number 1, yellow and white. Can I see an umpire's flag at the end zone number 2? I see yellow and white. End zone 3. I see yellow and white. And here are your teams in the women's 4x100 relay final. Running the name at number 2, the University of Chicago. And name at number 3, Brandeis. Running in name at number 4, they are your Division 3, Washington University. With a season time of 46.247. Running lane number 5, Emory. And lane number 6, Reserve. And rounding out the building in lane number 7, Carnegie Mellon. We are yellow at end zone number 3. Extend zone number 1. Are we white or are we yellow? Extend zone number 1. We are yellow. Extend zone number 2. We are white. We are white at 3. Still yellow at 1. Extend zone number 1. We are white. Is the starter. We are prepared.
Welcome back to DeSanto Field, Bill Sudik track. We are just seconds away from starting the 4x100 meter relay. This is a championship final, women's 4x100 meter relay. Let's set the lane assignments for you. University of Chicago is in lane 2 with a qualifying time of 49.28. In lane 3, it's Brandeis, qualifying time 48.08. Lane 4, WashU, the prohibitive leader, qualifying time 46.24. Emory in lane 5, 47.45. The Spartans of Case Western Reserve, lane 6, 48.26. And in lane 7, Carnegie Mellon, 50.049. The runners are in their blocks, and Sam, we're about ready to start. This one will go fast. Maybe the most exciting, right? The 4x100 relay.
Absolutely. Love to watch the 4x1. Teams to watch out for here. WashU ranked 2nd in Division 3 currently with their seed time. Emory ranked 24th. And they're off here.
WashU in lane 4, Emory in lane 5, approaching the first handoff. The explosion out of those handoffs.
Yeah, looks like we got some clean handoffs there too. It's always especially in this race, you have those blind handoffs. It's always a good thing whenever you get a smooth one through.
And WashU has really started to step out in front. Emory close behind, but it's definitely a WashU race to lose right now, heading into the final 100 meter.
Looks like WashU had a little trouble with the handoff, but then it gets clean. They're home away free here. Looks like we're gonna have a real battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th. Emory's right there. Brandeis
in Chicago fighting for 3rd, and it will be a lean. Might be Brandeis that leaned in at the end.
From our angle, it looked like we might have gotten Brandeis in 3rd, but we'll see once these times come through here. 46.39 from WashU. Emory 47.43 in 2nd. Looks like the 47.95 from Brandeis to get that all UAA position. Chicago 48.01.
There are your three winners right there.
Yep.
WashU, Emory, and Brandeis.
Case Western in 5th here with 48.85, and then Carnegie Mellon at 51.95 in 6th.
That was not disappointing. I mean, you get amped up watching a 4x100 relay, and that was everything that you hoped it would be.
And the WashU women there finished .13, just a tenth of a second away from breaking that UAA record that was set by Emory back in 2024. So almost had it. Really great run from them. And that third place finish there with Brandeis in Chicago, neck and neck finish right down to the line there in that 4x1 relay.
So let's set you up for the men's 4x100 meter relay with the lane assignments and the qualifying times. Brandeis will start in lane 1, and their qualifying time 43.58. NYU in lane 2, 42.32. Chicago in lane 3, 42.14. Emory with the top qualifying time, they are in lane 4, 41.78. And then right behind them, WashU in lane 5, 41.85. Carnegie Mellon in lane 6, 42.23. And Case Western Reserve in lane 7, 42.39. But, you know, Sam, you look at these times, you're talking tenths of a second that separate, you know, the top time to the 8th place time.
Yeah, we're going to look at a really, really tight battle here with the seed times that these men have in this race. It's going to be a real focus on that execution of the handoffs. You can't waste any time with how tight these teams are ranked next to each other. So you got to really focus on hitting your marks on your handoffs, getting it together smooth, and then passing that baton on to your next teammate smooth as well. So that's going to be a critical focus here for these teams to be able to separate themselves in a field that seems to be really tight together.
You know, you just amplified the point. The handoff are so key. How much time do you spend practice week-wise working on handoffs at race speed?
Yeah, you know, it's always tough to replicate that race scenario. Some teams will train where they have, you know, the handoff happening in, let's say, lane 4, and then they have runners going in 3 and 5, so they can kind of simulate what it's like to be handing off while there's traffic around you. But it's definitely a focus that you get to every week, just making sure that you get quality reps, not necessarily quantity at all times, but really getting some quality reps to make sure you're simulating these conditions.
Sam, I think maybe more so than any other time in recent memory, you look back to the last Summer Olympics, and the United States relay teams really struggled at the handoffs.
Exactly. You can have all the Jimmies and the Joes, but if you don't have that technique and that execution when it comes to handoffs, at the end of the day, it doesn't really matter. You're not going to win. So it's an absolutely critical part of this race. Obviously, we have a lot of very deep and talented 100-meter teams here. We'll see those guys later in 8 of those guys later in the 100-meter finals, and probably the 200 as well. But in this race here, it's all about being a team and executing as a team.
Well, as you can see, the runners are in their not only lanes but in their starter blocks. And we're about ready to start the men's 4x100 meter relay championship final.
Clean start here. Carnegie Mellon looks to be off good, making up the stagger on their outside lane there. Smooth handoff for everybody. A good exchange zone there. White flag from the official.
WashU and Emory in the middle. Into the final 100-meter handoff.
Coming into this final one here.
Boy, this is tight, Sam.
Carnegie Mellon looks to be in the lead coming down the straight with WashU chasing behind.
Emory
Henry
trying to jump into
trying
second.
to get in the second place here, chase him down.
Wow. I tell you what, Carnegie Mellon had a decent lead going into that final 100, and Emory and WashU almost caught the Tartans.
Yeah, what an exciting race that was there. You know, we knew this was going to be a tight one coming in with how close all of these seed times were, and talked about how critical that execution was going to be in the handoffs.
The celebration
and
of a
they
champion.
absolutely delivered.
Yep.
Carnegie Mellon from the start, too, they started to make up that stagger. They had a beautiful first handoff, get into that second leg down the back stretch there you're seeing now. Really smooth third handoff as well, and then really starting to build that lead around this second bend here. Really great race technically out of the Tartans there. And like you said, we saw a really, really tight finish in how WashU and Emory kind of making up some ground there to get into second place. You can see here as we're coming around the bend, they may be lagging behind the Bears from WashU a little bit there, but then they handed off to who else but Henry Brandstatter to kind of bring it home down this final straight, who was able to kind of make up that gap and finish at second place for his team, which are, again, we've mentioned it once today, we'll mention it 1,000 times, but these team points in this relay is critical. The extra 2 points that you're able to get by being in second place could be a major difference as we come down to the wire.
The close for the Emory Eagles in that final 100 was absolutely fantastic. And if you look at Carnegie Mellon, they qualified with the fourth fastest time in the men's 4x100, and they win it.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen some great sprint marks out of them this weekend in some of the open races, and they've had some depth and talent across those races as well, and that certainly showed throughout the competition that we just saw here.
Sam, with the running events happening right now, and starting off with the 4x100, the energy and the electricity here at DeSanto Field Sudic Track, and even with you and I here in the press box, it immediately amplifies everything.
Oh, you can absolutely, you love this start, right? You start with the field events and some of what we saw in the high jump, the triple jump, and even that men's javelin with how many guys were hitting personal best and season best on the day, and it just carried over into start of these running races here. We're in for a treat on this championship Sunday here at the UAA Championships, and I can't imagine a better start to what we've seen here so far with these, how exciting these races are, how amplified the crowd is. It's really, everything you can ask for.
There's the starting area for the women's 1,500 meter final. The 1,500 meter final. A couple of heats here.
Couple of heats, and this is a unique final where it's just fastest time wins, right? So whether that comes from the first heat here or if it's coming from the second heat, the fastest time's going to win, and the first heat here is going to have what is the slower seed times or the no times, but that doesn't mean that there aren't competitors here that are certainly capable of going out and winning this. A few to kind of highlight here: we have Riley Clark from WashU, who we saw yesterday win that steeplechase title. We have Nora Holmes from Chicago, who is an NCAA champion, and her resume has been a national qualifier and All-American before. We have Ashlyn Pelota from NYU, who was actually, as a true freshman, was the cross-country champion of the UAA this past fall and an All-American. And then we have Janie Cooper from NYU as well, who's been a 4-time NCAA qualifier and All-American in her resume. So very, very talented women in this field from this first heat that are going to go try and set a time here that this second heat's going to have to live up to.
Out front, number 3, wearing the bib 3 from Carnegie Mellon, Elise Kemp.
Elise Kemp with an indoor mile 8th place finisher at the UAA, so she has certainly been around this block before and produced as well. So we have a really, really deep 1,500 group across this entire conference here. In the second heat, we're going to have 5 girls that are ranked in the top 25 or top 50 in the nation in this event. So just an absolutely stacked field from top to bottom in both of these heats.
There will be 27 overall runners in the women's 1,500 meter finals, 15 in this first heat and 12 in the second heat. If you look at some of the times posted coming in this first heat, Elise Kemp, who is in the early lead, 4 minutes 46.66 seconds. Then you got Nora Holmes of Chicago, 4:45.11.
It'll be interesting here as we get through. When we're getting through this second lap, when people start to make a move, when they start thinking about that, to start stringing out this field a little bit more. Some of those leaders, you're starting to see a little bit spread out of a field, but really when they start to make the move, especially when it's a timed final, and there's no finals tomorrow on Monday, so they really got to leave everything they have out on the track here.
Janie Cooper from NYU, tucked in inside lane, running 3rd right now. I believe that's Riley Clark from WashU.
Yep.
Right up front now.
Yeah, but we saw her yesterday in the steeplechase really get out to that lead and try and set that pace for the rest of the folks to chase down. Seems like he has a similar strategy right here in this 1,500.
So this is the 3rd full lap, and then they'll run a 300 in that final lap.
Yeah, we're seeing a little bit of separation here starting to form in that front four. We have Riley Clark, the two NYU athletes, and then Elise Kemp from Carnegie Mellon. Athlete from Chicago there seeming to kind of bridge the gap in between that lead pack and what will be the chase pack behind. So we'll see if she's able to make a move to kind of stick with those front four as we get into another turn here. And it looks like that front pack is becoming three here as Elise Kemp from Carnegie Mellon starts to drop back a little bit. You have Nora Holmes from Chicago starting to move by her. And you have these two athletes from NYU that are starting to move past Riley Clark here as we go down the home stretch.
Janie Cooper just took the lead.
Yeah,
from
looking
NYU.
to get in the bell lap here, Ron.
Also Ashlyn Pilata from NYU passing Riley Clark with 300 meters to go.
Yeah, we'll get a full lap here to end it off. We'll see how these athletes are able to close here, see if they can kick it into a high gear. Looks like Janie Cooper and Ashlyn Pilota from NYU taking it out in front. Nora Holmes from Chicago moving past Riley Clark in the third, trying to bridge that gap down to the NYU athletes down this back stretch here.
So Pilata, the freshman for NYU, and Janie Cooper, the senior.
And you have Ayla Grabenbauer from Case Western, who we saw yesterday finish fourth in the steeplechase, moving down this back straight, trying to pass Riley Clark here as well as we get into this final turn of the race.
That's Janie Cooper starting to extend her lead, but
and
here comes
Nora
Carnegie Mellon.
Nora Holmes here from Chicago is starting to move by Ashlyn Pilota, is trying to track down Janie Cooper as we're getting into the final 120 of the race, and Janie Cooper looks like she just kicked it into another gear as well. We're going to have a sprint to the finish here down this back straight.
Holmes and Cooper. Cooper in the yellow shoes, really starting to spread it out. Holmes trying to catch her. And how about Case Western Reserve University?
Ayla Grabenbauer here getting into third place, really motoring down this back stretch on her home track here. Ashlyn Pilota, Riley Clark look to bring it up in fourth and fifth. Maybe Riley Clark's about to edge out Ashlyn there. Then we have the athlete from Carnegie Mellon, Julia Halluck from Case Western, the Brandeis athlete here. Everybody sprinted to the finish.
What a final 400 from Grabenauer.
Yeah, you really start to see that move from her on that back stretch around 250 to go to move past Riley Clark, and then as they got around that turn into the finish, she really hammered it home.
There's your winner, Janie Cooper. Janie Cooper, the senior out of NYU, champion of the women's 1,500 meters.
Oh, we still got another heat here to go.
Well, exactly. I'm sorry. I got
ahead of
myself
here, Ron. We got the. She set the time to beat though, so she set a good time of 4:38.91. That these athletes are going to in the second heat are going to have to go, best. We do have quite a few seat times that have gotten past that this year, but it's Championship Sunday. Anything can happen, and we'll see. If this race starts to go out a little bit slow, they have to have that number in the back of their mind, and they got to pick up that pace.
And that number is
4:38.19, I believe, or 91, excuse me, is that time to beat for this second heat. Nora Holmes finished second there with a 4:40.24. Ayla Grabenbauer from Case Western, 4:41.39. Riley Clark from Wash U, 4:43.65. Ashlyn Pilota from NYU, 4:43.72. Those are your top five from Heat 1 there. So we'll see as this second heat gets going how they decide to push the pace.
Now, Sam, there are 12 in this second heat, and the top qualifying time coming in is Carnegie Mellon's Margaret Ann Healy at 4:29.05.
Well, I believe we have Lucinda Laughlin in there too from Wash U, who's actually the top time in Division III right now, sitting at a
4:23.98. I missed that.
So top time in Division III. Would expect her and Margaret Ann, like you said, to kind of set this pace here. We also have Emma Kelly from Chicago, Madison Tiaffi from Emory, and Jillian Heth from Wash U that all are in the top 50 right now. All of these athletes have also, those five that I mentioned, have been NCAA qualifiers before and All-Americans. You have Katie Rector, who's been an All-American as well, and Rachel Singer from Chicago also in this heat. We saw Cameron Gupta and Davis Johnson yesterday have really good days, finished top five in the steeplechase as well. So we have an absolutely loaded heat here, and we'll see how these athletes progress through this race to beat that 4:38.91 that Janie Cooper set down.
Well, Lucinda Laughlin, the sophomore from Wash U, out front with one of her teammates in a tight pack here on the first 300 meters. Laughlin in the lead.
Yep, looking good so far. Pretty tight pack here throughout that first lap and a half of this race.
Katie Rector right behind her. There are actually 3 Wash U runners. Jillian Health would be the third, the first 3 there. Health moves into second slightly.
Looks like this pace is starting to pick up here as we move down that back stretch. Starting to get a little bit more strung out as we enter this third turn of the race. And those top athletes that we were expecting are doing the thing right now as we get down to 2 laps to go here, 800 meters left in this race.
Chicago moving into the top 3.
Yeah, it looks to be Emma Kelly there.
And Sam the Sun is starting to come out.
Yeah, I'm sure this is
We
going to
haven't
be
seen this in 2 days.
2 days, and that sun poking through is just shining down bright on these UAA athletes here today. So hopefully that sun stays out here, especially as we start moving into sprint races. But we see a little pushing and shoving there as they move down the back straight. Margaret Ann Healy from Carnegie Mellon looking to make a move. She goes out the offside of Emma Kelly from Chicago, passing the Wash U athletes right now, and they're really looking to push the pace here up front. Looks like that might be Lucinda Laughlin there from Wash U in the lead with Margaret Ann right behind her.
Those 2 coming in with the top qualifying times. Margaret Ann Healy at 4:29.05 and Lucinda Laughlin at 4:23.98. They're in the top 2. Katie Rector behind them in that shot right there from Washington University. They're the top 3.
Yeah, it looks like they're starting to create a little bit of a gap there too. So down to the bell lap here, about 4:50 to go in this race, and thinking about that 4:38 on the horizon here that they have to beat. So
they head into this final lap, 3:22 on the time.
And it looks like it's getting down to a 2-person race there with Lucinda Laughlin and Margaret Ann Healy from Carnegie Mellon. Third place, Katie Rector from Wash U there, and then a gap into that chase pack, currently led by an Emory athlete.
Laughlin, the sophomore. Can she keep the lead from Margaret Ann Healy?
Yeah, it looks like there may be a little bit of separation forming there for her in the lead.
.200 meters left. Laughlin really starting to push it out.
Yeah, I think she's got this one in control here with about 150 to go. She's widening that lead. And look at here, second and third. We're seeing Katie Rector from Wash U maybe starting to close that gap, but Margaret Ann's kicking it into gear with 100 to go.
Laughlin at 4:14 on the clock.
We have Madison Tiafe there from Emory in fourth. Lucinda Laughlin's going to take this UAA title.
Laughlin's best, 4:23.98. She won't hit that, but she'll be real close, 4:28.
Madison Tiafe there in fourth. We have the athlete from NYU fifth, Catherine Frank. And now we'll see how tight these finishes are to what happened in that first heat. We know our UAA champion is going to be Lucinda Laughlin from
Right
Wash
there,
U.
wearing number 11. That's Laughlin, and that's her runner-up, Margaret Ann Healy. Healy with 7, Carnegie Mellon on her jersey front. There's Laughlin and her teammates.
And it looks like Janie Cooper from NYU from that first heat is going to get fourth. Based on her time. That was good enough for fourth place. We have Lucinda Laughlin, who ran a 4:28.91 to bring home the UAA title. Margaret Ann Healy from Carnegie Mellon with a 4:33.98. Katie Rector from Wash U with a 4:36.24. Madison Tiafe from Emory with a 4:38.92. And then Catherine Frank from NYU with a 4:40.98. Those were your top 5 in Heat 2. As we look into the compiled results here across both heats and who our scorers were, we have Ayla Grabenbauer from Case Western from Heat 1 finishing 8th with a time of 4:41.39. Catherine Frank was in 7th. Nora Holmes from Heat 1 from Chicago and finished in 6th. Madison Tiafe from Emory in 5th. Janie Cooper, the winner of Heat 1, finished 4th. Katie Rector from Wash U in 3rd. Margaret Ann Healy from Carnegie Mellon in 2nd. And then Lucinda Laughlin from Wash U is your UAA champion. So 3 athletes from Heat 1 there found their way into that top 8 in scoring points for their team.
And the host school, Ayla Grabenbauer, set a personal best with her 4:41.39, and it was her finish that really made the difference there. That was fun to watch.
Absolutely.
In Heat 1. You look at the top 8 scorers, and 3 of those 8 scored season bests or personal bests, and that's been fun to watch today too. We've had that happen in several of these championship final heats.
Yeah, and that's the beauty and the curse of a 2-heat final, where you really are racing the clock as well as the people next to you. You can't sit back and have the pace come to you. You kind of have to be active in how you set that pace and really chase it. And we saw how the top 3 athletes in that second heat did that, but the athletes in Heat 1 really went after that as well to kind of set the mark that people had to live up to.
So up next is the men's 1,500 meter final. There are 2 heats in this one. Let's set you up for the first heat, section 1 of the 2 finals in the men's 1,500 meter. If you look at it, Sam, qualifying time-wise, a couple of runners really jump out to you. 2 from the University of Chicago, 1 from Emory, and 1 from Case Western Reserve, at least in qualifying times. 2 from Emory. So
yeah,
there's
absolutely.
like 5 of them that are all right there.
Yeah, again, another loaded 1,500 meter field here. In this first heat, too, we're going to see Theo Udelson-Nee from NYU, a freshman. He was an All-American indoors. He finished 3rd in the indoor mile. So we're going to see him in the first heat here look to set a pace just like his teammate Janie Cooper did in that first heat of the women's 1,500. And then we also have Liam Haggerty, a junior from NYU, who's also been an NCAA qualifier. He finished 2nd indoors in the mile as well. So those 2 are going to be looking to set the pace here as we getting into this first heat. And then, like you said, in the second heat, we have a really great mix of people who have won UAA titles before, like Ryan Vanderberg and Alec Harrison from NYU, as well as multiple NCAA qualifiers across the field as well, like James Corbett, Maximilian Sudzinski from Wash U, and Huck Oakes from NYU as well. So really, really strong field here, super deep across both of the heats as we see these guys basically sprinting down this back stretch to start.
The first 300 meters in the 1,500 meter race is underway. That starting line is now in sunshine, which is just really fun to see.
It is a welcome sight here for sure. I'm sure you see some of the athletes here starting to take off their jackets and everything. Sun's out, guns out. Coming through the end of this first 300 meters here, the crowd's starting to get animated. Everybody's getting excited. Both of the NYU athletes seem to be going out into the lead here, coming through in like a 47 through this first 300 meters. You're seeing a pretty strung out race here for being like 400 meters into this race. They're really looking to set the pace here up front, see who in this heat can hang with them, but then also, maybe strike some fear into that second heat.
Haggerty and Udelson-Nee are the top 2 runners right now from NYU. Got an Emory Eagle moving up in the pack.
It looks like we have a top pack forming here of about 5 guys. Both of those NYU athletes we've mentioned. Simeon from Chicago, Amos Press from Emory. Isaac Cohen from Chicago in that top group as well. 2 to go here, 800 meters left in this 1,500 meter race.
Heat 1 of 2 in the men's 1,500 meter. Lucinda Laughlin was the women's champion.
Yeah, that top 4 here is starting to separate pretty good. Seeing that pace start to pick up for them as well. I think we're going to have a really fast lap here, Ron. This last lap is going to be cooking.
500 meters remain in this 1,500 meter race. 2 violets, 2 maroons in the top 4.
They're starting to motor. They're starting to motor real good right now. So
Haggerty's in the lead, and right behind him is Simeon Gasons from Chicago.
Yeah, Liam Haggerty in the lead right now. We'll see when somebody starts to make the move. We saw it in the 4x8 yesterday, a kick from the Case Western athlete around 200-meter marks and an answer from the WashU athlete here. So we'll see as we approach this last 200, 300 meters here, if anybody in that top grouping starts to make a kick and how that gets answered by the people around them. .250 to go here.
Still 3 real tight, including the leaders, Geesons and Haggerty. Haggerty with a stride lead.
Udelson Knee here, from NYU, starting to come around the shoulder of that Chicago athlete, getting into this home stretch. He's going out into lane 2.
He may pass his teammate.
Yeah, we got to sprint down here to the finish, and those NYU athletes are starting to pull away a little bit.
Haggerty
a battle between
and
the Violets.
Knee.
And watching the clock here, they're going to put down a really, really strong time here for these second heat athletes to kind of chase.
Just under 3:54.
Yeah, 3:54.11 looks like to be the official time that's coming through here from Udelson Knee, who takes that first heat. Liam Haggerty from NYU, his teammate, 3:54.28. Simeon Gasons from Chicago, 3:55.64. Isaac Cohen from Chicago, 3:57.06. Brendan Bradish from Case Western, 3:58.66. Jay Woodhouse from Case Western, 4:01.36. Amos Prez from Emory, 4:01.99. Parker Cook from Brandeis, 4:07.82. Zach Glover from Emory, 4:08.13. Tanae Perrick from CMU, 4:13.12. Dashiel Janicki, Brandeis, 4:13.51, and William Drennan from Brandeis, 4:25.04. So that time to watch here, 3:54.11, is really, really cooking to get around the track. That is a really strong mark that these athletes in the second heat are going to have to push themselves towards.
12 runners in that first heat. There will be 12 more in the second heat, called the faster heat, the slow heat, then the fast heat. So, Sam, as you look at the layout of this second heat, some of the runners that stand out to you.
Yeah, some of the runners. You have James Corbett, an experienced guy from WashU who's been around not only the UAA before, but also has seen some, All-American, 3-time national qualifier on some relays. You have Ryan Vanderberg, who has won a UAA title before. Huck Oakes, who is an NCAA qualifier indoors this year. Maximilian Sadzinski, who from WashU, who was on their DMR All-American relay indoors here. Donovan Crowley from Case Western as well was an all UAA as a freshman last year in the indoor mile, 4th place last year in the 1500. I think we're going to see him put down a good time as well. He was part of that 4x8 battle with WashU at the end of the day yesterday. So I think we're in for a real treat here in how these athletes chase down that time from Udelson Knee of 3:54.11.
Just about ready to go. Runners to the line.
Guns off here. Sprint down the back stretch. And I think we're going to see these athletes really start to push it from the start here. They know they're going to have to put their best foot forward in order to beat the time that's already been laid down. And so I don't think we'll be seeing too much sitting and kicking. I think we'll be seeing some pace pushing from the start.
That is Rishi Shadak Sharapa in the lead right now for Washington University. Joined by teammate Caleb Brox. Brox has now stepped into the lead.
Yeah, I'm going to look for these NYU athletes here that are currently sitting in the back of the pack, see if they move up. They're some of the more accomplished folks in this field as well, and a very talented field. So we'll see if they start to bounce outside and maybe start moving up here as we get to the back stretch. And there you see one of the NYU athletes move up on the inside there, push into that top pack of around 6 athletes, getting a little bit strung out. See an athlete from Emory, see a hip number on that. I believe it might be Ryan Vanderberg from Emory, number 2, moving to that lead there.
Donovan Crowley for Case Western Reserve University.
And James Corbett there from WashU, right in the thick of things as well. So looks like we're just about to approach 800 meters to go here. These athletes are moving pretty good to start off. that athlete from Carnegie Mellon, Stephon Landridge, as well, pushing up in the 4th place right now.
First 2 laps in 1:46.
And we see that NYU athlete there in 5th start to move up.
Crowley from Case Western Reserve running 2nd right now.
And we're just approaching around 600 to go. Stephon Landridge from CMU looking good here in 3rd, starting to move up onto the shoulder, or onto the hip of Donovan Crowley a little bit here. James Corbett behind them in 4th, and Ryan Vandenberg in the lead going into 500 to go. And we have that athlete from Chicago here, Vincent Crenshaw, moving up into 5th, looking to close that gap there down to that top 4 group.
Here comes Carnegie Mellon.
Yep, and there goes James Corbett around the outside here, pushing up in the 3rd place. We have 400 meters to go. You got to start watching the clock here too. 3:54.11 was the time to beat from that first heat.
We're at 3 minutes. WashU making a move.
Pushing. It looks like Ryan Vandenberg had to get bumped out in the lane
out.
too. Not sure what happened there.
Crowley in the lead for Case Western Reserve.
And James Corbett and Vincent Crenshaw. Crenshaw's going down the inside of Crowley right now. Corbett around the outside. And they're starting to kick with around 2:50 to go. We'll see if there's any answer from Vandenberg or Crowley here. And now we got a top 3
right
here.
Now.
Crenshaw, Corbett, Crowley.
Who's got enough left? Or who's got a little extra? We're going to find out right now.
We see something here happening behind them too.
Here comes Crowley.
Crowley from Case Western on his home track, looking to have enough mustard to get home here.
Can he stay? It looks like he will.
It looks like he's going to take this. Vincent Crenshaw from Chicago going to take 2nd place. Watching
Crowley,
the clock.
the Spartan on his home track, the Sudik track, a champion here in the UAA. How about that? Look at the celebration.
So many teammates and alumni around there. Looks like the scoreboard's a little bit slow to update here, so we'll get that times to you when we get them. 3:51.47 for Donovan Crowley to finish 1st. That is your UAA champion in the 1,500 meter. Stephon Landridge from Carnegie Mellon. That can't be right. That was Vincent Crenshaw. We'll wait for the times to become official here.
Sam, here's the final 100 meters.
Yeah, so Crowley coming in basically tied for 2nd there with James Corbett. You have Vincent Crenshaw ahead of him, and then Crowley just gets in the lane 2 there and muscles his way down the track to finish 1st here at Case Western Reserve with a bunch of teammates and alumni cheering him on down that home straight there.
You know, he took the lead for a moment with about 300 meters left when it looked like there was some, I don't know if he ran into Vandenberg or if Vandenberg ran into him. There's Kathy Lanise, the longtime distance coach, talking to Crowley right now here at Case Western Reserve University. But that final 300 meters was exciting on several levels.
Absolutely, yeah. Not sure what happened there. I'm not sure if we'll see a protest at all about what happened to Vandenberg. I didn't really catch it live. What may have tripped him up or if he just started to lose some steam there. But yeah, you saw multiple kicks with Crenshaw and Corbett down that back straight there with around 2:50 to go. Really seemed like they were starting to go a little bit more all out. And Crowley just stayed with them, stayed on their hip a little bit, and then decided to make his move a little bit later with 100 to go, and seems to pay off for him as he got that UAA title.
We got about a 15-minute wait right now between the end of that 1,500-meter final and the start. The next event is scheduled to start at 12:15, so about 11 minutes. The 100-meter hurdle final, the women will lead, and then the men will follow. So Sam and I will step away while they put hurdles on the track, and we'll continue to bring you the wonderful pictures of what's happening here today at DeSanto Field in the UAA Championships, brought to you by Kevin Gilbert and Andrew Majeski and Mike Becker, our production crew here at Case Western Reserve. But Sam and I are going to take a break, and we'll be back. Get everybody ready for the 100-meter hurdles.
For sure. Real quickly before we do, I'll just give everybody that top 8 finishers that scored in that men's 1,500 before we step away. So like we said, Donovan Crowley from Case Western brings home that UAA title with a new NCAA Division III number 24 mark of 3:51.47. Vincent Crenshaw from Chicago finished in 2nd with 3:52.44. James Corbett from WashU 3:53.60. From Heat 1, Theo Udelson-Nee from NYU, 354.11. His teammate also from Heat 1, Liam Haggerty from NYU, 354.28. Ryan Vanderberg from Emory, 355.12. Simeon Gasons from Chicago, 355.64 from Heat 1. And then Alex Hritzson from NYU, 355.81 to round out our scores in that men's 1500 meter relay. Or 1500, sorry.
I'm sorry, but all you can do is pick up the score of that finish line seat. Just move down to the other finish line because we are switching tracks. And make sure that you athletes have to meet in the back and the finish line will be heating up. Heat up the standing so you get some. Make your way down there if you want to see that track finish in our women's 100 hurdles. Again, our next event is scheduled for 12:15, our women's 100-meter hurdle final. And our next event on the track is our women's finals for the 100-meter hurdles. Running in lane number 1. Esther Reki Kikuyu of East-Western Reserve University. Running in lane number 2. Sarah Ball of East-Western Reserve University. Running in lane number 3. Megan Taylor of Emory. Running in lane number 4.
Up next here at Bill Sudik Track, DeSanto Field in the University Athletic Association Championship Finals is the women's 100-meter finals. Let's set the lane assignments for you first, and then we'll have Sam diagnose who his leaders are and favorites. In lane one, three of the 8 sprinters in the 100-meter hurdle finals are from Case Western Reserve University, and the first one is Esther Umizu-Rike Chukwu, and she's in lane 1. Sarah Ball, her teammate, is in lane 2. Megan Taylor from Emory and Kelsey Coley from Emory are the lanes 3 and 4 runners. In lane 5, another Spartan. It's Grace Masunis. Masunis is in lane 5. And then Campbell Fennell from Emory in lane 6. Juliet Winecki from Chicago in lane 7, and in lane 8 from Carnegie Mellon, Enia Muhuranjaj. Those are your top 8 in the 100-meter women's finals. And Sam, as you look at that, some names that jump out to you.
Yeah, I think Kelsey Coley for sure is the one that jumps out. Indoor 60-meter champion in the UAA, national qualifier in the 60 hurdles, comes in with the top seed time. Ran the top seed time yesterday. I think we look for her to potentially take home another UAA title on her resume in a freshman year. Grace Masunis as well from Case Western was on the podium indoors this year in the 60-meter hurdles, got second. Comes in with the second fastest seed time as well. I think we look for her to potentially be on the podium. And then I think we have an interesting fight for this third spot here. A lot of athletes in that kind of 15 mid, 15 low range here between Campbell Fennell from Emory, Megan Taylor from Emory, and Sarah Ball from Case Western, as well as Juliet Winecki from Chicago. So I think amongst those 4, we're going to have a fight for that third podium spot to see who's going to be stepping on the boxes later.
It'll happen fast. Kelsey Coley's lead time coming in, 14.37. How does that rank nationally? Top 10?
Top 10, yeah. Her best seed time was a 14:32 coming into this meet here. So that was good enough for 10th in the nation. So she's firmly in that national picture right now for qualifying to that meet up in Wisconsin later in May.
You know, we saw her yesterday, Foley, and she, obviously was very successful yesterday. Kelsey Coley, rather, not Foley. And so, great expectations coming into this. But in a short sprint, with hurdles that you've got to clear, anything can happen. And it's so precise that
exactly.
anything that's negative.
Yeah, it's the tiniest of margins, and that's what these championship meets are about. It's all about the details and that execution piece. And we saw her do that yesterday, be able to do that through the prelims. We saw her do it in the 400 hurdles as well. Her first time running that in this outdoor season. So she's going to be looking to do that same thing today for all of these athletes. Is just focus on your details, focus on the training, trust that training that's got you to this point in the season, and then just go out and execute and have fun with it. At the end of the day, we're running track and field here. It's a beautiful day. And we're just looking for these athletes to have fun with what they're doing in the process that they've gone to get here.
Sam, for the Spartans to have 3 of the 8 in this championship final, it's kind of a nice thing to talk about, isn't it?
Yeah, for sure. You have your teammates that you're competing with in a final. You're going to put up some hopefully good team points here for the Spartans. That's an exciting proposition. You train with them all year, and to be able to you train for meets like this meet in particular, and so to be able to run alongside them in the final that you've trained for since September, October, and that's an exciting and fun proposition, right?
You see them right there in lane 1. It's Chukwu. Right next to her, Sarah Day, and then in lane 5, it's Masunis. So those are the 3 Spartans. You've got a couple of Emory Eagles. And
3 Emory Eagles as well, and same thing. Like those 3 all being freshmen coming into this class together, and then also making this final together. That's an exciting future that the Emory Eagles have in this 100 hurdles race.
Great camera angle for the start of this 100-meter hurdles.
Clean start here. Clean over the first few hurdles. Kelsey Coley really starting to assert her dominance here. You have Sarah Ball in lane 2 looking good.
Sarah
Grace
Ball.
Masunis and Megan Taylor looking to be the top 4 right here. We'll see how this is able to finish out. Sarah Ball with a little bit of a fall there at the end, unfortunately.
Cooley's going to win it.
14.07 for Kelsey Coley. That is a new personal best. And we'll see, that might be just shy of Ren Brown's, Ren Brown ran 13.73 last year, so a little bit shy of that. But 14.07 as a freshman is an absolutely blazing time. She's going to be moving up that national table. Megan Taylor also with a 14.91 to come in second place. And then Grace Masunis, 14.94 from Case Western to round out our podium. Campbell Fennell in fourth from Emory with a 15.22. Juliette Winicki from Chicago, 15.37. Anaya Moharaj from Carnegie Mellon, 16.20. Esther Umezurike Chukwu from Case Western, 16.27. And then Sarah Ball from Case Western, 17.52 after an unfortunate fall on that last hurdle there.
Now the celebrations continue for the Emory Eagles, champions in the women's 100-meter hurdle final. Emory trying to make a run at that team title, trying to dethrone the.
Yeah, I mean, that's a big 18 points there in that team title, plus the 5 that you're going to get from Campbell Fennell. So you're really looking at like a 20-plus point event that the Emory Eagles just had. That is huge as they work to dethrone the WashU Bears.
WashU's won it 8 straight years. Emory finished second last year, and they are the team leader coming into today after yesterday's field event heavy competition day yesterday, which Emory is very strong at. So they're setting the hurdles for the men's 100-meter, 110-meter hurdle final. That's next. Coming up at 12:30, the 400-meter dash final for the women. And then also on the northern end of DeSanto Field here, we'll have the triple jump for the men and the high jump for the women.
And this men's 110 hurdles that's about to happen is going to be critical as it relates to the team standing battle here. You have 3 athletes from Emory and 3 athletes from Chicago, 2 of the teams that are projected to be the top teams coming at the end of this meet today. So whoever's able to come out with more points here, it's going to be huge. You really look for some big numbers here if you have 3 guys making a final.
Take a look at the running lanes. There are 8 that will run in this men's final. In lane 1 from Carnegie Mellon will be Haran Lin. In lane 2 from Chicago, Vikram Shishadri. In lane 3 from Emory, Ethan Liu. In lane 4 from Carnegie Mellon, Luke Freemanis. Lane 5 from Emory, Noah Chang. Chicago's Owen Mays is in lane 6. Sebastian Coe from Emory in lane 7, and William Camp from Washington University is in lane 8. And Sam, if you look at the qualifying times coming in, I mean, really short of maybe Lynn from Carnegie Mellon in lane 1, those other 7 hurdlers are right there.
Yeah, and I think Luke Freemanis from Carnegie Mellon, somebody who's qualified twice in the multi-events for the NCAAs. He was an All-American as a freshman last year as well. He's won the UAA championship multiple times in these hurdle races. I think he would be the odds-on favorite here to repeat. He had the top seed time yesterday with a 14.28, about 0.6 seconds faster than our second best seed time yesterday. So look for him to maybe be standing on top of that number 1 podium spot come the end of the day. But I think we're going to have a super tight battle as it relates to the rest of this field here, right? Everybody kind of within 0.2 of a second of each other. And like we were just talking about with the women's race, 0.2 of a second can come from a variety of areas. A little slight tick of a hurdle coming out of the blocks, maybe a little bit funkier than normal. Anything can really amount to that 0.2 seconds difference in a race. And so again, execution of details at this stage in the year. You got to be locked in mentally to what you're doing, trust your training, and then just go out there and execute.
The distance between hurdles is slightly over 10 yards, it looks like. How many steps for the men?
For the men, you're usually looking at 3 steps.
3 steps.
Yeah, 3 steps is kind of the target here for both hurdles. You'll see folks take. So that's definitely your target. If you start getting into four-stepping, you might have to four-step over one hurdle, but that really kills some momentum and some rhythm you have. So really, you're looking to just find that rhythm over each hurdle, get your landing leg down, get your next couple steps in, and get your takeoff going.
Ten hurdles to clear. We saw in the women's final that at the end, the last couple of hurdles actually took a couple of the runners out of the race.
Yeah, it was unfortunate. Sarah Ball, that looked to be running really well, seemed to be fighting for maybe that last podium spot or top four finish, and then had an unfortunate catch on that last hurdle there. And that's just the name of the game with this, right? It's going to happen, right? You're never going to have every race in the season be a smooth race where you don't hit hurdles. In fact, Coach Moll would always tell the hurdlers we competed with of like, if you're actually just clean, not hitting the hurdles at all, you're probably not as good with your technique as you need to be, right? You're a little bit too conservative in how you're approaching that. So you really have to attack the hurdle to get it, and sometimes that just leads to you getting caught up in it.
Now that I'm thinking of it, Sam, did we have final results from the very first event of the day, the javelin throw?
Yeah, we walked through those results for the javelin throw already. What we can do now, though, since we have a little bit of time, is check in with discus, because I believe that just went final. And your UAA champion is going to be Jackie Chapman from Emory with a throw of 44.01 meters. Second place also from Emory was Caroline Henry, 42.76 meters. So again, we're seeing Emory really put up some dominant throws numbers, again getting at least 18 points here, and I haven't even gotten past the second person. We have Violet McCullough from Carnegie Mellon with a throw of 40.88 to round out our all UAA competitors in that top three. Riley McNeil from Chicago with a throw of 40.59 to finish fourth. Janae Booth, who won the shot put yesterday, finishes fifth with a throw of 39.81 meters. Jeanette Hajdukovic finished in sixth with a throw of 39.65 meters. Brooke Caldwell from Chicago with a throw of 38.45 meters in seventh. And then we have Michelle Lee from Case Western finishing in eighth place, our final scoring position, with a throw of 37.62 meters. So again, Emory, as it relates to this team standings, as we go into the team scores here, they're up to 118 points now. Looks like the projections are starting to come in. They're hovering right around 200. WashU's kind of just above 200. So we'll see as the rest of this meet unfolds here how those team standings shake out. But they're certainly doing their part in some of these early races. It seems putting together some big team points within events.
Speaking of Emory, if you look at this shot right now that we're showing you of the starters line for the 100-meter, 110-meter men's hurdles, there are 3 Emory Eagles in this final, just as there were in the women's final.
Yeah, very, very talented group of hurdlers. Very talented group of hurdlers Emory has this year, and we're seeing that both on the men's and women's side here as the athletes get into a set position.
In lane 4, though, from Carnegie Mellon, Luke Freemanis. Gonna watch him.
Clean start here for the athletes. Freemanis in lane 4 looks to get out to an early lead here.
He's running away with it.
We have a straight line of athletes here as it's a super tight battle. Emory athletes may be pulling away a little bit. They look to have maybe two of the 3 top spots here after Freemanis. Freemanis with a 14.13. That is a new personal best. Noah Chang from Emory, 14.49, a new personal best.
Look at him
Ethan
celebrate.
Liu in third from Emory, 14.68, a new personal best. Sebastian Koo from Emory, 14.77, a new personal best. Vikram Sasadri, Chicago, 14.84, new personal best. Owen Mays from Chicago, 15.03. And yeah, you can see here
Sam,
Freemanis.
he came out of the gun and just took off and never let up.
Yeah, he had a different gear from the start there. You have Owen Mays from Chicago, 15.03 with a new season's best. Howren Lin from Carnegie Mellon, 15.09. That's a new personal best for 7th. And then you had William Camp from WashU with a time of 15.16 for our last scoring spot in 8th place there. So we just saw 6 of our athletes in this field set a new personal best. 1 athlete set a season best among this field. UAA Sunday really just elevating everybody's level of competition and reaching new heights here.
Sun shining on the shoulders of that champion. Luke Freemanis from Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, getting well-earned congratulations from his teammates. He's going to move up that NCAA rankings list as he looks to compete up at Wisconsin Lacrosse later in May.
So the sun is in its full glory right now here at DeSanto Field.
Yeah, it looks like women's high jump, the officials bringing the group together over there, so that should get underway soon. We see men's triple jump, guys just doing some last run-throughs here. I think we're about to get started there as the clock's about to strike 12:30 here. So, and then we also have the 400-meter dash upcoming at 12:30, starting with the women. So it's about to get really active on the track here. We're going to see some really good times. This women's 400 is one of the events I was most looking forward to coming this weekend. We'll see it with the 200 later. Among our 8 competitors here in the women's 400. 7 of them have qualified for NCAAs in some capacity before. A couple of them have been a part of relays that have won national titles and All-American honors. The athlete who has not qualified for NCAAs has been a 4-time All-UAA competitor. So we have an absolutely stacked field for this women's 400. It is going to be bananas, and I think we're going to be in for some pretty fast times here with Emma Kelly's record of 54-54 from WashU potentially being in danger today.
Why don't we step away for about 5 minutes as they clear the track, getting it ready for the 400. The group meeting for the high jump is happening right now. The triple jump pit has been cleared. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes.
And here is the field in the women's high jump. Elizabeth Albany of Chicago. Sarah Bennett, Chicago. Betty Taylor of Emory. Sophie Seagal of Brandeis. Jada Clark of Emory. Soleil Benji of Chicago. Adrian Moore, Carnegie Mellon. Olivia Tyson of Washington. Amelia Fordyce of NYU. Isabel Garlick of Carnegie Mellon. Ashley Cole of Brandeis. Ayana Diaz of Brandeis. Ariana McCarthy of NYU. And Kathleen Howells of Carnegie Mellon. That is your lineup for the women's high jump. Next on the track will be the women's 400-meter dash. Final. Running lane at number 1, Catherine Christopher. Running in lane at number 2, Patrick Laurie of Brandeis. Running lane number 3, Winford of Washington. She comes in at US number 13. Running in lane at number 4, Gianna Phillips of Western Reserve. She is sitting at US number 9. Running in lane number 5, Kelly Weir of Washington. Running in lane number 6, Kylie Zekas of Washington. She is US number 5. Running in lane number 7, Maya Grant of Emory. And running left field in lane number 8, Hannah Riley of Emory. Women's finals, 400-meter dash. On the track.
We're ready, Mike. Whenever you are.
The sweats are off for the women's 400-meter finalists. Let's set the field for you. In lane 1 from Washington University, Catherine Christopher. In lane 2 from Brandeis, Peter Lee Leroy. WashU with a runner in lane 3, Quinn Bird. WashU with 4 in this championship final. In lane 4, it's The home team, Case Western Reserve University's first-year sprinter Gianna Phipps. In lane 5, Haley Weir from WashU, Kylie Spytek from WashU next to her in lane 6, and then 2 Emory Eagles rounded out in 7 and 8, Amaya Grant and Hannah Riley. Partner Sam, when you look at that field, do you start with Gianna Phipps or do you start somewhere else?
I think you have to start with just the collection of them. I think this
Okay.
is probably one of the best collection of talents that we have on the track this entire weekend. And so with so many folks that have had these NCAA qualifying performances before, have seed times very similar to each other, I think maybe Phipps and Kylie Spytek are maybe the two you focus on amongst that group that maybe stand out. But so many of these girls are incredibly talented, and I think we're about to be in for a treat here.
Phipps is in lane 4, Spytek in lane 6. We're ready to go. And they are off. Clean start in the women's 400-meter final.
Yeah, it looks like lane 3, Quinn Bird out to a pretty good start, as well as Gianna Phipps in 4. As they start to come down the back straight there, you see Kylie Spytek out in 6, making up some ground on that stagger for the outside.
The final 200 we are about to witness.
Yeah, they're coming through really fast here, around 25 at that 200 mark. You're seeing Gianna Phipps start to move here as we get into this back turn.
Can Phipps win it on her home track in her first year of collegiate sprinting?
Looks like she's amongst 3 bears there. She's going to have to take down Kylie Spytek on her outside.
It's 3 bears and a Spartan. Here comes
And
Phipps.
Gianna's catching Kylie on the inside here. It's going to be neck and neck as they get into the finish here.
Pulling away. Gianna Phipps will win it.
Gianna Phipps, freshman, takes the title. Looks like 54.82 was the mark for Gianna there, a new personal best. Kylie Spytek from WashU takes second, 54.96. Haley Weir in third from WashU, 55.33, a new personal best for her, D3 number 9 mark. Quinn Bird, 55.90 from WashU. Catherine Christopher, 56.97 from WashU. Peter Lee Leroy from Brandeis, 57 flat for 6th place. Amaya Grant from Emory, 57.82. And then Hannah Riley from Emory, 58.59.
Gianna Phipps just trying to catch her breath right now. Man, she gave it everything she had and more.
An absolute mega run there. You saw Kylie Spytek really around that 250 mark make up the stagger to the Emory Eagles on her outside. Looked to be in pretty good control of that race through that first 250 that happened. And then right as you get down to the home stretch here, Gianna turned it on in that last bit to catch her around the 50-meter mark and then start to just incrementally pull away. Just by 0.14 seconds she pulled away by. So just think about this. You had to be top 10 in the country to be standing on top of those 3 podium spots in that women's 400. That's absolutely insane talent and depth.
All
what an
in one
amazing
association.
race. All in one association, correct. So absolutely amazing race from all of the women who just competed there. Some really mega marks across the board. And WashU, we talked about that team battle a bit all day. They just got 2nd through 5th. So that is some big team points there to kind of to bolster what their team score will be.
It is her day today, though. Gianna Phipps, the lone Spartan against all those bears chasing her.
And we'll see a lot of this field again later in a couple races. The 200, again, will be a super stacked field. So they'll get some recovery here in the next hour or so, and then we'll see them again shortly.
54.82, your winning time in the women's 400. Let's take a look at the men's 400 as they are circling around their lanes right now. In lane 1 from Carnegie Mellon, Jeremy Aklu. In lane 2 from Emory, Blake Jackson. Arian Hooray from Carnegie Mellon in lane 3. Case Western Reserve University's in lane 4, the sophomore Charlie Stepanovich. Ryan McGonigal, mentioned his name a couple of times for Emory, their sophomores in lane 5. Carnegie Mellon's Eric D'Oliveira, the freshman, in lane 6. Chicago's Nathan Stewart, the sophomore, in lane 7, and Emory in lane 8, Joshua Hahn. Partner, your conversation starts with who?
Yeah, I think you look to Charlie Stepanovich from Case Western, came in with the 2nd fastest time into the weekend, and then also had the fastest seed time yesterday of a 48.7. So I think, again, like we just saw a fellow Spartan, Gianna Phipps, on the home track, take that 400 meter, maybe look for Charlie Stepanovic to do the same, but it's going to be a very tough competition. We talked about it yesterday where maybe the men's 400 didn't have some of like the national relevance that the women's side had, but what you had was a lot of guys that are very good clustered together that led to some really competitive racing, and I think we're going to really see that today. Probably margins as slim as what we saw in that women's race where it came down to 0.14 seconds between Gianna Phipps and Kylie Spytek for first and second. I think we could see some of that across the entire scoring range of what this men's 400 will be.
Can Stepanovic get any energy from Phipps's
Yeah,
championship
absolutely.
run?
You see somebody you train alongside and with on that women's team just go out there on your home track and have that kind of a victory with all these teammates and alumni cheering you on and friends from school that are able to watch. That's absolutely a motivating fact in here that he should be able to draw on hopefully as he gets through this next 400-meter race.
Well, the sweats are off, and the men are in their starting lanes, about to step into their starting blocks here in the 400-meter final. Boy, you go from the thrill of this to the thrill of the 100-meter final, and that's next. First things first.
Looks like we have some slow clap going for the triple jump down the runway there, so those athletes are underway, as well as the women's high jump. Looks like an athlete from Emory on that runway right now, starting at a bar of 1.47 meters. So we will be checking in periodically with those athletes and those marks as well. But right now we have the men's 400 meter getting down into the blocks.
Stepanovic from Case Western's in lane 4. Right next to him with a time just a hair better is McGonigal from Emory in lane 5. Hooray from Carnegie Mellon in lane 3. Clean start, here we go.
Yeah, it looks like inside of Stepanovic, that Carnegie Mellon athlete,
Hooray
has already started to make us some of that stagger, but Stepanovic moving down this back straight, catching up to McGonigal here. You see it on the outside. Nathaniel Stewart looked to be running really well right now as well.
Boy, those three in the middle, Hooray, Stepanovic, and McGonigal, are neck and neck right now. Who will have it in approaching the final 100 meters?
Oh, man, we basically have a straight line of athletes here coming through this final curve. Anybody can take this right now. We're 4 deep down the straight. Carnegie Mellon with 3 up there. Charlie Stepanovic trying to pull away. Looks like that athlete, Carnegie Mellon, on the outside, Eric De Oliveira, is going to take this UAA title.
De Oliveira in lane 6.
New personal best for De Oliveira of 48.05. Charlie Stepanovic in second with a time of 48.42. Ryan McGonigal from Emory, 48.86. Jeremy Aclue from Carnegie Mellon, 48.87. Arian Hooray from Carnegie Mellon, 48.94. Blake Jackson from Emory in 6th with a time of 49.34. Let's see here, Nathaniel Stewart, Chicago, 49.51 as we see the replay on the screen here, and then Joshua Hahn from Emory, 50.42.
So this is De Oliveira in the far left of your screen coming into this final turn.
And you see here too, you have 3 Carnegie Mellon athletes in Stepanovic, but then McGonigal makes a really big move down this last part of the race here. Looks like, at least in the results, he got 3rd.
So it was De Oliveira in the final 50 meters that stepped out in front of Stepanovic and finished the job to win this championship in the men's 400-meter dash.
Yeah, really great. We talked about margins there. That margin between 3rd and 5th was 0.08 seconds. Really, really tight battle, and De Oliveira really put his stamp on that race in that last 100 meters. New personal best and an NCAA D3 top 50 mark as well.
Setting up for the women's 100-meter finals. That is next. We'll move quickly into that. Take a look at who we have in the 8 lanes of this women's 100-meter finals. Anna Cosmont from NYU, a freshman with a personal best time of 13.01. She'll be in lane 1. Julia Korick from Washington University, a junior in lane 2. Emory's Jada Kenner is in lane 3, sophomore. Senior in lane 4, Jasmine Wright from Washington University. In lane 5, another senior, Maddie Lyons out of Chicago. Her teammate, Ariel Trodek, is in lane 6, a junior. The sophomore, Sarah Seeley from Brandeis in lane 7, and Anna Jennings from Emory, a sophomore in lane 8.
Yeah, and this women's 100, again, just like we saw in that women's 4, this women's 100 is loaded. We've seen a lot of these athletes compete in other events today, such as Sarai Seeley winning that triple jump, as well as Anna Jennings competing in triple and also scoring in the long jump yesterday. And then we look to lanes 2 through 5 here. With what these athletes have been able to accomplish before, it's pretty special. So we have first up, Julia Korich, who's been an All-American. She won the 200 indoors this year for the 200-meter dash. Really strong runner. You have Jada Kenner from Emory, a sophomore, who's been a 4-time NCAA qualifier, 1-time All-American and UAA champ previously. Jasmine Wright has been a 7-time All-American in her WashU career. She comes in with the fastest seed time as well. And then you have Maddie Lyons, who's been a 2-time NCAA qualifier and an All-American. So really loaded field kind of here between not only just the 100, but what these athletes have been able to accomplish in other events as well.
Well, they are on the starters line, and they are in their blocks, and we are just moments away from what will be a 100-meter championship run.
And they're off. Clean start here. Looks like a good start for Maddie Lyons and Jasmine Wright, as well as Jada Kenner.
Right in the middle. Getting pressured from Kenner.
Yeah, it's Wright and Kenner. Can't really see from our angle. Going to have to look to the results here to see who won that race.
You can't tell from the angle, and you can't really tell from the response body language of Wright and Kenner. I think it's Wright, though. She just celebrated.
But the one thing you can tell is that those times were absolutely cooking. You just saw Jasmine Wright run an 11:77, a new D3 number 7 mark. Jada Kenner, 11:81, a D3 number 8 mark. Both of those season best for Wright, personal best for Kenner. Maddie Lyons from Chicago, 12.17, a new season's best. Julia Korich from WashU, 12.21. Sarai Seeley from Brandeis, 12.26. Ariel Trodek from Chicago, 12.27 to get 6th place there. And we're still waiting on the results for our final 2 competitors to pop up here. Anna Cosma from NYU and Anna Jennings from Emory. But wow, that was an absolutely blazing race down the track for these women.
There's your winner, Jasmine Wright. Getting a little social media post there of the shoes that just won the 100 meter. You're a shoe guy, Under Armour.
I am a shoe guy. Yep, absolutely. Gotta give the shoes time to shine.
My partner Sam Guadagnino is a 2018 undergrad student here at Lorain County Community College, graduate biomedical engineering, got his master's degree the next year in 2019, and works for Under Armour and works with the technology of shoes, correct?
Yep, exactly. Work with how we collect data on athletes, understand how athletes move, and how we can build a product that better complements how they move and also amplifies performance. So I've had some cool examples of that. Sharon Lokady, who just won the Boston Marathon back-to-back. She broke the record last year in 25 and then went back-to-back, defended her title in 26. So had the opportunity to kind of work on that shoe along the way, which was a fun process and exciting to see, our athletes be able to break records and win races in those footwear.
And Sam, you leave Cleveland today, fly back to Baltimore, the home of Under Armour, and then out to Portland, Oregon immediately, right?
Yep. Heading out to Portland, Oregon for work tomorrow. We have an office out there, so we're going to go out there for some meetings and everything. So it'll be exciting to kind of get out there. Spent 4 years in that office, so looking forward to seeing everybody. But working at Under Armour has been a real joy. It's a really cool opportunity to kind of take what I learned here at Case Western and apply it in a fun, creative way and stay connected to the sports world. Well,
there's a look at the starters line for the men's 100-meter dash. That is next. Let's take a look at Jasmine Wright, of course, won the women's 100 with a time of 11.77. Who will be her equal on the men's side? We're about to find out. In lane 1, it's Carnegie Mellon's Devin Chang. Chang, a sophomore. Lane 2, Antonio Sadati from Case Western Reserve, a first-year runner for the Spartans. Emory's Kofi Igyan is in lane 3. Emory's Henry Brandstatter. We've talked about him on a whole lot this weekend. He's the senior in lane 4. Paul Sackman from Chicago, lane 5. Logan Fairchild from Wash, the freshman, in lane 6. Carnegie Mellon's Matthew Hugh in lane 7, a junior. And Tyler Birch from NYU, a junior, is in lane 8.
Yes, we see a couple athletes here from Carnegie Mellon coming off that 4x1 victory earlier today. Obviously, Henry Brandstatter, like we mentioned, a victory in long jump and high jump so far. Paul Sackman, who's the defending 60 and 200 meter champ indoors, so should be a very tight battle here in this men's 100.
Brandstatter in lane 4, Sackman is in lane 5.
Clean start. Looks like pretty even so far through 20 meters, except for lane 1.
Strong start for Brandstatter.
Lane
but
1,
in
2,
lane 1,
Devin Chang from Carnegie Mellon was cooking out that track.
Chang, I think, won it.
Looks like
Nope. Wow.
Henry Brandstatter,
10:51,
10:51, a new season's best, D3 number 17, collects another gold medal in his UAA resume. Devin Chang from Carnegie Mellon, second with a 10:61, a new personal best. Paul Sackman from Chicago, 10:74. Logan Fairchild, also from WashU, also a 10:74, just lost by 6/1000ths of a second.
Sam, the finish by Brandstatter here in the last, 20 meters was amazing. He's still got to make up on Chang right now. The angle is a little bit misleading.
Yeah, how he ran during that 60 to 80 part of the race, getting tall, getting fast there. You saw Devin Chang have that really good start, probably around that 25 to 40 meters. He started to kind of get in front of the field there, but then you saw Brandstatter, as that race progressed into that 60 to 80 meter mark, get vertical and got really fast and dropped that 10:51 season's best for him. Finishing out the scoring positions here, we have Logan Fairchild, 10:74, lost by 6/1000ths of a second to Paul Sackman for third. Kofi Ignan from Emory in fifth with a time of 10.8. Matthew Yu in sixth with a time of 10:84. Antonio Sadati from Case Western, 10:86. And Tyler Birch from NYU with an 11.01. Those round out your scorers in the men's 100 meter.
Boy, we move right into the triple jump. This is Alexander Burt from the University of Chicago in the men's final. The pace of a track meet when you get to the finals is nonstop.
Yeah, it looks like we'll have a couple flights here of this men's triple jump. So there's 8 athletes competing currently. They will take the 9 best marks to finals between the Flight 1 and Flight 2 athletes. Over at high jump, it looks like that bar is up to 152 now as well. Pretty clean sheet over there in high jump so far with the amount of athletes. Every athlete is still currently in the competition at that 152 bar. So a lot of green circles on that scorecard as we see Tanush Anand, who had a very good high jump earlier today, a couple bar PR for him into an all UAA performance. He looks to be taking his third jump here in this men's triple jump on the runway. And that's a red flag there on Tanush's jump. He looked to like it, but unfortunate foul there, and that's going to be the end of his day. Good weekend for him, though. All UAA on your home track. New PR. Tough to beat that. So far in this first flight of men's triple jump, Morgan Johnson from Carnegie Mellon hit a new personal best, D3 mark number 39 with his mark of 14.18 meters. That have a hard time imagining that's not going to earn him a spot in the finals as he's down the runway here.
Sam, just about ready to go is the women's 800-meter final. The lane assignments are set, and the women are on the Sudic track right now, waiting further instruction from the starter. But you've got Peyton Sullivan in lane 1.
Looks like we have Kalina Reimer from WashU might not be running here in lane 2.
WashU, a lot of them in the middle. Eccles, Kate Delia, and Kate Stevens. Gianna Dawson from NYU, and then Alaya Yalo in lane 3 for Emory.
Yeah, and this is a big, again, head-to-head team battle kind of a deal where you have multiple 3 WashU Bears, 3 Emory Eagles that are looking to get after it here. So we'll see what's able to transpire over these 2 laps. It's going to be very fast. A lot of accomplished women in this 800 final here, especially when you have the indoor national champion Kate Delia, as well as multiple All-American and NCAA qualifier athletes.
Up front right now is Delia, and running right next to her is. We don't have the Emory pronunciation guide. It's Yalo or Jallo, depending on how you. I'm Yance with a J, so I'll say Yalo. But
it looks like we have kind of a lead pack of 4 right here with Yalo and the 3 WashU Bears. 400 to go. We'll see how these athletes decide to make their kick here. Again, the goal is not necessarily time. The goal is beating your competition. So it's all about when and where you make your move, and then how you respond when somebody inevitably makes a move. And it looks
speaking
like,
of moves,
yep, Yalo's going around the outside of Kate Delia here. They are now neck and neck, stride for stride as we go down the back stretch.
Delia trying to stay with her, not relinquish a step. They are stride for stride. It is almost magical how matched they are right now.
Yeah, it looks like Delia with 200 to go is starting to kick it into another gear. We'll see if Yalo has an opportunity to answer.
Delia looks strong.
150 left.
Final 100 meters for Delia.
And Delia's looking good down this home stretch. Doesn't look like Yalo's going to be able to fight back and take over that lead again. Really great run, though, out of both of these women. And we're a crazy fast time here.
Delia's your champion.
And we have
Yalo is in second.
2 WashU competitors, Kate Stevens and Caroline Eccles, right behind, as well as that NYU athlete, Gianna Dawson, followed up by the combination of Peyton Sullivan and Madison Tiaffi from Emory, coming up in 6th and 7th there.
Well, right about there, right about the 200-meter mark. This is just after the 200-meter mark is where Delia really took control of that final push.
Absolutely, and we were about 900ths of a second away from a new UAA record there. Kate Delia almost broke the former Bear Emma Kelly's UAA record, which was set at 2:08:49. Delia ran 2:08:57. So. Really great run there. You saw Yalo kind of make that move there around 300 to go to get stride for stride, and then they really stayed that way through the back stretch before Delia started to separate more at that 200-meter to go mark. There's
a look at the lanes for the men's 800-meter final.
And Yalo with a big personal best there of 2:10.62 for second. That is a new D3 number 11 mark. Kate Stevens was third with 2:14.64. Caroline Eccles 2:14.98. Gianna Dawson 2:16.23 for fifth. Peyton Sullivan 2:20.16 from Emory for seventh, and Madison Tiaffe from Emory 2:21.53 for. That was for seventh. Peyton Sullivan got sixth.
Men's next. Their lane assignments look like this. In lanes 1 and 2, 2 of the 3 Emory Eagles that are in this race, Andrew Burchett is in lane 1, Brendan Conniff is in lane 2, a junior and a senior. Quint Stein from Chicago in lane 3. In Emory, Emory's Ryan Vanderberg's in lane 4, the sophomore. WashU has runners in lanes 5, 6, and 7. Of course, lanes will change here in just a moment. And then Chance Krenzer from Case Western, he's the lone Spartan. Cameron Bettinger, Mateo Gross-Slovinsky, and William Froling are the 3 WashU runners.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how Ryan Vanderberg, coming off that 15-meter fifth place finish earlier, how much gas he has left in the tank. Most of these athletes here do have fresh legs underneath them, so will be interesting to see how he's able to recover so quickly after running that 1500 earlier today. Pretty solid bunched up group here early on to start as we get to about 500 meters to go in this race. Chance Krenzer from Case Western kind of taking it out in front here.
I got to tell you, the camera work today by Kevin Gilbert and Andrew Majeski has just been outstanding. Great shot here of this.
It's like Quint Stein takes over the lead as we go to 400 meters to go here. And again, it's all about when and where and how you respond on these moves. So
in this final lap,
be curious to see. It's a pretty bunched up group. We saw a little bit more of a strung out group when it came to that women's 800 final. Now we're seeing some moves happening in the back of this pack with WashU athlete there moving up in the contention. Chance Krenzer there around 300 to go, looking to push into the front there. And now we see an Emory athlete on the outside. Looks to be hip number 3 coming around the outside. Everybody's in a full-on sprint now. This is going to be chaotic here to end it. Everybody's giving it everything they have, and WashU athletes are now in an absolute sprint as well. But that is bib number 2 from Emory, Brendan Conniff.
Here comes WashU.
WashU, number 5.
And the Bears are going to win it.
Looks like the Bears are going to win it.
Bettinger.
Yeah, let's see what pops up on the screen here.
Cameron Bettinger, I
believe,
think.
William Froling.
Froling?
Yeah, William Froling, 154.54. Brendan Conniff, 154.87. Froling defends his indoor 800-meter title. Quint Stein in third, 155.30. Mateo Gross-Levinsky from WashU, 155.46. Cameron Bettinger from WashU, 155.53. Andrew Burchett from Emory, 155.89. Ryan Vanderberg from Emory, 157.42. And then Chance Krenzer from Case Western, 159.16.
So there's your champion, William Froling, for Washington University. They're going to get a shot of his shoes. That must be a thing.
Yeah, it seems like that's popping around here, so.
I think we should get a shot of your shoes. I'm glad they're Under Armour.
That's basically exclusively what I wear.
So here's the finish, approaching the final 200 meters here. Sam, take us through this.
Yeah, there was a lot happening here. You saw Chance Krenzer start to make the move with 300 to go. And as you got down with 200 to go, Brendan Conniff from Emory really started to motor home. But then you see these 3 WashU athletes coming around this back turn that really start pushing. And William Froling especially, as he's coming up on the hip of Quint Stein there, gets around in this final 100. And then by the time they got to around 50 meters to go, William Froling had kind of made up even ground with Conniff. And then was able to slightly pull away there as they got into that last 50 meters. So really gritty race all around from these athletes. Again, you never know when it comes down to these conference titles, how that race strategy is going to affect things, but it's always going to be a game of strategy and who's going to make their move when, and then how you're going to counter move off that. So we certainly saw that there with how those athletes treated that last 300 meters, and looks like Froling's strategy paid off the best by taking home that gold medal.
Well, the intermediate hurdles are next on the track. The 400-meter intermediate hurdle finals, both the women and the men, starting just a few moments ago off campus or off site here at Sudik Track is the discus throw for the men, and then continuing right now on the northern end here, the triple jump for the men and the high jump for the women.
Yeah, it looks like the triple jump for the men is just getting ready for the second flight. They're warming up and doing their run-throughs now into the pit. The women were down to the last few jumpers at that 152 bar before they will move it up to 157. I believe they're on third attempts here. So this is Ariana McCarthy. We saw her earlier from NYU live. She just missed her third and final jump there at 152. So it looks like Adrienne Warren from Carnegie Mellon, Isabel Garlick from Carnegie Mellon, and Ariana McCarthy will have their days of high jump ended there, all 3 having cleared the 147 bar on the day.
Sophie Siegel, trying to read this chart here, still in it, right, from Brandeis?
Yep. Sophie Siegel, 3 clears so far. Really,
so we have a lot of jumpers.
We have a lot of
still
athletes still in it. One athlete still to enter, Ashley Corbel from Brandeis. So I think that women's high jump is going to be going for a pretty long time here, with so many athletes left and so many accomplished athletes too. So especially as we get into these 157, 162 bars, you're going to be looking for trying to get those in your first attempt. Really try and get that tiebreaker as a separator by the amount of misses.
So the women's 400 meter hurdle lanes are starting to be occupied right now. Sweats are still on, so we're a bit away, but we could certainly take a look at the finalists, the top 8 in lane assignment wise. In lane 1, Camilla Garanton from Chicago, a senior. In lane 2, Sophia Deeney from Emory, sophomore. In lane 3, Alexa Lowe, a familiar name that we've called many times today, Carnegie Mellon's sophomore. Speaking of familiar names, Kelsey Coley from Emory, the freshman who has just been absolutely a standout this weekend. Claire Marchant from Washington U, the sophomore in lane 5. In lane 6 from Brandeis, Natalie Leopis, a junior. In lane 7 from Emory, it's Megan Taylor and Emory Eagle. And then in lane 8, rounding out the 8 from Brandeis, Andrea Giorgio from Brandeis, a first-year hurdler.
Yeah, like you said, some familiar names there. Kelsey Coley, obviously, we just saw her set a new personal best in that 100 hurdles race. Alexa Lowe, we saw put up a scoring performance earlier in that triple jump. Megan Taylor had an all UAA performance in that 100 hurdles as well. So some familiar athletes to us here. We also have some veterans of this 400 meter hurdles competition from years past as well. Camilla Garanton has found herself in this race before, so we're looking at a really talented field here in this women's 400 hurdles. Should be a very competitive race here.
Sam, we're really getting down to it. After the 400 hurdles, both from the women and the men, we'll have the 200-meter dash, the 500-meter final, and then the 1,600-meter relay, and that'll wrap it.
Yeah. These championship Sundays move fast. Really gets action-packed really quickly. But we've seen some amazing performances so far across every event. Athletes giving it everything they have, really training all year for moments like this, and they're showing why they put in all this effort, and it's really great to see.
Would you rather jump in the morning or the afternoon? I'm asking my partner, Sam Guadagnino, because he is a high jumper. That's what he did in college at Case Western Reserve. Would you rather jump in the morning or jump in the afternoon? Does it even matter?
I think it definitely matters. I think athletes definitely will have their preference. Sometimes if your team practices in the morning, I know at Case Western, when I was there, we practiced in the afternoon. Currently, they practice in the morning. Maybe it's a situation where you're so used to practicing and doing those reps in the morning that you'd rather be a morning jumper. I think I was always more of an afternoon jumper. Maybe potentially that was because we practiced in the afternoon, and so that was just familiar territory to me, just the time of day and everything else. So it wasn't like a crazy preference I had, but I think athletes do generally favor one or the other. Not that it will ultimately affect things at the end of the day for them.
Sam, you're a cerebral guy, major in biomedical engineering, a scientist for Under Armour. Can you overthink your event in track and field, whether you're a sprinter or a jumper or
1,000% yes.
Yeah.
That is a 1,000% yes. You can certainly overanalyze things. We talked about yesterday how video is really great to be able to look at what's happening, but it also can make you potentially focus on the wrong things or over focus on things, and really just get you in a different kind of headspace. So there's certainly a balance that has to happen. And that overthinking component is certainly a challenge, especially all of these athletes are super high performing people. They're super detail oriented people in their off the track lives with how rigorous the schools are in the UAA, and that bleeds over. You can't just really turn that off when you go onto the track when you're competing or in your practice. So it's certainly something that you have to find that right balance between and make sure that you're focused on the right things when you get into these race scenarios, focused on those details that matter for the execution, and trying to push some of that other stuff that may be distracting types of details away.
Sometimes that's well, obviously you need the athletic ability, but man, you can have all that athletic ability, and if you can't get out of your own head, then
Exactly. It's a bigger challenge than people maybe want to admit, but it's certainly something the best athletes will take the times to make sure they're in the right headspace for their competition. So, see these athletes getting down into set here. Surely they're trying to create some quiet minds in their head.
400 hurdles about to start, and such a brutal race, right? I mean, brutal is probably the best word to use it. The vigor at the end in the final 100 meters, maybe even 200 meters, is really a lot of times where the race is won or lost.
And we have a clean start here, and looks like Megan Taylor out in lane 7, running really, really well so far. Kelsey Coley on the inside too. Both of those Emory athletes putting together a good first 150 of this race so far. Megan Taylor is kind of way out in front there.
She is just setting them down.
We'll see. Obviously, we talked about yesterday how this last 200 of this 400-meter hurdle race is very, very taxing on these athletes. We'll see how she's able to maintain this blazing start, Megan Taylor, that she's had so far into this race.
She's got a teammate coming up on her. Taylor looks tired. We'll see what the final sprint happens here.
Yeah, Taylor.
She's still in the lead
Pretty
by a
good
lot.
lead right now. You have Alexa Lowe in lane 3 really pushing. Kelsey Coley as well. Claire Marchant.
Does
It's going to be
Taylor
a
have
super
enough?
battle. Alexa Lowe pushing. See if they can catch Megan Taylor here. We might have a 3-way photo finish at the line.
Wow, Taylor held on. Boy, give that young woman credit.
Oh, and that's the major times here. We're going to see a lot of personal bests pop up on the screen. Megan Taylor, 1:03.74 for a new personal best for her, D3 number 35. Kelsey Coley, her teammate as a freshman, 1:04.06 from Emory, a new personal best as well. Alexa Lowe, the sophomore from Carnegie Mellon, 1:04.15.
Sam, do you think she gave everything
I
she
think
had?
she gave everything she had after that. You can see the exhaustion of these athletes, how grueling this race
Still
can be.
can smile, though. Good for her.
Absolutely, she should be smiling. She ran an absolutely fantastic race from the start. You saw her make up that stagger right away, and then carry that through the rest of the race, right? She had that lead going into that final 100 and really didn't look back until maybe that last little stretch, that last 10 meters can be the toughest part of that
Boy, you
race.
could see it in her face, too. I mean,
Yeah, the intensity.
Just congratulations to Megan Taylor for holding on. I mean, just talk about the mental headspace she must have been going through in the last 100 meters. I can do this. Let's finish.
And same goes for second and third there with Kelsey Coley and Alexa Lowe as they close that gap that existed at the beginning of this last 100-meter stretch here. They really closed it down to kind of round out those all UAA performances. We have Claire Marchant finishing in 4th from Wash U. With a time of 1:05.86. That's a new personal best. Natalie Liopis from Brandeis, 1:05.88 to finish in 5th. Sophia Dini, a sophomore from Emory, 1:06.19, a new personal best. Camilla Garrington from Chicago, 1:07.20, a season's best for her to finish 7th. And Andrea Gorgeau from Brandeis, 1:08.15, a new personal best there. So just like we saw in that 100 hurdles and the 110 hurdles, lots and lots of personal bests are falling and season bests are falling in these hurdles races. I'm expecting the men's to be no different, considering what we saw earlier as well.
Sam, before I do the lane assignments for the men's, one final question about Megan Taylor's run. She starts in lane 7, so she visually sees nobody. Everybody's behind her.
Yeah.
And I think that's difficult to not have a gauge, to not have a carrot in front of you, so to speak, to not see where other people are. So for her to go out like she did, which was obviously her plan. She had a plan. I'm going to go out as hard as I can and see if I can hold on.
Mm-hmm.
And it worked. But to do that and not know where people are at has got to be troubling.
Yeah, that's absolute confidence in your abilities there, right? You go out, you know what you're going to do, like you said. You have that plan that you're going to go out hard and really attack this race. She did that from the start, and then having the confidence and the skill set and the mindset to bring all those things together. And while you don't see anybody on that, back stretch and turn, you're still just attacking it and keeping that same attention to details. You're focusing on the right thing. So really great mindset there. You see that, manifest in how she ran and executed that race.
Yeah, it was fun to watch. Congratulations to her. As you can see, the men's triple jump continues. The women's high jump continues. The men's 400 hurdles is They're getting ready. The sweats are off. They're in their lanes. We can set their lane assignments for you here as we see a triple jump.
Yeah,
Sam,
Jason Bright from Emory looks like he's getting things kicked off here in this second flight of men's triple. Like, that's getting red flag there by the official. But we got sweats off in this men's 400 hurdles. Guys are standing at their blocks, so
we'll get you ready with their lane assignments. In lane 1, Luke Rabix from Case Western Reserve. Chicago goes lanes 2 and 3. Peter Dickinson in 2. Owen Mays in 3. Then 2 Emory Eagles in 4 and 5. Ethan Liu and Sebastian Koo in lanes 4 and 5. Carnegie Mellon's in lane 6. Philip Ma. In Brandeis, lane 7. Eli Wawersick. And then in lane 8 from Washington University, Dayton Lasik. Who's your favorite? Who's in the conversation, Sam?
You know, again, we saw it in the 110s, that Emory-Chicago battle being pretty critical for some team. Oh, we have a false start there. Emory, lane 5, jumped the gun. I think that might be a red card here. We saw it, unfortunately, yesterday in the women's 400. I think we're about to see one again here.
And if it is true, that's in lane 5, that's Sebastian Koo, and he has the fastest qualifying time.
Yeah, he ran really well in this prelims yesterday. He had a good 110 hurdle earlier today, and that is a red card there, DQ. Unfortunate for Sebastian there. Really tough, but as a competitor in the rest of this field, you kind of just got to reset yourself, focus in on those details, and be ready to execute here.
Well, we saw in the 400, not the hurdles, but actually we did see it in the hurdles. The start yesterday, many times in the 400, whether the straight sprint or the hurdles, took third time's a charm a couple of times.
Yeah, both of those open 400s yesterday took 2 resets, and the third time was a charm, and we definitely saw some either gun trouble or some false start happen a little bit later, or even just some obstruction of hearing getting into the set position. I think lane 1 yesterday, there's a couple instances where the athletes in lane 1 weren't able to hear the official call the set position, so they weren't then ready to race, and that caused a couple restarts. So looks like the official's getting back up the ladder here, and we'll get ready to go.
So we'll start again without one of the top runners. Lane 5 will be empty.
Clean start here. Looks like Owen Mays on the inside there from Chicago, off to a pretty good start, making up that stagger already. As well as out in lane 8, Dayton Lasik. And now we see Ethan Liu from Emory start to make his move here on the back stretch.
Final 200.
Looks like Mays and Ethan Liu, along with Philip Ma and Dayton Lasik. Coming down the home stretch, Ethan Liu looks to have the lead.
Liu and Mays next to each other. One hurdle left, there it is.
Yep, Liu's taking it, and we're gonna have a real race for second here. Philip Ma is catching up on Owen Mays.
He's gonna catch him. I think he might have gotten him.
And might have gotten him there. We'll have to see the times pop up. 53.91 for Ethan Liu to take the title. Philip Ma with a great comeback there in that last stretch of the 400-meter hurdles with a 55.16, a new personal best to get second place. Owen Mays from Chicago finishes third, 55.28. Dayton Lasik from Wash U, 55.68. Eli Wawersick from Brandeis, 56.13, a new personal best for him. Peter Dickinson from Chicago finishes sixth with a time of 57.24. And then Luke Robix, 57.27 from Case Western.
So this is in the between the 300 and 200 left in this race, far side of the field. And at that point, Dayton Lasik was really out front in the outside lane.
Yeah, he had a good start there, really looked to create some separation. Owen Mays also had a good start around that first 200. You know, one of those strategies of really giving it everything you got, going out and attacking, and just seeing how long you can hold on for. And he really held on for, really 375 meters until he got caught for that second place. But Ethan Liu, with a really great strategy, he just ran his race. He went out, and you saw him at that 200-meter mark really start to kick it into a different gear as he's going around that final bend and into this last straight here.
He just stayed steady, didn't he?
Yeah, he stayed steady. Sometimes it's, how consistent you can be over fast of these hurdles as opposed to the bursts of speed that you're able to get along the way. So he really did stay steady throughout, ran a great strategy, executed that strategy, and now he's a UAA champion.
So congratulations to Ethan Liu from Emory, your men's 800 or 400 hurdle champion. Boy, 800 hurdles, that'd be tough.
800 hurdles would be, you'd be torturing yourself there trying to do that one.
200-meter dash is next on the track, and on the infield, the women's high jump and the men's triple jump.
And we got a lot of familiar names in this field here. Maddie Lyons will be in lane 1 from Chicago. Julia Koritz from Wash U will be in lane 2. Jasmine Wright from Wash U will be in lane 3. Gianna Phipps, the 400-meter champion today from Case Western, will be in lane 4. Haley Weir from Wash U will be in lane 5. Kylie Spytek from Wash U will be in lane 6. And then out in lane 7, you have Jada Kenner from Emory, and lane 8 will be Ariel Trodick from Chicago. So a lot of these athletes repeating events. We saw Maddie Lyons, Ariel Trodick, Jasmine Wright, Jada Kenner, and Julia Koritz. So those 5 athletes, we saw them in the 100-meter finals earlier. And then also we had Kylie Spytek, Haley Weir, and Gianna Phipps in the 200 earlier as well. So it will be interesting to see here how the legs of these athletes are holding up. If there's any trends that pop out between the athletes that just ran the 100 prior to this and the athletes that ran the 400, and how they're able to finish and what kind of legs they have left on the weekend. But I think we're in for a really, really good race here, just like we've seen across all of the women's sprints here today.
And here are your women's scores with 17 of the 21 events scored. In fourth,
And looking at
Sam,
this,
let's talk about those team totals right now.
Yep, looking at those team totals. Currently on the men's side, 15 of 21 events have been scored. You have Chicago with 128 points, Emory with 119 points, Wash U with 118 points, Carnegie Mellon with 103, Case Western with 69, Brandeis with 25, and NYU with 19. So we talked about it coming into the weekend yesterday. This men's team side was going to be a real battle between really those top 4 teams, and we're seeing that transpire right now through 15 events, where it can be really anybody's game right now. It looks like from a projection standpoint, Chicago maybe has the highest projection left, with Emory right behind them, and then Wash U. But again, it's projections don't mean anything when it comes time to execute.
So it's 15 of 21 events recorded right now with those standings. What about on the women's side?
On the women's side, we have 17 of 21 events scored, and it looks like we're going to have a really, really tight battle here. Emory is currently in the lead still with 185 points. Wash U with 163. Chicago sitting at 85. Case Western sitting at 64. Brandeis sitting at 62.5, Carnegie Mellon at 56.5, and NYU at 40. So when we start to look at that projections, it's really a 2-horse race here. Emory and Wash U, both of them still projected to get above 200 points. In races like this, where we have 2 Emory Eagles in this field and you have 4 Wash U Bears, you're really, if you're Wash U, you're hoping to get a lot of points out of this race. But I think we're going to see, those 4x4s at the end of the day. It's going to be a really tight battle, and that placement's going to matter when it comes to these team standings. And I can tell you, from having watched track meets before and lived it, anytime there's a team spot on the line when it comes down to that 4x4, it is the most exciting part of the weekend. This crowd is going to be energized, juiced. You're going to see all of the athletes going crazy for their teammates. Really hope that's going to be the situation, because that would be a great way to conclude what has been an awesome weekend here at Bill Sudak Track.
So, Sam, let me ask you, and maybe you can clarify, or maybe it's typical. They'll start the 200-meter at the northern end of the stadium here, down by the high jump pit or the long jump pit and the high jump pad. Is that because the wind's blowing out of the north and it would be at their back when they're in the back stretch of the 200 as opposed to the wind in their face if they started it in the traditional spot?
Yeah, absolutely. You're giving them a little bit of a flip the track there to give them the most optimal wind possible, right? That also makes for a more fun racing scenario. You see some better times. So don't want to have them fighting a headwind if you don't have to. We do have the ability here, Case Western, to kind of flip the track and do this and play to the wind's advantage when it comes to some of these sprint events. And so that's why we see, just like we did yesterday when it came to the 100, the hurdles, as well as the 200, we're going to flip the track from maybe what the conventional finish line would be for this reason. I see we have triple jump here on the runway. This athlete from Wash U looks to be Benjamin Long. As we're getting through, they're on the second rotation, second jumps of the second flight right now. So still a little bit more to go. Currently that cut line is sitting at a 13.3 meters. So we'll keep an eye on that as we progress through this meet here.
Yeah, the men's triple jump, the women's high jump, a lot of competitors, a lot left to happen there. In the meantime, we'll have the 200-meter dash final. That's coming up next on the track. Some of the athletes have worked their way to their lanes. Sweats are still on for most of those, but the 200-meter dash, I'm excited to see one of the top names in the association this year, and she happens to be on her home track. That's Gianna Phipps. Phipps already a association champion today, and she'll start right in the middle.
Exactly. We're talking about it. We've seen all of these athletes compete today. There's 5 athletes who are in the 100 final. There's 3 athletes who are in the 400 final. All of them are running on some tired legs, obviously having run prelims yesterday, probably being on some relays today. So it'll be interesting to see how that transpires for the athletes that only have maybe, run the 100 so far in the finals versus athletes that came from the 400 side of things, how that impacts some of the speed and the fatigue elements of what this run will be. But this is, again, one of the most stacked fields of the entire weekend with the amount of NCAA qualifiers, All-Americans, NCAA champions, and all UAA honorees that exist in this field. And we see there that is Aryan Shrivastava on the screen. We saw him in the high jump earlier today as well as in long jump. Looks like he put out an absolutely monster jump right there. Get you a mark on that here as it populates. 15:11. That is a new personal best in D3 number 4, really setting the tone for what this men's triple jump competition is going to be.
He's a senior. It's certainly the way to go out in the University Athletic Association.
Yeah, when you're the reigning indoor champion in this event, you've been an All-American in this
Look
event
at the
before.
Smiles with
yeah,
the coach.
Absolutely. This is the time of year you want to start hitting some of those big marks, start peaking. He obviously has aspirations beyond this from a national landscape, and when you catch fire like that and drop a 15:11, a big PR, there's nothing you can do but smile.
So next jumper up is from Emory. Ready to go.
Yeah, Marco Suchet on the runway here, currently sitting in 10th. His best so far in the day. This will be his final jump. His best so far is a 13:30. He needs at least a 13:44 in order to make finals here. So it looks like he's getting that crowd pumped up, trying to get some energy going to give him that motivation he needs to get this mark.
Yeah, he went foul, then success, and now this jump here. After this jump, we'll take you back to the track. That 200 meter is about to start.
A little bit of a collapse there on that second phase landing. Didn't seem like he got a lot into that third phase there. We'll see if it's enough to get him into that final round of competition.
So the sweats are off, and the women are in their lane assignments, standing over their blocks right now for the 200-meter dash final. Let's tell you who's in what lane. Maddie Lyons from Chicago in lane 1, the senior. Julia Korsick from Washington University, the junior, in lane 2. Jasmine Wright in lane 3. She already won the 100. And Gianna Phipps in lane 4 from Case Western Reserve. Haley Weir and Kylie Spytek, WashU. So Phipps is in the middle with bears on both sides, 4 bears on both sides of her. Jada Kenner from Emory in lane 7 and Trodek from Chicago in lane 8.
Yeah, so you have the 100 champion in Jasmine Wright, the 400 champion Gianna Phipps. You have the 400 runner-up in Kylie Spytek and the 100 runner-up in Jada Kenner. Just an absolutely stacked field that we have here.
We're ready to go.
Clean start. Looks like we may have an injury from Jada Kenner out there in lane 7, so she's just going to kind of jog it in. But we have Jasmine Wright making up the inside right there.
Wright is really off to a good start.
And we'll see how these athletes are able to close here down this back straight. And it looks like the 4 bears are taking it out.
Wright is in the lead, and it looks like she might take her 100 and add a 200 championship to it. I think she did it.
I think we just saw 5 girls break 25, if I'm not mistaken.
Wright is at the top of the pack, 24.69. 3 bears, and then a Spartan in the top 4.
Yeah, that was an intense race there. Jasmine Wright doubles up on her day, 100 and 200 champion, 24.69, a new D3 number 18. Haley Weir in second, 24.76 with a D3 28 personal best. Kylie Spytek in third, 24.89. Gianna Phipps from Case Western, 25 flat. Julia Courage, 25.09 as we see the replay on screen here. Maddie Lyons from Chicago, 25.32 and a new season's best. Ariel Trodek from Chicago, 25.67. And then Jada Kenner finishing up in 8th place there.
Well, Wright and Weir had to run personal bests, and in Wright's case, in her senior season, the best she's ever run, and she picked the right time to do it.
She picked the right time to do it, had a great start really through that 60 to 100 meter range, and then you saw some of those her teammates kind of catch up to her there in the middle, but she just kept inching herself ahead as they got towards that finish line, and ended up pulling that victory in a new top 20 D3 time in the country this year.
There's a great shot. Wow, what a wonderful picture by Kevin Gilbert and Andrew Majeski, our 2 camera operators today. There are the 4 bears. It's like the 4 horsemen, right, from the old Notre Dame days.
Exactly,
way back when.
exactly. You've 4 of the top 5 in the conference. You see them spread their success along the 100, the 400, then they meet together in the 200 on the day. Really impressive finish for those Bears, and that 24 points that they just got for those top 3, as well as the 4 extra points from that 5th place finish. So
yeah,
28.
they're in a fight with Emory, and that goes a long way right there, that run.
She's got 28 points from those 4 athletes there on the track. So
that's just a great moment. I hope the Washington University folks are seeing this moment right now, because that's just special.
Yeah, that's why you do it, right? You train with them all year for moments like this, to have that kind of success, be on the podium with your teammates, and they certainly delivered on that.
The men's 200 final is next. They are standing in their lanes and starting to take off their sweats. So let's set you for those lane assignments with the men. In lane number 1 will be James Thompson from NYU. In lane 2 from Emory, Lucas Mursky. In lane 3 from Carnegie Mellon, Eric D'Oliveira. In lane 5 from Emory, Henry Brandstatter. Chicago's Paul Sackman Brandstatter's in lane 4. Paul Sackman in lane 5. Logan Fairchild from WashU is in lane 6. And then we go Emory and NYU to round it out. Kofi Igyan in lane 7, and Flint Whitworth from NYU in lane 8.
And just like we saw in that women's race, we have the 100 champion in Henry Brandstatter, as well as the 400 champion Eric D'Oliveira go head-to-head here with Eric just inside of Henry in lane 3. So it'll be interesting to see them go head-to-head. All of these athletes.
No pushover either, is he?
No, he's not. No. So we're in for battle. Paul Sackman's looking to defend his indoor 200-meter title, and we'll see if he's able to do that here against some stiff competition.
They're on their blocks. Starter's gun is up. And they are off.
And Kofi looks to be out well. Looks like the NYU athlete on the outside has a little bit of an injury, so he's holding up. Henry Brandstatter, we got a 4-man race here at the front.
Right off the top.
It's anybody's race right now. And look at that, Eric de Oliveira coming through at the end, that 400-meter speed coming at the end.
Brandstatter got it. He celebrates another gold medal performance. How about the weekend for that young man right there?
There's not too many people that are going to go 5 for 5 in their events here. I guess
say it again, Sam.
Yeah, 4 for 4 in individual events, plus he anchored that 4x1 that got second. So 5 all UAA performances for Henry Brandstatter, including 4 golds. I mean, there's not much you can say there. He's going to be one of the best to ever do it in the UAA. 21.61 to bring it home. Paul Sackman, 21.69, as you see the replay on the screen here. Eric de Oliveira with a big close to pull an all UAA performance of 21.71. Logan Fairchild from WashU, 21.77. Kofi Ignan from Emory, 21.85 and a new personal best. Lucas Mirsky from Emory, 22.28. James Thompson from NYU in 7th was a 22.34, and then Flint Whitworth from NYU in a 25.29.
Brandstatter just kept it the entire way, obviously being challenged right here specifically in the
saw
last 50 meters.
For sure, that 120 meters in, you had 4 guys basically in a line with each other from lane 4 out to lane 7. You see Eric de Oliveira on the inside here start to make some strides at the end. But really, just like we saw in that 100 meter where Henry's strength of that race came at like that 60 to 80 meter range, you saw that here as well, where it got into that 150 to 170, and he started to just inch his way forward alongside his competitors to really pull out that win by 8/100ths of a second.
And he knew it. I mean, he celebrated immediately. He just, he can finally breathe, right?
Yeah, I think so. Unless they toss him on that 4x4 too.
They could.
Yeah, you're not going to see too many weekends like that in a conference that's as competitive as the UAA, bringing home 4 gold medals and 1 silver. That's special. Congrats to Henry and all the work he's put in.
Well, we're going to have some time coming up here because the 5,000 meter finals will be run. So that'll take some time, and while we're in that, we can get everybody updated on the women's high jump and the men's triple jump.
Yeah, as those athletes are, starting to get wrangled together here on the track. The bar at high jump now is at 1.65. Looks like we only have 3 athletes remaining at this height. We have Olivia Thiessen from WashU. We have Amalia Ronides from NYU, and then we have Clara Bennett from Chicago. Clara is the only one to attempt so far. Looks like Olivia Thiessen is going right now. Missed on her first attempt, so Clara Bennett also had missed on her first attempt, and then Amalia is going to be up next here.
Waiting for the NYU high jumper right now is Amelia Ronitis. Is that how you're going to pronounce it, Sam?
Yeah.
Amelia, I should say. So here's Amelia.
Looked good there. Got her legs wrapped around the bar a little bit as she was getting over top. She yanked it off. And again, thinking about the tiebreaker of misses, if all of these athletes do miss at that 165 bar, Olivia Thiessen would be your UAA champion because she has a clean sheet so far. Amelia Ronitis does have a couple misses. She would be second. And then Clara Bennett as well with a couple misses at that 162 bar would be in third. But hopefully it doesn't come to that and we see each of these athletes make it to what would be a 168 bar.
There's Thiessen standing with her hands on her hips.
Looks like Clara Bennett getting ready to go here. Nice attempt there from Clara. Looked very smooth, very controlled. Seemed to have some good height on it. Maybe just a little touch of the bar with the back of her legs there. Olivia Thiessen getting ready to go now. Her second attempt at 165. Seems like in the men's triple jump side of things, the officials are deliberating, getting ready to potentially move into finals here soon. Really, really nice jump there from Olivia. Very smooth curve, led to a great takeoff. Good mechanics in the air with how her hips traveled over the bar. As we see the replay here.
Very deliberate.
Yeah, just nice and smooth and controlled.
Not wasting any time was Amelia.
Yeah, she got after it pretty quick there after Olivia's clearance. It was a miss on her second attempt.
And immediate feedback with the video.
Yep, taking over a look there. Trying to fine-tune some things as Clara Bennett gets ready for her third attempt here.
Beautiful setting here at DeSanto Field. Bill Sudik track on the campus of Case Western Reserve University, your site for the 2026 University Athletic Association Championships. Here's Clara Bennett from Chicago. She comes in from the left side. Got it.
Perfect.
She runs off of that pad.
Massive celebration there. Looks to be a new personal best for Clara Bennett. Really, really great jump. Didn't even touch the bar at any point. Getting a hug from her teammates and coaches there. As we start the 5K off. Yeah, beautiful jump there from Clara Bennett.
There's a look at the women's 5,000 meter final group. That is a collection of runners.
And we have a very talented field here as well. We have 6 athletes in this field who are top 50 in the nation right now for Division III. We have 5 of the top 6 finishers from our indoor UAA title competing here, and some familiar faces as well. Lucinda Lofton, we saw win the 1,500 meter earlier. Katja Dunjevic, we saw in the 10K yesterday get an all UAA performance. Ananya DePerva from Carnegie Mellon was 5th indoors and currently 24th in the nation. Jillian Heff from WashU, we saw run the 1,500 earlier today, 34th in the nation. She's qualified for nationals before. Estelle Snyder from Chicago, 43rd in the nation, 2nd from indoors, also has qualified for NCAAs. And Chloe Bonson from Carnegie Mellon, she was the 10K champ yesterday morning in that women's 10,000. She is in this field as well. A couple NYU girls, Lucy Gott and Lindsay Guthrie, to look out for as well. They have 10K prowess in what they've been able to achieve so far, as well as some 5K success in addition to cross country, so they will be very formidable as we go through this race. And Ori Chiang from Carnegie Mellon has been an NCAA qualifier before and a UAA champion last year. So loaded field here with athletes, and we'll see how they progress through this race. Looks like a pretty bunched up group to start with the athlete from Chicago, bib number 26 up front. I believe that is Katja from Chicago. Chloe Bonson right behind her.
1 lap in, 11 to go in this 5,000 meter race. In the meantime, in the women's high jump, it's down to 2, and they've moved the bar up to 1.68. Clara Bennett from Chicago and Olivia Thiessen from Washington University are the final 2 competitors in that women's high jump.
We have Lauren Ignema from Case Western in this race too. She was all UAA in the 3K a couple years ago, finished 2nd in that race. On the home track here for final race of her UAA career.
Well, with the sun out, the beauty of this setting is really being highlighted now by the great camera work by Kevin Gibson and Andrew Majeski. And the the direction of our director, Mike Becker. It's just an absolutely sensational Sunday here on Championship Sunday at Case Western Reserve University.
And just while it's early in the race here, we'll give you some updates on the men's triple jump and who's made finals there. So Sam Guvaleris, 13:47 was the cut line to make finals. He was the 9th place competitor there. Looks to move up the table going into finals. Benjamin Long from WashU, 13:62. Jason Bright from Emory, 13:62. Atai Tahassan, 13:69. Daniel Hernandez from Chicago, 13:72. Nishad Sakar, 13:77 from NYU. Sei Kadiri, after winning the javelin earlier today and scoring yesterday in long jump, is in 3rd right now with a 14:07. Morgan Johnson from Carnegie Mellon sitting at 14.18. And Aryan Srivastava from Chicago sitting in the lead at 15.11, a new Division III top 5 mark of the year. And big personal best for him today. Looks
First,
like
go ahead, Sam.
Clara Bennett seems to be getting things underway over at high jump with 168, misses on her first attempt there, leading into Olivia Thiessen.
You and I were going in the same spot. It's down to 2 in the high jump. It's down to 9 more laps in the 5,000-meter run.
And we have a pretty bunched up group here. There's a trail pack starting to fall off a little bit, but pretty bunched up group up front, probably around 12 girls, 12 women still fighting for this position here. And we'll see when somebody starts to make a move. We saw Chloe Bonson do it yesterday in the 10K, around 15 laps to go. Be curious to see here in a shortened race if somebody decides to, when they decide to make the push.
Thiessen just missed on her attempt at 1.68, so both her and Bennett will be looking at their second attempt.
Keep an eye on our high jumpers. Let's give them some support. Let's give them some of your energy as they have 10 high jumpers remaining in the high jump competition. Olivia Thiessen of Washington and Clara Bennett of Chicago. They're attempting 1.68 meters.
Getting around here, you see Chloe Bonson in the lead. A couple Chicago athletes right behind her, and then obviously the pack all within 5 meters of each other. Clara Bennett getting ready to go for her second attempt there over at high jump.
Wind is picked up dramatically running out of the, or blowing out of the north. So when they're in the backstretch of this 5,000 meters, they've got it to their back, and now as they're turning into the home stretch, they're running directly into the wind. It's picked up enough that the some of the tents on the infield are being tested, the sandbags that are holding them down. The Spartan tent is really blowing around.
Coming
right
through,
now.
there's going to be 2 miles to go here as these athletes get to the finish line. Still have a pretty strong group of around 12 women in this lead group. Lauren Ignema trying to work her way into this group as well. We'll see if they start to make a move here with 2 miles to go.
Bennett just missed on her second attempt at 1.68. Olivia Thiessen is now ready from Washington University. You can see them, well, shot just changed, but in that wider shot, you could actually see the runners in the 5,000 meter going by at the same time as you could see the 2 finalists in the women's high jump.
And we're seeing now Chloe Bonson from Carnegie Mellon, just kind of like she did yesterday in that 10K, seems to be stretching that pace a little bit. We're seeing Lucinda Laughlin from WashU, the 1,500 meter champion, look to move up in the second there, trying to close that gap a little bit, not wanting Chloe to run away with this in a similar fashion to what she did yesterday in the 10K. So we'll see how this transpires here, but Chloe certainly took this 2 miles to go, 8 laps to go as her sign to start, putting on a hammer lap and making a move.
Yeah, Bonson was impressive yesterday. Both high jumpers have missed in their second attempt at 1.68. There's Bonson in the lead and then a whole lot of runners behind her. Sam, she looks strong.
She does. Yesterday in that 10K, Chloe didn't really show any signs of fatigue, right? She made her move and didn't think twice about it, and then never wavered. We're be interesting to see if she can pull that together again. Obviously, that's 9 miles of competition that she'll be running by the end of this 5K. I'm sure that starts to weigh on the body. I certainly could never think about doing that a 5K by itself, let alone a 5K, 10K double. And to do that and set the pace by taking the lead, in aggressive moves like she has, she's super confident and she's clearly talented enough to do it. So we'll see how the rest of the group starts to respond here, if they start to try and break into this lead that she has, or if they wait to see if she tries to fall back a bit.
Well, Lucinda Laughlin's broken away a little bit from her group, but still has not really closed on Bonson, who remains in the lead here as they come in front of the home stands here at DeSanto Field.
It looks like Clara Bennett over at the high jump there has missed on her third attempt, with Olivia Thiessen going for her third imminently here. So
Thiessen could win it all, and you may see it in the wide shot as the runners come near the northernmost end of the stadium. Thiessen's ready to jump just as Bonson runs by her. In that shot, you'll see Thiessen right now attempting her third and almost got it.
It's a good attempt there from Thiessen. Really smooth jump. And we see in this 5K a couple groups starting to form. Chloe's still out on her own there. Second group here being Lucinda and a couple of the Chicago athletes. I believe that is Katja Dunijevich and Estelle Snyder, both of whom we saw in the 10K yesterday. And then we have a little bit of a bigger third group behind that will fill out kind of our scoring positions here. But Chloe's still holding on to a pretty sizable lead, probably around 40 meters right now as we approach 5 laps to go.
So a lot of running still to go, but the impressive showing so far of Chloe Bonson has been something to watch. Just fluid, confident. Looks like she's out to enjoy the day. So neither of the two, when it came down to two in the women's high jump, Clara Bennett or Olivia Thiessen, were able to clear at 1.68.
Yeah, we'll see. Looks like Olivia Thiessen might have had the advantage on misses, so that she could be our UAA champion here. We'll see if what the officials are doing, if we're moving to a potential jump off as well. Not sure what the situation is going to be.
They look to be talking about it right now, if I'm identifying the right two officials. Here comes Bonson.
Yeah, it looks like that third pack of women is starting to separate a little bit. Ananya Devpura, from Carnegie Mellon. Sadie Harrow from Brandeis. And looks to be another Wash U athlete there, starting to separate a little bit more from those athletes behind them. One mile to go here for these athletes, last mile. Chloe Bonson still in full control of what's happening in this race.
Chloe's top time coming into this season, 17 minutes 17 minutes 8 3/4 seconds, 8.34 seconds. And with a mile left, she approached that probably 30 seconds ago, 40, maybe more. She was like around 11:20 with a mile left.
Yeah, she's moving pretty good right now. She was third in the indoor 5K, top 50 in the nation in this event right now. So certainly no surprise to see her in the lead or amongst the leaders. Wouldn't have been a surprise, and she's certainly taken this race into her control. We'll see what's happening kind of behind her in this next group. Looks like Lucinda and Katja and Estelle are holding pretty steady there. And then behind them, Sadie Harrow, Jillian Heth, Elizabeth Sakai, all working together in that kind of final group. It looks like you're going to have a battle for what will be these final scoring positions in a team battle that's going to be pretty tightly contested.
Yeah, 3 really solid runners in that pack going for second, third, and fourth right now with 3 laps to go.
And it looks like Estelle Snyder maybe falling behind her teammate in Lucinda Laughlin from WashU just a little bit here as we get into 3 laps to go.
Chloe Bonson is actually adding to her lead right now.
Yeah, she looks smooth and consistent.
She has earned a nap on the way back home to Carnegie Mellon. You pointed it out. She has done both the 5,000 and the, yesterday she ran the
10,000.
10,000.
Yeah, champion in the 10,000, so I'm sure it's a well-earned break that she'll get after this.
She's smiling. I don't know if that's just gritting or smiling. Could be a combination of both. I doubt it's a smile.
I'm sure it is.
I think it's probably the grit.
Yeah, that fatigue probably starting to set in after a grueling 10K yesterday. And it'll be interesting to see these last 2 laps here. Battle for second and third, Lucinda and Katja from WashU and Chicago, respectively.
2 laps to go.
Sadie Harrow currently in 5th from Brandeis. Elizabeth Sakai from Emory. And I didn't catch that hit number of the Carnegie Mellon athlete there.
Lucinda's starting to close the gap a little bit.
Yeah, maybe a little bit there. Obviously, it's still around like a 30 to 40 meter gap. That's going to be a tough one to run down, but 800 or 1,000 meters left roughly. Long way to go here in this race, and it does seem like that gap is starting to close a little bit. Lucinda is picking up the pace. Katja trying to hang with her. Chloe might have to look over her shoulder here soon because this gap
fast,
is closing.
Actually, it's closing fast. Lucinda and Katja both have aggressive
and this
strides.
is going to be the bell lap here. They're about to switch it from 2 to 1 as the final athletes of the race just cross the finish line.
Here they come.
Chloe Bonson is going to be under threat from Lucinda Laughlin on this last lap.
This. In 1 lap, this race is entirely changed. 400 meters left. Does Bonson have enough to hold back Lucinda Laughlin?
Yeah, it looks like that leads down to about 15, 20 meters now. Lucinda Laughlin was cooking on that lap, cut 5 seconds into the lead of Chloe Bonson just on that lap alone. Lapped 1:16 to Chloe's 1:21. As we get to 300 meters, Lucinda is really moving now.
Here comes Laughlin.
This is down to a 5-meter lead. Lucinda looking strong and powerful as they go down this back straight here. We'll see how Chloe answers the move.
What a significant break. Laughlin will pass Bonson, and she'll just put her in her rearview mirror.
Yeah, we talked about race strategy all weekend, and it seems like Lucinda came out with a very specific strategy, not to go out too fast and save a good bit for the end here, and that's certainly looking to pay off as she has now about a 10-meter lead on Chloe Bonson going into this final 100 meters of the race. Lucinda motoring down the track for what will be her second UAA championship of this weekend.
Laughlin's going to win it, and win it in convincing fashion. When it was Bonson for most of the 5,000 meters that was convincing in her own right. So congratulations to Lucinda Laughlin.
Chloe Bonson coming up in second. Great weekend for her. Katja Dunijevic, 2 all-UAA performances across the 10K, 5K. Her teammate Estelle Snyder coming in 4th here, about to finish. It looks like we have a sprint to the finish here. Sadie Harrow from Brandeis coming down the close. That is bib number 4 for Carnegie Mellon. That is Maya Ducker sprinting to the finish line. Looks like she's going to overtake Sadie Harrow for 5th. Sadie will get 6th. Elizabeth Sakai 7th. And Lauren Nema in her final race on this track will get 8th. Closing out our scoring, Ananya Devpura 9th for Carnegie Mellon.
Wow, what a 5,000 meter final that was. It was, I don't want to say boring, but it was such a lead for Bonson for most of the race that it was somewhat lacked drama, but
Yeah,
that changed in the final two
that
laps.
changed very quickly on us. You saw Chloe, maybe that fatigue of that 10K started to set in on those final laps there. Lucinda only having that 1500 under her belt earlier today, maybe a little bit fresher legs that allowed her to have just a bit of a stronger kick as they got into that last lap of the race. But really great performances all around. Anytime you're doubling up in a race as grueling as a 5K, 10K, putting in two all UAA performances, or doubling up and
Right.
winning like Lucinda did in the 1500 earlier. I mean, in Katja doing the same thing, 5K, 10K, two podium performances. Just a really, really strong group of women that we just watched run there. To score, you had to be sub 1730. That's top 100 in the nation, right? So that's shows just the depth of the conference of what you had to do in order to get to this point and score 1 point for your team. You had to be top 100 in the nation. Just a testament to the depth, quality, and talent that these women in the UAA have in that 5K.
Why don't we, after the final replay is shown here, switch over to the men's triple jump, because they are back active at it right now. There you see the finish by Lucinda Laughlin.
Yeah, it looks like we're getting to Aryan Trivastava from Chicago, his first jump of the round of finals. Gets the white flag there. And it looks like we might be finished with the preliminary round of men's discus as well. Seems like all athletes have had 3 throws. Based on what we're seeing here in the live results, it seems like the cut line was at 40.9 meters. That would be Toby Langsner from Case Western, the junior. Michael Nelson in 8th from Chicago, 40.94. Simon Dixon from Chicago, 41.03. Daniel Lee from NYU, 41.54. Garrett Myers, a freshman from Case Western, 41.57. Hunter Rocker from Wash U, 41.57. Ari Klasky from Emory, 42.55. Connor Evans from Case Western, 43.40. And Michael Lauren has the top seed mark so far in the preliminary round, 44.09 from Brandeis. We'll keep you updated as we go into finals for that men's discus as well.
Back to triple jump. Wash U ready to go down the runway.
And that was a 13.28 there for Sam Gouvellaris. Foul there out of Benjamin Long. Currently sits in 8th place with a jump of 13.62 meters.
Ariane, 14.19 meters is the leader, according to public address announcer Claude Holland in this triple jump right now.
Yeah, that was his most recent jump there. His best on the day so far, 15.11 meters as his second jump from prelims. Sets a mark to beat. Good jump there from the Emory athlete, Jason Bright. His best on the day is also a 13.62, currently sitting in 7th due to the tiebreaker over Benjamin Long. Looking to move up the table here as the 5K athletes do some striders on the back straight, get those final warm-ups in prior to that race going off.
After that men's 5K, and of course that'll take some time, we'll have the final event of the weekend. The women and then the men both running the 1600 meter relay, the 4x4 relay. Boy, they like that jump at Carnegie Mellon.
Yeah, he looks to be amped up on that. Anytime that's happening for Atai Tahasan. See what that comes in at here. You're sitting at 13.69, and that's a big PR there, big season's best. 14.07 meters. That moves him into all UAA contention there with just one jump to go for himself. There are 4 other athletes that are yet to jump in their 5th round here. So getting down to it, putting out a season's best like that over 14, it's the right time to do that.
NYU is next. Well, on deck, I should say, in the men's triple jump. I'm looking across the field.
Daniel Hernandez from Chicago on the runway right now.
My partner Sam's 30-year-old eyes are better than my 61-year-old eyes. He can see all the way across that infield. Thank you, Sam.
Getting the claps going over there for Daniel.
Wow, he really twisted sideways.
Yeah, he got a little sidewinder in the air there. Looks like he got a red flag at the board though. Certainly had a unique entry into that pit.
Well, you said it way back in the beginning of the day today in the morning with the women's triple jump. It's just so fun to watch.
Yeah, it's my favorite jump to watch. You know, watching these athletes really get after it here. Very interesting landing technique there by Daniel to get into the pit. Not sure that was the most intentional of landings. But it's just a wonderful event to watch. You saw his lead up there in that first and second phase was really, really smooth and controlled. As we have Nishad Sakar here. Red flag on that board for his jump. He's currently sitting at 5th at 13.77.
Well, the shot really came down, almost snapped his head back on his landing. The landings, do they have a chiropractor on staff for all triple jump athletes?
Yeah, you probably need one. The landings can be a little bit rough sometimes.
So the men's 5,000 meter has just started here on the Bill Sudik track at Case Western Reserve University.
And we have some familiar names here again. Evan Parker, who won the 10K yesterday, currently has a time for the 5K that sits in the top 20 in Division III. He was an NCAA qualifier in this event indoors as well. Ryan Podnar, who finished 2nd yesterday in the men's 10K, is back again for a 5K run. Will Liu, who was all UAA in the steeplechase, again back for this 5K. So we are seeing some double dipping. Sanju Patel from Chicago comes in with the top seed time. He's number 18 in the nation right now. He won the indoor as well as being a nationals qualifier as well. So he is a name to watch, as well as Connor Daly, who also owns a top 50 time right now and was 2nd indoors for an all-UAA performance. So it seems like early on here we see a group of 4 forming up front, maybe a group of 5 here with this Carnegie Mellon athlete kind of splitting in between. Will be interesting to see. This is already a different from how we saw the women's race. It's kind of, again, what we saw yesterday. The 10K, the women's race was maybe a little bit more bunched up and then started to get spread out. The men's race, within a lap yesterday in the 10K, the Ryan Podnar and Evan Parker broke away and just separated themselves. And we're starting to see that here a little bit form up really within this first lap and a half here.
Sam, since we've got 11 laps to go, maybe we can check in on the team standings right now with
team standings.
Just, the 1,600 meter relay final, the men's triple jump, and this men's 5,000 meter left to be scored.
Yeah, getting down to the wire here, and it looks like from the team standings perspective, 20 of the 21 events on the women's side of things have been scored. So it'll be enough for us to kind of speak a little bit more conclusively about what can happen here. And it does seem like WashU, for a 9th consecutive year, is going to take home that team title. 211 points currently. They are in first place. Emory is the second place team right now. They have 192.5 points in second place.
So even if Emory would to win the 4x400 meter relay, they'd get 202 points.
Correct. Yeah, they can't make up that difference there. So WashU is locked into the women's team title for that 9th consecutive year. Emory is locked into a second place finish here on the women's side. Currently has 192.5 points. Chicago in third with 109.5. They are locked into third position. And now we have, in this 4th, 5th, and 6th battle, we have some jockeying that can happen. Brandeis is currently sitting at 73.5. Carnegie Mellon is currently sitting at 70.5. And Case Western currently sitting at 70. So this 4x4 will matter in those team standings quite a bit. NYU, the women are locked into 46 points. And then on the men's side of things, we have 17 of 21 events scored, and it is as tight as can be at the top of that board, with Emory currently sitting at 146 points, Chicago at 144.5, Wash U at 128, Carnegie Mellon at 117. Then we have Case Western with 71.5, Brandeis with 29, and NYU with 22. So as we look to these last 4 events that have yet to be scored on the men's side, which would be the 5K, triple jump, discus, and that 4x400 meter relay race, we're going to be really, really closely watching how these athletes from Emory and Chicago and Wash U and Carnegie Mellon are finishing up here, because there's going to be some battles going on.
Yeah, it could be decided. They could have 4 teams all within 40 points of each other, team total, when it's all said and done.
Absolutely. Super close battle here as we see Evan Parker come down the home stretch in the lead, followed by Connor Daly, Sanju Patel, Ryan Podnar, and it looks like Kenji Tella there, or at least a different Carnegie athlete. Looks like Kenji might be in the second group behind Jacob Slater there.
Nine laps to go in this men's 5,000 meter final.
A lot more strung out of a race. We see Evan Parker kind of take this commanding lead. Will be interesting to see, though, after just seeing what happened to Chloe Bonson in that finish of the women's 5K, if a similar thing happens here where that fatigue of having run that 10K yesterday starts to set in for Evan, and if that chase group is able to kind of peel off some distance as we get into the later aspects of this race. But that'll certainly be something to watch after what we just witnessed in the women's 5K.
There's that second grouping, and there you see Parker, how far out in front he is of that second grouping.
Yeah, it looks like he's probably got around a 30 to 40 meter lead on the folks behind him. And then we see a big pack of guys here. Jacob Slater just moves into second place. You have Connor Daly there, Sanjay Patel, Carnegie Mellon with 4 athletes right there, all in that mix. And shortly behind them, within probably 5 meters, is an even bigger chase group. So certainly nobody's out of scoring position yet. Seems like we have a pretty tight grouping here, even if it is all single file and spread out. But Evan Parker is seemingly adding to his lead with every step of this race.
The closing 2 laps, though, of Lucinda Laughlin and the closing of the gap, the significant gap that just a lap before the closing 2 laps was growing for Chloe Bonson, is still in my mind. That was a dramatic change.
Yeah, and I'm sure it's still in the mind of a lot of these athletes too, because they just all saw it themselves. So, even if you're Jacob Slater and this group that's in the chase pack here, you're not out of it, because this is a long race that has to go. Evan Parker already has 6 miles underneath him, plus whatever has already been run in this race so far. So you just have to continue to execute on your strategy and figure out when the right time is to make your move.
So how hard is that to look in front of you and see that huge gap, but stay within your strategy, trust your plan?
As somebody who has never been in this position before, I couldn't even tell you. If it was me, it would probably be a demoralizing thing, but these athletes are a lot more mentally tough when it comes to these endurance races, and so I'm sure they're focused on the race strategy that was outlined, the details that they have to do, and where they're supposed to be executing.
Need to hit,
exactly.
The strength that they need to rely on.
Exactly. Just keep focusing on the things that you can control in that moment, and not really worry about what's happening around you. And that's probably the biggest thing that you have to focus on if you're in this chase pack and you see Evan Parker running way out ahead of you right now.
His lead increases. It's a 100-meter lead, I would think, and now it's close.
Pretty darn close. You're probably looking at like a 90-meter lead as he comes down the home stretch here. 6 laps to go.
Yeah, it's just about a 100-meter lead. He hit the finish line and his group behind him hit the start line at about the same time.
Yep.
The group behind is led by a Spartan. There are 6 in the second group, and then, as Sam pointed out, in that third group, an even larger pack of runners.
Yeah, it means we'll have some tight battles here for scoring. Again, Evan Parker looking to get a critical 10 points for his team. It does not look like we have any Emory competitors in this field, so this is a big opportunity for Chicago to create some separation here, looking to win this team title.
I'm always amazed at watching the distance runners with the ease that they run with. And whether that's a 5,000 meter runner or a marathon runner, you know, the top level marathon runners that you'll watch compete, they look completely in control, calm, and just feeling good at most times. Now, if you looked at me running a 5,000 meter, I would look in great pain from shortly after the time of the gun.
Yeah, I'd be right there with you, Ron. But still about a 100-meter lead here for Evan Parker. We have the second group of Jacob Slater, Connor Daly, Sanju Patel, Ryan Podnar. I believe that is Kenji Tella now.
Just over a mile to go for Parker.
And looks like there's going to be a mile to go when Parker comes around here.
He hits the mark at 9:45 with 4 laps to go.
And then you got this group of 5 here coming around. That is Slater, Daly, Patel, Podnar, and Tella in this next group of 5.
Yeah, a lot could happen in that group over the last 4
Absolutely,
laps.
and you think about what's happening in that third group behind them. If they maybe start to close some ground here, you know, that battle for that last scoring position, last couple scoring positions, could get really tight there.
That's splitting up a little too right now, Sam.
It is splitting up. It's got a little bit more strung out. You have a Chicago athlete leading that way, as well as an NYU athlete and a WashU athlete maybe starting to pull a little bit more towards what that chase group is doing.
In the meantime, Parker's lead just keeps increasing.
Yeah, he looks to be in total control here. 3 laps to go. About a 120-meter lead.
So that second group is just past the goalpost in that shot right there. And Parker's out of the shot already. That's how big that lead is.
Yeah, you know, he has not looked back. Similar to yesterday's 10K, he made it a point to go from the gun, and he's not been shy about that, and it's certainly paying off for him so far here. We'll see if there's any signs of fatigue that start to show up as they go into these last 3 laps. That group of 5 is now down to a group of 4, though, with Slater, Daly, Patel, and Podnar. Tella falling back a little bit. And you have Will Liu from WashU maybe making a little bit of a surge there to try and close some distance down.
We are just 2.5 laps away from Parker finishing this out.
It looks like maybe some signs of fatigue right now for Evan Parker starting to show up a little bit. Still with a sizable gap lead over the second place pack of competitors.
It's a good look at Parker right in front of us.
Yeah, starting to get the arms going a little bit more, taking a look behind.
He'd look behind. He'd have to spin completely around and run backwards to see the competitors behind him right now. They are that far behind.
Getting
2
a little
laps
bit forward
left.
in his stance too, so certainly can imagine there's some fatigue setting in this point in the race.
The lead is changing a little bit, but it is still significant.
Yeah, I think we're going to have a really exciting finish amongst this group of 4 that's about to cross the finish line of Slater, Daly, Patel, and Podnar. Will Liu has now passed Kenji Tella to move into 6th place here. And we're going to have a battle for what those last scoring opportunities are. As Evan Parker looks to pass a competitor here.
Parker's approaching the final 100 meters in the second to last lap. He'll have 1 lap left. You'll hear the bell here in about 12 seconds.
Yeah, there's going to be 500 to go here for Evan. Still got a pretty good lead. Not pretty good, really good. So 400 more laps for him to complete the double 5K, 10K, 5K, 10K double on the weekend.
What a show. What an absolute show.
Especially for a freshman performance.
Fourth
pretty
hour.
mega here.
Yeah, 400 meters left. And there is no looking back now.
And this next group here, I think it's about to get rolling pretty good. We'll see who decides to make the first move and how the rest of the group starts to respond. Connor Daly moves himself up into that second place role there.
Parker's about 250 meters away. And a significant move now happening in that second group.
Yeah, we see Sanju Patel from Chicago breaking the second there. Connor Daly behind him in third. Ryan Podnar in fourth. And Jacob Slater from Case Western in fifth. Podnar moving around Daly into the 200-meter mark.
And this
really
is Parker.
Seems to be opening his stride. Yeah, as Parker comes down the home stretch
your
here
final 100
to
meters.
lock in. We see these athletes on the back straight too. That Sanju Patel really getting into a full sprint, trying to catch his teammate to go for a 1-2 finish here. As Evan Parker is going to go back with a double to Chicago, a double gold. Sanju Patel sprinting down the finish line here, as well as Ryan Podnar from Carnegie Mellon, looking to cement his spot on a podium again. You have Connor Daly from Wash U in fourth. Jacob Slater in fifth from Case Western. Will Liu, the all UAA competitor in steeplechase, coming home in sixth. This athlete from Chicago, I believe that might be Isaac Cohen or Spencer May.
Parker's time.
See these results start to come through here.
14:28:21. A new personal best, and
yeah, Sanju Patel there, 14:39:18 in second place. Ryan Podnar, 14:41:24 in third. Connor Daly from Wash U, 14:45:99 as athletes sprint down to the home straight to the finish here. In fourth, Jacob Slater from Case Western, 14:49.76 in fifth. Will Liu from Wash U, 14:51:91 in sixth. Spencer May, 14:54:23 from Chicago in seventh. And Greg Borden rounding out our scores from NYU, 14:55:39 in eighth. Can't understate the ability of Evan Parker there to come back after yesterday's 10K championship, where he took home the gold medal, took control of that race pretty early on from the rest of the field along with Ryan Podnar, and then separated himself at the end. Did something very similar today. Dared the rest of the field to go out with him early, and then he just hung on the rest of the way.
boy, he not only hung on, he dominated. He was something to watch. That's confidence, to go out like he did and just say, listen, I believe I can take this race at the very beginning and keep it. And just seeing the celebratory support as he finishes up here, you can see everybody along that track. A lot of teammates supporting him, coaches, other athletes.
And I believe that might have been a UAA record there for Evan Parker as well. That 14:28:21 seems to have bested Jack Begley's time of 14:32:58 from 2023. So I think we just saw a UAA record fall here at Bill Sudek track.
At the conclusion of the Boulevard 100-meter relay, we hand out awards for every event, and also our team.
One event is left. That would be the 1,600-meter relay final. The women will open, the men will close, and then we'll have the awards ceremony. Looking down at the triple jump pit right now. Would you refresh our computer here and tell us?
I believe we have concluded there. Our champion is Aryan Srivastava from Chicago, who ended up on his 5th round jump putting out a 15:23, which is again another personal best on the day. That is a D3 number 2 mark in the country right now. He is your UAA champion in the men's triple jump. His teammate Sei Kadiri had another all UAA performance following up his javelin title from this morning with a mark of 14.18 meters. Morgan Johnson from Carnegie Mellon also had a mark of 14.18 meters, pulling up in 3rd place. Daniel Hernandez from Chicago, 14.10 meters for 4th. Atai Tahasan from Carnegie Mellon, 14.07 meters for 5th. Nishad Sakar from NYU, 13.81 meters for 6th. Jason Bright out of Emory, 13.77 meters for 7th. And then Benjamin Long is our last scorer in the men's long jump, 13.62 for 8th place. Checking in with what's happening in discus right now, it seems like we may have gotten through our last throws there of finals, and we have some final results as well. So that would be Michael Lauren, the senior from Brandeis, taking home the UAA title in your men's discus with a throw of 44.37 meters. Connor Evans from Case Western with a throw of 43.62 meters, going to be standing on the podium with Michael in 2nd place. Ari Klasky from Emory, 42.55 meters, good for 3rd place. Hunter Rocker from Wash U, 42.52 meters in 4th. Toby Langsner from Case Western, 42.16 meters in 5th. Simon Dixon, who won 2 events yesterday for Chicago, finished in 6th with 41.84 meters. Garrett Myers, the freshman from Case Western, 41.57 meters in the discus throw. And in 8th place, Daniel Lee from NYU with 41.54 meters.
Sam, let's check on the team totals men with just this final, because it was so tight. Coming off of that 5,000 meter, where do we stand?
Yeah, it looks like they're still waiting for a couple of events to kind of populate here into this team scores tab. Still with 18 of 21 scored. Chicago is in the lead with 164.5. Emory at 146. Wash U at 136, and Carnegie Mellon at 123.
So the two they're probably waiting for are the 5,000 meter and the men's triple jump.
Yeah, men's triple or men's discus, one of the two
Maybe
you're probably waiting for.
Yeah.
So still a little bit inconclusive there, but I think based on what we saw in the results of triple jump, where Chicago put three guys in those top 4 positions, as well as what they just did in the 5K with the top 2, that's probably leaning in that direction of Chicago coming out as your men's team champion.
You can see in the wide shot here that the women in the 400 meter relay have the 4x4 meter relay, the 1600 meter, are in their lanes. So let's set those lane assignments for you, and it'll be real interesting to watch, because a lot's gonna. Now, Washington University has won the team total, but Emory can't overtake them. But still, that 4 and 5 lane race is going to be something to watch. Chicago's in lane 2, Brandeis in lane 3. Wash U, the now 9th time in a row champion of the University Athletic Association team title, in lane 4. Emory in lane 5, Case Western Reserve in lane 6, and the Tartans of Carnegie Mellon are in lane 7. They are on their blocks, and we're about ready to start.
And the team race here, looking at Brandeis, Case Western, and Carnegie Mellon for that 4th, 5th, and 6th positions. All are within 3 points of each other right now, so placements really matter here for where they're able to finish as the gun goes off and we have a clean start.
1,600 meter relay. And they'll close it down to 1 lane.
It looks like Emory has already made up the stagger on the outside there, moving along really well. Wash U coming up strong here too. As we see all the athletes here going to be running back and forth to both sides of the track, I'm sure.
Here comes Wash U closing on Emory.
Yep, looking to take the lead here. Wash U, Emory right behind them.
Strong.
And you have the rest of the 4 teams all right next to each other, neck and neck. They're going to be handing off the baton in pretty close proximity here. Wash U out in front there. Looks like Brandeis and Chicago in 2nd and 3rd. They're going to be cutting in here as we get to the next 100 meter right around this turn. And that's Brandeis looking to cut some lead into WashU's lead here. Chicago hanging with them, and then Emory, CMU, and Case Western right behind them, all bunched up.
Brandeis coming up strong.
Yeah, Brandeis right on her hip now. The runner for WashU looking to overtake as you get into the handoff. Seems like they'll hand off right about even with each other.
It's about as close as you can get.
Yep,
with 2
so you
laps
can
to
win
come.
the break here. Looks like Brandeis wins the break off of WashU after that handoff. Chicago, Emory, Case Western, and Carnegie Mellon right close proximity behind. WashU takes the lead here going around that first turn of leg 3. WashU came into this race with the 4th fastest 4x4 in the country. Emory came in with the 8th fastest. But we're seeing Brandeis here really run well, pulling up in second right now behind WashU by about 5 or 6 meters.
Brandeis starting to close that gap a little bit here in the final 100 meters because WashU had really opened it up in the
as we get
about
into
300 meters
as
left.
we get into these anchor legs here, Brandeis is going to have a little bit of work to do to catch that WashU athlete. And then we have a collection of teams here, Chicago, Emory, and Case Western, as they look to get the handoffs here. Carnegie Mellon right behind.
Yeah, 3rd, 4th, and 5th place is really up for grabs right now.
And it looks like Gianna Phipps from Case Western just got the baton, is looking to do some damage here.
Gianna Phipps, the 400-meter champion.
WashU out in front there with Brandeis behind. Looks like a battle between Emory and Case Western there with Chicago fighting in. Emory starting to put some distance between Case Western.
Here comes Washington University trying to close it out with a win in the 1,600-meter relay. It would cap off a successful weekend for them. It would cap off their 9th straight team championship.
This time is absolutely blazing as well. Crossing the line in 3:48. Brandeis right behind them, right around 3:52. Emory going to be around 3:56. Case Western breaking forward 3:57. Chicago right around 4, and Carnegie Mellon going to be right around 4:03.
Washington University. The women reign again.
That was absolutely mega run there. 3:47 is an absurd time, right around what they've run coming into this. They actually ran faster, 3:46 coming into this, so right around what is their top 5 time in the nation. But Brandeis, a really great run for them as well. 3:53.14. Emory at 3:56. Case Western at 3:57. Really fast 4x4 times to close out the day. Not that we would have expected anything less after what's been an absolutely awesome 2 days of track and field here at Bill Sudek Track on DeSanto Field at Case Western Reserve University.
A great celebratory shot here of that Washington University 4x4 relay team. And here's the finish, the strong finish. When you're running on a collection, a group of 4 women who can all run like, and the competition to be on that team, on that 4x4 team is significant. They could
sure.
probably list 8 women that would have an opportunity to be a part of that 4.
Yeah, and absolutely. We talked about it yesterday in the 4x8. They certainly have that depth and quality that's helped propel them to this team title for the 9th straight time in the UAA.
So let's look at the lane assignments. As you can see, the finish of the women's 1,600-meter relay. Here are the lane assignments for the men. In lane 1, it's NYU. Case Western Reserve will fill lane 2. The Eagles of Emory in lane 3. Then the 2 middle lanes, 4 and 5, Carnegie Mellon and WashU. Chicago's in lane 6, and the Judges of Brandeis are in lane 7. Sam, your your odds-on favorite here, your Vegas odds?
Yeah, well, we have 3 teams right now that are currently ranked within the top 35 in the nation. Carnegie Mellon leading the way at 19th, Wash U at 20th, and Emory at 33rd in the nation. All of them have gone around 317 or below. Definitely looking at those 3 to kind of make their mark on this race, especially after Carnegie Mellon's 4x1 victory earlier today, as they look to go back-to-back in the sprint relays here and sweep with the 4x1 and the 4x4. So should be interesting to see this all transpire. Doesn't look like the team scores have updated beyond the 18 of 21 scored events. So not sure how this will fully impact the team standings at the end of the day here, but there are certainly some positions up for grabs between potentially Emory, Wash U, and Carnegie Mellon. I think Chicago is probably in a pretty good spot here once some of these points get added in. That they are unofficially, I think they're probably going to be your men's team title winner, but we will officially see that once all of these results come through.
Runners are on their blocks. And we're off and running. Last event of the weekend.
Looks like Carnegie Mellon is out really well there, out in lane 4, as well as Chicago making up the stagger on their outside lane. Wash U right there with them as well. Yeah, it looks like neck and neck here as we get down the home stretch. Carnegie Mellon and Wash U as they get into handoffs here. Carnegie Mellon going to be out in the lead here as they look to potentially win the break coming around that first turn.
Here comes Washington University in that first
he's
100
motoring
meters.
around the outside, really tight
closed
race
the
to the
gap.
break. And Wash U is going to take that break there. Emory behind in 3rd, Case Western in 4th, and Chicago out in 5th.
Carnegie Mellon's going to come back on Wash U as we approach the final 100 meters.
Yeah, getting into the home stretch here. He's going around the outside on his shoulder. Looks like they're going to be about neck and neck, and he's going to take the lead. This athlete from Carnegie Mellon going down the home stretch, going to hand off in first place. Emory right there, catching up to the athlete from Wash U.
Emory might close everything.
Chicago and Case Western not too far behind here either as they hand off into the 3rd legs. Wash U looking to make a move on Emory here maybe. Looks like he's closing the gap.
The stride of the Carnegie Mellon lead runner. Impressive right now.
Yeah, nice and smooth out there in first from Carnegie Mellon. Emory not letting this Wash U athlete get past him, answering that move that they tried to make on the back stretch. We got athletes running across the field here to celebrate and cheer on their teams. What will be the final race of the 2026 Outdoor UAA title. Carnegie Mellon will hand off in first. Emory will hand off in second. Wash U in third. We have Case Western and Chicago both in 4th and 5th, right next to each other, neck and neck, as they hand off into their final legs.
Mellon, then Emory.
And Emory looks like they might be closing some ground here on that athlete from Carnegie Mellon.
200 meters left to a championship.
And we're going to
Here
have a
comes
good
Emory.
finish here, Ron. We're going to have a good finish here.
Boy, the flow of traffic across this football field's impressive. Everyone wants to see it.
Everyone lined up. Emory coming around the curve, looking to make some room, but Carnegie Mellon turning on the Jets to close this one off.
How about having some left in the tank? The Tartans deny the Eagles, and Carnegie Mellon, the men, will win the 1,600-meter relay final. They are champions in 2026.
Absolutely incredible run there from that Carnegie Mellon anchor leg. Answered the move of the Emory athlete that they tried to make into that backstretch area, into that 200, and then just absolutely closed the doors. You can see them celebrating in this final home stretch here where they turned on the Jets and really just hammered it home.
Sam, who ran that anchor leg? Do we have, because
I don't know if we can quite see that yet.
yeah, the Carnegie Mellon anchor runner, and we apologize, we don't have that list on the update sheet, was absolutely strong.
Yeah,
Never gave in.
No, they really set the tone there, closing the door on that move, leaving no doubt that they're going to be, the 4x400 meter champions in this conference.
Carnegie, or Case Western Reserve, looking very happy with their finish. They
going
finished,
sub 5 teams, sub 320. Pretty great result for all around. We're seeing some big times. I believe Carnegie Mellon's 3:14.98. That's going to be moving them up in the rankings as well. So really, really great runs all around from all of these athletes across the conference here, and just what a great way to cap off what's been a really excellent weekend of track and field out here in Cleveland, Ohio.
Well, it ended so well, not only from a competition standpoint, but just, from a change in the weather standpoint. We went from a soupy London-like day on Friday to indifferent this morning to just absolutely beautiful today. And what a special ending for all of the athletes out there on that field right now in front of us. All that's left now is the awards ceremony. They are gathering at midfield here.
Yep, the award podiums for all of the events completed this weekend, as well as the team awards.
Claude Howland, the public address announcer, will celebrate the names and team members of everybody coming to this podium. The top 3 in each event will get an opportunity to be in the spotlight in front of everybody here. Sam, you've said it many times, saying what the final numbers were in each event. A lot of personal bests hit this weekend.
Yeah, I mean, we saw all of the athletes across every event, whether it be here on the track, on a runway, over at the Throw Oasis fields. Every athlete was really putting their best foot forward, showcasing the results of their process that they've put in all year to train for these events, for this competition, to put their best foot forward. And they absolutely delivered this weekend at a great venue. Everything went so smoothly here at Case Western Reserve, and just really awesome weekend of track and field that we were able to witness here.
We'll take a moment. Sam and I will step away for a moment as everyone gets ready for the awards ceremony, and we'll bring that to you. Obviously, we'll stay with you visually here, and we'll be right back when they start to announce the awards for this weekend.
so fast, so there, we just put them on the podium, and we'll announce the names. Ladies and gentlemen, please direct your attention to the awards area. Here are your top three finishers in the women's javelin. Finishing third from the University of Chicago, number 34, 29 years, Regine Dane. Congratulations. Finishing second in the women's javelin with a total of 35.49 years from Kansas Western Reserve, Betty Martinez. And your 2020 champion with a total of 36.90 meters from NYU, give it up for Emma Gruden. Our next awards will be our women's 10,000. Women's 10,000 Cooley Awards series. And our men's 10,000. Women's 10,000 and men's 10,000. These will be the awards series. And here are your top three finishers in the women's 10,000. Finishing third with a time of 25.65 from Brandeis, Makila Miller. Congratulations. Finishing second from Chicago, 36.13.56, Angela Danevich. And your 2020 champion, you ran a time of 36 minutes, 32 seconds from Carnegie Mellon, and we give it up for Chloe Watson. And next on the podium will be our men's 10,000. And ladies and gentlemen, for your attention to the 50-yard line, finishing third is our men's 10,000.
31-13-50.
Finishing second with a time of 36.35 from Carnegie Mellon, Ryan O'Connor. And your 2020 champion with a time of 29.51.12 seconds from Chicago. Let's give it up for Ryan O'Connor. Next, we have men's shot put, men's long jump, and women's pole vault. Please report. Again, men's shot put, men's long jump, and women's pole vault. Please report to the awards area.
And again, we need our top three: men's shot put, men's long jump, and women's pole vault. And if you can direct your attention to the awards area, here are your top 3 finishers in our women's pole vault. Finishing third, Anna Callow of Case Western. Finishing second, Campbell Palera of Washington. And your 2026 champion with a vault of 3.71 meters, also from Washington, let's hear it for Mackenzie Walker. And ladies and gentlemen, here are your top 3 finishers in our men's long jump. Finishing third from Case Western, Pierre-Andre Joforian. Finishing second, Ariane Shrivastava of Chicago. And your 2026 champion, what a day he had. Winning a long jump in 6.99 meters. You better put some hands together for Emory's Henry Brandstetter. Women's hammer throw, women's long jump, and women's shot put. Please report to the podium. Men's shot put, please report at this time. Again, men's shot put, top 3, please report to the awards area. Thank you. If you're still here.
That's what we're doing first. Put them out there. Those aren't long jumpers. Women's hammer.
Next at the awards area are our top 3 finishers for the women's hammer throw. Finishing in third from Brandeis, Emma Alou. Congratulations. Finishing second from Emory, Caroline Henry. And your 2026 champion in the women's hammer with a throw of 53.53 meters. She's from Emory, Abigail Roberts. Congratulations, Abigail Roberts. And if you can continue, direct your attention to the awards area. We have our top 3 finishers in the women's shot put. Finishing in third place from Emory, Caroline Henry. Finishing second from Emory, Jeanette Hudokovich. And our 2026 champion with a throw of 14.36 meters from Washington, Janae Booth. And if you can direct your attention again to the awards podium, here are your top 3 finishers for the women's long jump. Finishing third from Emory, Anna Jennings. Finishing second from Brandeis, Saray Seeley. And your 2026 champion with a jump of 5.76 meters from Chicago, Marina Semple. Congratulations. Will men's hammer and men's pole vault please report to the awards podium? Men's hammer and men's pole vault to the awards podium, please. Ladies and gentlemen, the next event on the track will be your 5,000 meter. No, just kidding. Those are not 5,000 meter athletes. These are our shot putters. Finishing third, Jonathan Crawshaw of Carnegie Mellon. Give it up. Finishing second, Ari Klasky of Emory. And your 2026 champion with a throw of 16.69 meters from Chicago, Simon Dixon. Congratulations. Men's hammer and men's pole vault should be at the awards area. Men's hammer and pole vault. Women's and men's steeplechase, please report to the awards area. Women's and men's steeplechase. And the 4x800 meter relays, please report to the awards area. 4x800 meter relays, please. Men's hammer. And ladies and gentlemen, please again direct your attention to the awards podium. Finishing third in the men's hammer throw, Ian Murphy of Washington. Your runner-up in the men's hammer from Emory, Tyler Edwards. And your 2026 champion with a throw of 55.61 meters from Chicago, Simon Dixon. And if you can direct your attention again to the podium, here are your top 3 in the men's pole vault. Finishing third from Chicago, Adrian Deem. Your runner-up from Washington, Peter Lichtenberger. And your 2026 champion with a vault of 4.88 meters from Washington, Hayden Kunkel. Next on the podium will be our top 3 finishers in the women's steeplechase. Finishing third in the women's steeple from NYU, Olivia Jackson. Our runner-up in the women's steeplechase from Emory, Cameron Gupta. And your 2026 champion with a time of 10:38.19 seconds from Washington, Riley Clark. Men's javelin, women's triple jump, and men's high jump, please report to the staging area. And at the podium, our top three in the men's steeplechase. Finishing third, Kenji Tella of Carnegie Mellon. Your runner-up in the men's steeple from Washington, Will Liu. And your 2026 champion with a time of 9:13.37 seconds from Brandeis, Hugh Licklider. And next at the awards podium will be our top three teams in our men's 4x800 meter relay. Finishing third, the team from Emory. Finishing second, Case Western Reserve. And your 2026 champion, the team of B Brazil, J Corbett, R Shadakarasababa, and W Froling. Ladies and gentlemen, they ran 7:41.20. Can you put your hands together for Washington? Women's discus, men's and women's 4x1, please report to the staging area. Women's discus, men's and women's 4x1 to the staging area. Thank you. And next on the podium is our women's 4x800 meter relay. Finishing third, Emory. Finishing second, Chicago. And your 2026 champions, a team of C. Eccles, C. Stevenson, L. Riley, and K. D'Elia. They ran a time of 9 minutes, 0.08 seconds. Let's put our hands together for Washington. And once again, direct your attention to the podium area. Here are your top three finishers in the men's javelin. Finishing third from Washington, Cal Newell. Finishing second from Brandeis, Sam Kraus. And your 2026 champion with a throw of 54.66 meters from Chicago, Saye Kadiri. Our next event awards participants here at the podium, men's high jump. Finishing third from Washington, Eli Goldman. Finishing second from Case Western, Tanash Anand. And get used to this name. He will be up there a few times. Our winner of the men's high jump with a jump of 2.03 meters from Emory, Henry Brandstetter. Men's and women's 1500, please. Men's and women's 100 and 110 hurdles. And on the podium, our women's triple jumpers. Finishing third, Amaya Grant of Emory. Finishing second from NYU, Alexa McMillan. And your 2026 champion, with a jump of 12.19 meters, can we put our hands together for Brandeis Sari Seeley? All 4x100 meter relays, men and women, please report to the staging area. All 4x100 meter men and women relays to the staging area. On the podium, we have our women's discus, finishing third from Carnegie Mellon, Violet McCullough. Finishing second from Emory, Caroline Henry. And your 2026 champion with a throw of 44.01 meters from Emory. Let's hear it for Jackie Chapman. And our next award area will be our women's 4x100 meter relays. Finishing third, the team from Brandeis. Our runner-up in the women's 4x100 meter relay, Emory. And your 2026 champions, a team of Jay Korick, M. Davis, H. Weir, and Jay Wright. They ran a time of 46.39 seconds. Let's hear it for Washington. Men's and women's 400 meters, men's and women's triple jump, and the women's high jump to the staging area. Once again, directing your attention to the awards podium, here are your top 3 placers in the men's 4x100 meter relay. Finishing third, Washington. Finishing second, Emory. And your 2026 champion, the team of MU, J. Okolo, D. Chang, and E.D. Oliveria. They ran a time of 41.44 seconds. Let's give it up for Carnegie Mellon. Carnegie Mellon. Men's 1500, please report to the staging area. Men's 1500, last call. Next event at the awards podium is our women's 1500. Finishing third in our 1500, Katie Rector of Washington. Finishing second from Carnegie Mellon, Margaret Ann Healy. And your 2026 champion, she ran a time of 4:28.91 seconds from Washington, Lucinda Laughlin. And our next event will be our women's high jump. Finishing third from NYU, Amelia Horrendez. Finishing second from Chicago, Clara Bennett. And your 2026 champion with a jump of 1.65 meters from Washington, Olivia Thiessen. Men's and women's 100, 800, and men's discus to the staging area. And at the awards podium, we have our men's 1500. Finishing third from Washington, James Corbett. Finishing second from Chicago, Vincent Crenshaw. And your 2026 champion with a time of 3:51.47 from Case Western Reserve, Donovan Crawley. Donovan Crawley, congratulations. Next at the podium will be our women's 100-meter hurdles. Finishing third from Case Western Reserve, Grace Misiunas. Finishing second from Emory, Megan Taylor. And your 2026 champion from Emory, she ran a time of 14.07 seconds. Can we hear it for Kelsey Coley? Next at the podium will be our men's 110 hurdles. Finishing in third from Emory, Ethan Liu. Finishing second from Emory, Noah Chang. And your 2026 champion, with a time of 14.13 seconds from Carnegie Mellon, Luke Framinas. Men's triple jump, men's and women's 400 meters, and men's and women's 100 meters. Please to the staging area. And moving to the awards podium are our award winners in the men's discus. Finishing in third place from Emory, Ari Klasky. Finishing second from Case Western Reserve, Connor Evans. And your 2026 champion, with a throw of 44.37 meters from Brandeis, Michael Lauren. And our next award winners will be the women's 400-meter dash. Finishing in third place is Haley Weir of Washington. Finishing in second from Washington, Kylie Spytek. And your 2026 champion, she ran a time of 54.82 seconds from Case Western Reserve. Let's hear it for Gianna Phipps. Men's 400, please report. Once again, men's 400, please report. Men's triple jump, please report. 100 and 800, please report. The 400 hurdles, please report. And the 200-meter dash, please report. And on the podium, our award winners in the men's 400. Finishing third from Emory, Ryan McGonigal. Finishing second from Case Western Reserve, Charlie Stepanovich. And your 2026 champion, he ran a time of 48.05 seconds from Carnegie Mellon, Eric De Oliveira. Next on the podium will be the men's triple jump. Finishing in third place from Carnegie Mellon, Morgan Johnson. Finishing second from Chicago, Saeed Kadiri. And your 2026 champion, with a jump of 15.23 meters from Chicago, Ariane Shrivastasa. All 5,000-meter athletes, men and women, and the 4x400-meter relay, please report to the staging area. Thank you. On the podium, our top 3 finishers in the women's 100-meter dash. Finishing third from Chicago, Maddie Lyons. Finishing second from Emory, Jada Kenner. And your 2026 champion, she ran a time of 11.77 seconds from Washington, Jasmine Wright. Congratulations, Jasmine Wright. All men 100, please report to the staging area again. Men's 100, last call. On the podium are our award winners for the women's 800. Finishing in third place from Washington, Kate Stevens. Finishing second from Emory, Aaliyah Jalot. And your 2026 champion, she ran a time of 2:08.57 seconds from Washington, Katie D'Elia. And at the awards podium, here are your award winners for the men's 800. Finishing third from Chicago, Quint Stein. Your runner-up in the men's 800 from Emory, Brendan Conniff. And your 2026 champion, he ran a time of 1:54.54 seconds from Washington, William Frawling. Our next award winners at the podium are women's 200-meter dash. Finishing in third place from Washington, Kylie Spytek. Finishing in second, also from Washington, Haley Weir. And it looks like we have a Washington sweep. Your 2026 champion, with a time of 24.69 seconds from Washington, Jasmine Wright. The 400-meter hurdles, men's 200 and 5K, please report to the staging area, and the 4x400-meter relays. Our next event at the awards area is our men's 200-meter dash. Finishing in third place from Carnegie Mellon, Eric De Oliveira. Finishing in second from Chicago, Paul Sackman. And your 2026 champion, you've heard his name multiple times. He came here to do what he did today, and my God, did he do it. He ran a time of 21:61. I told you he did everything, including drive that bus. Ladies and gentlemen, we need to show our appreciation for this fine, outstanding athlete from Emory. He is your champion of the men's 200. Let's hear it for Henry Brandstatter. Next on the podium, women's 400-meter hurdles. Finishing third from Carnegie Mellon, Alexa Lowe. Finishing second from Emory, Kelsey Coley. And your 2026 champion, she ran a time of 63.74 seconds, also from Emory. Let's hear it from Megan Taylor. Next at the podium will be the men's 400 hurdles. Finishing in third place from Chicago, Owen Mays. Your runner-up in the men's 400 hurdles from Carnegie Mellon, Philip Ma. And your 2026 champion, he ran a time of 54.0 seconds from Emory, Ethan Liu. Men's 4x4 to the staging area. Men's 4x4 to the staging area, please. And ladies and gentlemen, direct your attention once again to the awards podium. These are the awards for our women's 4x400 meter relay. Finishing in third place, the team from Emory. Your runner-up in the women's 4x4, the team from Brandeis. And your 2026 champions, they ran a time of 3:47.92 seconds. A team of Q Bird, C. Christopher, J. Quirick, and K. Spytek. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Washington. Men's and women's 5,000 meter, please report to the staging area. And the men's 100 to the staging area. Again, men's and women's 5K, men's 100 to the staging area, please. Thank you. Next at the podium will be the men's 4x400 meter relay. And here are your awards for the men's 4x400 meter relay at the podium. Finishing in third place, the team from Washington. Your runner-up in the men's 4x4, the team from Emory. And your 2026 champions, they ran a time of 3:14.98 seconds. The team of J. Okolu, R. Joyce, A. Hire, and E. D. Oliveria. Ladies and gentlemen, let's hear it for Carnegie Mellon. Next on the podium will be our women's 5,000 meter run award winners. Finishing third from Chicago, Katja Daneyevich. Your runner-up in the women's 5,000 from Carnegie Mellon, Chloe Bonson. And your 2026 champion, she ran a time of 16:54.61 seconds from Washington. Let's hear it for Lucinda Laughlin. Next at the podium with the men's 5,000 meters. And here are your award winners. Finishing in third from Carnegie Mellon, Ryan Podnar. Your runner-up in the men's 5,000 from Chicago, Sanju Patel. And your 2026 champion, he ran a time of 14:28.21 seconds from Chicago. Let's hear it for Evan Parker. And here are your top three finishers in the men's 100-meter dash. Finishing in third from Chicago, Paul Sackman. Finishing second from Carnegie Mellon, Devin Chang. And once again, let's show our appreciation for this young man's great efforts today. He finished first in 4 events and second in 1 other. He was your champion in the men's 100-meter dash with a sterling effort of 10.51 seconds from Emory. Let's hear it for Henry Brandstatter. And here are your finishers in the men's team championships. Finishing in 7th place with 27 points, NYU. Finishing in 6th with 42 points, Brandeis. Finishing in 5th with 95.5 points, Case Western Reserve. Finishing 4th with 143 points, Carnegie Mellon. Finishing 3rd with 148 points, Washington. Your runner-up in the men's team race with 162 points, Emory. And your 2026 team champion with 194.5 points, let's hear it for Chicago. Congratulations, Chicago. Please, that team report to the awards podium. The winning team to the awards podium, please. Thank you. And next, we have our women's team scores. Finishing in 7th place with 46 points, NYU. Finishing in 6th with 73.5 points, Carnegie Mellon. Finishing in 5th with 75 points, Case Western Reserve. Finishing in 4th with 81.5 points, Brandeis. Finishing in 3rd with 113.5 points, Chicago. Your runner-up in the women's team standings with 198.5 points, Emory. And please come to the podium, your 2026 champion with 221 points. Let's hear it for Washington. Congratulations, Washington. Ladies and gentlemen, as Washington makes it to the podium, once again, we'd like to thank Case Western Reserve for the fine job that they did putting on your UAA championship meet today. Thanking all of the officials who came out, thanking all of your fans, your parents, your supporters, thanking your coaches who spend so much time with you in preparing you for these championships. But most importantly, thanking the athletes today for the great performances that they gave. Like to take this opportunity to please ask you to all have safe travels home. Hopefully we'll see you at the Nationals. We'll see you again. This is Claude Holland, your voice today, signing off. Thank you again, everyone, for coming out. You bought the sun out. Have a great time going home. Thank you.